in the paddock with Adam. Been up and down day yesterday. Adam qualified on pole, mechanical put you to the back of the track, then a win in race 2, but I know we spoke earlier, that is under question still, or is that being clarified?
It hasn't been clarified yet, it's still under question. There's an issue. Well, we've looked at all our technical data and we can't see any overspeeding on our side, but within the regulations they have judged a factor speed which says on their GPS that we was overspeeding by 2 kilometres an hour for a set period, so we've received a time penalty along with 3 other or 4 other competitors as well. So we need to look a bit deeper into that and see if it's a GPS error or what we can do, but we're still finding positives. We had a good day yesterday and hopefully we'll come back and get some more podiums today. I
mean, race 3 is half an hour away. The results determine the grid. I mean, can you challenge that penalty or is it set now?
You can challenge it. You have to put in an appeal. You have 20 minutes after the race, but the clerk of the course has to come with you with the paperwork, and it's at the end of the day it's very hard to deal with, especially when you've got the last race of the day and then the first race of the following day. So hopefully it can all be resolved before we get back out onto the grid.
Yeah. Now, it is baking hot right now. My forecast says 80% rain. How are you setting up the vehicle behind you?
I made a bad mistake in the first race yesterday. I went for a full wet and it ended up dry, so we're just leaving the truck as we finished yesterday and hoping it will stay dry.
Have a great day, look forward to watching it.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Adam Bent. In the paddock with Simon Cole, first podium of the season yesterday. Bit of confusion in race 2 though.
Yeah, we're still not clear what's gone on there. We seem to get a lot of Division 2 boys technical infringements for overspeed, but we've all looked at our data on our own data and I think we're all in the accordance that we was under the limit, but we've still got no clarification of it yet. We all got called up the office yesterday, but it seems like all of us have got an overspeed infringement.
And is it just Division 2? Because I've spoken to a couple of guys in Div 1, they've got no issues whatsoever.
Yeah, so no, they don't seem to have any issues, so I don't know what's gone on there really, but if that is the case, that's the laws and that's what we have to abide by them.
So right now, do you know where you're starting on the grid?
No, I think it's the same as yesterday, 5th again, but we can make out from the back anyway.
And a bit of drizzle yesterday. It is baking sunshine at the moment, but rain forecast. How do you set up the truck?
Well, you try and go in between, because quite often a lot of the circuits we go, it rains halfway through the meeting, and these are not as light cars, really not as critical on setup. Not these older trucks as they are So like cars for wet and dry, you just make them a little bit softer, that's all.
Cool. Best of luck for some more silverware today.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Simon.
Thank you.
In the paddock with Mark Taylor. Mark had a bit of a spill over the tyres at the last race yesterday. Got it fixed overnight?
Yeah, we fixed it all overnight. The team dug in and we got everything done last night. It's just a shame that it happened because there were no red flags out for it. Because there were no red flags, I just didn't expect it to be in the chicane.
So ready to race, what will be a good Sunday for you?
Hopefully good today. It's a nice dry day, no rain, so hopefully a good sight today, hopefully a better day.
I was just looking at the photos to the right hand side. You had a full rebuild of this over winter.
Yeah, we did a full on rebuild this last winter. First time we did one, but we've replaced everything. We've stripped it down to chassis rails, replaced valves, electronic, new system in it, complete new cab, and we've put his own stamp on it now, so it's literally our truck now.
Best of luck for your Sunday.
Yep, brilliant.
Cheers, Mark, thank you. We are in the truck with Craig Reed, not far away from race number 3. Cracking day yesterday. How do you build on that today?
Basically, it's obviously we're going into another dry race again, so I'm quite confident after yesterday. We had I think all of us had a problem with the speed limiter yesterday, so we've rectified that now. So that puts more confidence in me then. So hopefully now I can get through the pack and get to the front. That's the plan.
Right. Not many people have seen the inside of a racing truck. Can you just quickly describe what are you looking at in the cockpit there?
Basically, I've got the buttons on my steering wheel, so all of your wipers, your lights and everything is all on the steering wheel. This is the screen that I work, so everything on the truck, from the engine to the water to the brakes, all runs through here. And basically, we're a bit like how we're on a race car, where we're completely on the floor, you see, and then it's just having it comfortable. It's very different to a normal truck. And then I run one of these systems, which is very clever to be fair, and it keeps everything tidy in the cab. So, well, no, it's all, you know, it's all spot on really, you know.
And if you press everything at the right time in the right order, you win races, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. If I don't turn the water on the brakes, it's a problem.
Best of luck for your Sunday.
Thank you.
Cheers. Stuart Oliver, what an advert for truck racing yesterday. More of the same today.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking forward to it. You know, the weather's on our side at the moment, so we should have some good racing today.
I mean, short sleeves t-shirt, it's absolutely breaking out. How were you setting up the truck? Because it was forecast at 80% rain.
Yeah, I know, that's right. I can't believe what it is, but it just shows how you've just got to wait till sort of 10-15 minutes before you're ready to go out, before you can set the truck up, because changing conditions all the time. But it should be a good day.
Now, Ryan Smith just pulling up behind us, looking forward to battling him again today.
Yeah, that's right. I will hope to see him in my mirrors all of the race.
Can't wait to watch you. Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Thruxton and welcome to another BARC day of racing.
Oh yeah, BARC. Ignore me. I've not been away long. I do apologise, Chaz. Ignore me, everybody.
My name is Chaz Draker. I am delighted to have Pointy back in the box from the BTRC with me, and John Ward is over in the pit lane again today.
Yeah, good morning, guys.
There he is. We've got him, the man himself. Now, just a quick message as well, everybody. You may have seen yesterday that it is definitely coming home after the wonderful result. I'm sure there's a number of you out there that have been chanting it all night, maybe with a sore head this morning, but it is coming home, I'm telling you that now. Anyway, that's out of the way. We're not going to talk about football for the rest of the day. Sorry, Ukraine. We've got an absolutely amazing day of racing coming up for you. 3 races from the British Truck Racing Championship. We also have the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship joining us today, as well as the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Rolls off the tongue. We have the Carbon8 Hyundai Coupe Cup back out there as well, and the final Caterham race of the weekend, which is the Sigma 150s and Sigma 135s. The Mighty Minis will also be out as well after what was a large incident yesterday on the way into their chicane. It was quite ironic, really, talking to the truck drivers who were telling us we can go 3 wide into that final chicane. Why can't
Chaz, if I can just come in before we start the actual day, we have got an apology from the circuit management that unfortunately, due to the MSA regulations, we've had to close the paddock to the public. So unfortunately, there will be no paddock transfers today.
Oh, we lost you for a second there, John. But yes, John is correct. There's a wonderful man on the gate actually in a high vis who's let me in and out about 2 times this morning as I've been deciding which side of the circuit I was going to be commentating on. But yes, unfortunately, everybody, we have to close the paddock to the public for this morning, for the day. But we hope you have a fantastic day nonetheless. The weather is beautiful at the moment. We've just had a little bit of a rain shower beginning, but it looks to me, especially out the back of the commentary box, like it's going to be blue skies for a very long time. So make sure either way you're prepared for the weather. We know you will be, you live in England. But if we've got a bit of rain, then make sure you've got an umbrella. And of course, if it's sunny, get your sun cream out and make sure kids wearing hats and whatever else.
Indeed, as we see the trucks now starting to leave the scrutineering and assembly areas and make their way onto the track for their outlap. It was just a quick moment to remind you to take part in our public vote for Convoy on the Plane. There are some QR codes based around the show truck area. If you just head over there later on after the race and click that QR code, you'll be able to take part in the public vote, which results we'll be giving out and trophies later on this afternoon in the show truck area as well. To the standing order of today's race. Again, as we spoke yesterday, we're looking at a reverse grid from yesterday's results. So up in Division 1 in pole position is the number 18 John Newell. Next to him Mark Taylor, hopefully making repairs from yesterday's unfortunate incident. Behind John Newell then we've got Tom O'Rourke. Next to him Dave Jenkins 69, Stuart Oliver in the number 7, Ryan Smith number 1, and then on the back row, of course, hopefully finding the mystery fuel cap that went missing yesterday, the number 11 Martin Gibson. Down to Division 2 now, and heading them up will be, of course, number 10 Craig Evans. Next to him Simon Cole, Bradley Smith for Craig Reed, Steve Powell, Adam Binns, and at the back Jock Borthwick. So no sign of Craig Evans today, I see, so unfortunately I don't think he'll be joining with us. And of course, poor old Paddy Mack as well, quite the spectators' favourite, won't be joining us for any of the races so far this weekend. I really do hope he manages to get something sorted out. Lots of effort went into getting him here this week, and in fact for all the teams this weekend. So it really is unfortunate that he didn't manage to get here for that.
I appoint you, I'm back with you.
Yes,
good start to the day, wasn't it? I pushed the button, said 2 words, and the battery went flat.
Batteries. Whoever invented batteries, honestly, you would just have to walk around with a 100-foot cable from now on.
Yeah, well, what I've done, I haven't had a chance, obviously, to talk to any of the drivers in the assembly area, so I'm on the grid. I'll bring you up to date if there's any last frantic moments.
I can see you, John, as well.
There you go.
See you precisely right in the middle there. Love it. Out in the sunshine with his shorts on as well. I've got a hoodie and trackies on today.
I'll tell you what, it's quite warm down here at the minute, and I know there's a lot of spectators around the bank, boys and girls, and everybody there. They're all sitting there enjoying the sunshine. Let's hope it stays that way for the rest of the day.
Indeed, absolutely incredible turnout from the spectators, and I think I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the spectators on behalf of everybody at BARC here at Thruxton Circuit, and of course all of the race series that are here this weekend. A massive thanks for coming out and showing your support for live motorsport. We know it's obviously been a difficult few months, but it's really, really nice and so refreshing to see that people still want to get out with the family, see some racing and enjoy some weather.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure you've all been at each other's throats over lockdown and getting sick of one another, so it's nice to come out. But no, in fairness, I echo Pointy's comments. It is fantastic to have you all with us. There's loads of you in the grandstands, a lot of you down here in front of us, in front of the control tower here, the commentary box that we've got at the final chicane, which is awesome to see. But look at these machines back out. Now Taylor's got a new front left corner panel on his truck this morning.
Yeah, missing nice some stickers there, but at least we're back to being race legal. Of course, we're not allowed to race these trucks with any sharp edges or missing plastics or fiberglass panels. So I know there are certain allowances that obviously the scrutineer will decide, and clerk of the course will okay. But yeah, you should always be trying to start each race with full panels. But again, lots of work going on last night. Jock Borthwick dropping pretty much most of his engine out of his truck last night, trying to figure out why he keeps blowing turbos. Of course, turbos being one of the most temperamental parts of any race truck engine, they also are probably one of the most expensive parts as well. So not something you'll be able to bring more than a couple of and just keep throwing at an engine before having to delve a little deeper into what's actually going on. Quite a great atmosphere last night, as you might have mentioned earlier on. The football was relatively enjoyable. We heard somebody walking down the middle of the paddock last night with a PA speaker playing It's Coming Home, which was quite a patriotic moment, I would say. And also on that note, I'd like to say a massive thank you to all the show truck drivers that behaved very well last night. It was noted, and we are extremely grateful from the organisers. Thank you for enjoying the night quietly.
Yes indeed. Some of the air horns on those trucks are ridiculous.
Did we win the football last night then?
We might have done. I'm not sure what the score was. I think it was like 4-0.
To be fair, when I first saw John this morning when I walked over to the paddock, my first words were, "Is it safe to say it's coming home yet?"
No, not yet. Not yet.
No. Either way.
So John, are you down on the grid now?
I'm on the grid, but already the signal being given to clear the grid, and nobody really making any frantic work on any of the trucks. So looks like we're ready for race 1, guys, and should be a great race.
Absolutely fantastic. Thanks for that, John. Yeah, obviously having the that church break in the morning means we're all ready and raring to go. And of course, as soon as we're allowed to make noise at Thruxton, we obviously want to get down to making noise as quickly as possible. Exactly. So whilst we wait for these 4.5-ton monster racing machines to power up, we now look to the front of a special edition MAN cab that's here with us this morning, direct from MAN. There was actually a corporate show here during the week where they had some new models of lorries from all of the big brands, something that I wasn't aware of. That would have been something quite interesting.
I'm standing right beside 0.640.
I know it well.
Now you know exactly what we're talking about.
Well, I know the 0.638, but obviously the 40 is obviously completely a new beast.
Same.
Speaking of the beast, of course, we've got the 41 Simon Cole starting from the back today. So we're going to be making some early moves as the green flag is now waving and they are out on their warm-up lap behind the pace truck. Yes, it really is going to all be down to the first chicane to see whether we have any early on action. Chaz, have you got any predictions for the race today based on what you saw yesterday?
Ryan Smith will do everything he can. He was incredibly exciting yesterday. I think, to be fair, from the front of the grid, Mark Taylor's going to do quite well. John Newell was there or thereabouts all day as well. Obviously, the pair of them very big fans of the numbers 8 and 1. David Jenkins, obviously that ex-Jochen Hahn truck, as I'm very, very pleased to pretend that I know. He did a good job yesterday. Stuart Oliver, maybe he's got a bit of unfinished business after yesterday. It's hard to know.
Yeah, there is a lot of talent up there in Division 1 that's all chomping at the bit to seal their place.
What's your prediction then, Pointy? I'm sure you've spoken to one of the two of the drivers. I've had a chat with one or two this morning during the church break.
Well, I know for certain that Mark Taylor, when given the opportunity, can stick in, bury down and come home with the results based on what we saw at Brands Hatch. So I'd like to hope that he's going to make good use of his position on the outside line. But of course, John Newell, having that beautiful new truck, brand new for this season of 2021, I think he's still not had that chance to open it up. So again, given that clean air, I'm going to see him in the top 3 as well. Division 2, I hate to be the broken record, but I'm thinking it's going to be Powell, Reed, Bint. They have got some fantastic skill between the two of them. Of course, whether or not Simon Cole manages to have that the technical ability from the truck itself to be able to get through the field.
Craig Reed had a good day yesterday, didn't he?
Absolutely fantastic.
I was going to say my money's on Reedy.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying this year, and I've spent quite a while on Friday evening when I first got here chatting to him and the guys, and they really are a lovely family, lovely people, and this is something that I think is quite refreshing about truck racing as a whole, is that all of the teams, it looks very flashy, it looks very sports and super duper motorsport, but when it comes down to it, they're families, they're friends that come out to have a good time and obviously put on a great show for the spectators. Sorry, go on, John.
I'm going to say, you just get that every time I talk to Ryan Smith after his races. He's always very complimentary about everything and to the spectators. even yesterday dedicating that first win to young Ethan. So, you know, they are family men at heart.
They are, it's true, it's true. Well, we see the pace truck now making its final way through Club Chicane as the trucks are bunching up nicely into their race positions. The pace truck comes in, the red lights are on. We are waiting for those lights to go out. John Newell with his foot, we are double clutching, we are waiting. The lights go out, it's power down for Division 1 now. Mark Taylor makes an early lead, but John Newell pulls it just back. Dave Jenkins following in behind. Martin Gibson getting knocked out to the side there by Stuart Oliver. Division 2 now through Craig Reed taking an early lead from Craig Evans. Craig Evans back for Adam Bin, but we've got Bradley Smith next to Steve Powell as they make their way into Campbell. Simon Cole unfortunately not finding a gap through there at the beginning of the race. I can see the distance now. Martin Gibson still looking for the outside line around Stuart Oliver. These teammates truly do know how to slap and tickle out there on the track when they're when they're racing.
I don't know whether you caught that, but it looked like John Newell had gone a little bit early, and he actually hit the brakes very hard because the lights didn't go out.
Yeah, he seemed to want to get the run on them, and then unfortunately couldn't capitalise on it. We've got Oliver and Gibson with Ryan Smith right together, but yeah, Newell doing a great job at the front so far. Taylor's going to go with him though, I think. To be fair, Pointy, Taylor's just got the time now to just assess where he might be a bit quicker than Newell, get into a rhythm and then go from there.
Indeed, I mean, looking further back down the Division 1 field, obviously we've got Dave Jenkins who will be trying to hunt down Mark Taylor for his position, but this little tussle between teammates on the GT trucks, Stuart Oliver and Martin Gibson, getting very close together. It's really, they're just trying to get past each other all the time, so we could see a bit of action with these black and yellow GT trucks as they make their way back into front fields now. Have we got some contact?
We've got Cole just going past Smith through Church. He's had him on the inside, so Smith now at the back. But yes, I totally agree. These the GT trucks really sticking together now. But look at the 69 here chasing down Taylor. Now that could take some of the pressure away from Newell up front.
Indeed, all of the trucks so far from Division 1 managing to make their way through that chicane. We look like we've got some quite serious damage to Steve Powell's number 3 truck from HGV Direct though. We might have some it might not be so much damage, rather some parts from another truck stuck to the back of Steve Powell.
A little bit of debris falling off the back of his truck as he's gone past us here just after the stripe, so I think you're right. I think it's damage from somebody else.
Dave Jenkins now still looking for that gap past Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor really showing some fantastic experience and skill here to hold Jenkins back for this long. But of course, this tussle at the back for second, third, fourth is giving John Newell that opportunity with the clean air, as I suspected earlier on, to really power ahead, find his line, settle into it, as the rest of the trucks are obviously fighting with each other to try and get just that one space ahead. So unless something drastically happens technically, fingers crossed we should be seeing a bit of silverware for John Newell here.
Well, one thing to focus on as well is the fact that Smith is still behind Gibson. I think it's going to be down to how quickly Smith can get ahead of him, because he's going to be the cork in the bottle for him, but also the fact that Reed is right behind O'Rourke now as well. So the Division 2 truck, that fast that he's giving the Division 1 truck a run for his money. We've also got Bint as well having a bit of a fight trying to get past Powell a bit further back.
Yes, indeed. As I said yesterday, it's quite the theme of the weekend, having Division 2 truck trailing at the back of the Div 1s, which is terribly exciting, really. We have Ryan Smith now, as Martin Gibson looks like he's dropped back a little bit, succeeding to Stuart Oliver. They come through the club chicane now without too much trouble, but Ryan Smith right on the tail of Martin Gibson in the 11. Craig Reed looking for a space past Tom O'Rourke, really only a second between them. But Steve Powell, in the number 3 HGV truck, still fighting off Adam Bint, who is definitely there with the power, with the acceleration, just waiting for that mistake. Simon Cole for Bradley Smith, and then of course bringing up the rear is of course the lovely Craig Evans. We see the battle continues around the track. My goodness, Adam Bint now all over the back end of Steve Powell. Back with the Division 1s, we've got Mark Taylor in a comfortable second. The train continues with literally no time difference between the laps whatsoever. Whether he's holding them back, defensively driving, making sure that they don't make their way through. Of course, it's perfectly good racing standard to make yourself as wide as possible, as we saw Oliver do yesterday, to try and hold back those competitors behind you.
Well, I've been making myself as wide as possible over lockdown. He's doing it now on a track, to be fair. But Taylor doing a fantastic job at the minute, but Smith is capitalising on this. He's going down the inside of Gibson as they they go around Goodwood towards Church. He's going to have the inside line, the favoured line through the fast right-hander, and he's going to get that job done. Now, interestingly, there was a little panel hanging, I say little, it's probably about 14 feet, but it was hanging off the front right of Ryan Smith's truck. Not sure if he just had a bit of argy-bargy. Now, Jenkins goes one way and then the other as they come up towards
Jenkins cuts to the inside around Mark Taylor, but does Mark Taylor manage to pull ahead? Yes, it's just the nose ahead as they come back down now into Club from Brooklands, and it's so tight. John Newell pulling away nicely, but these second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, they're so close together for the Division 1s. It really is fantastic to see. Tom O'Rourke through now, followed by Craig Reed. Oh my God, we've got a little bit of dust from Steve Powell there as Adam Bint has managed to make his way past. We've got some panel damage for Steve Powell as he's now looking for the outside line around the complex into Allard. Simon Cole racing with Bradley Smith by the looks of it today. He's obviously not at full power this morning. But is there contact here as Dave Jenkins tries to find his way past Mark Taylor? We've got a little bit of rubbing there, I believe, John.
Yeah, Smithy definitely got a panel hanging loose as well, so there's been a bit of contact there, no doubt, as well as when he made that move. And I think you picked up on the one with Steve Powell, but that was probably the damage from the lap previous.
As they go really far away from us here, it's the beauty of truck racing. Like I said yesterday, you can still tell who's who really, but
just about
Smith, Smith just on the back now of Stuart Oliver. He's starting to pressurise him, making his way through the GT branded trucks one by one, and then he's going to maybe be the guy to try and push Dave Jenkins ahead of second place Taylor. But at this point in time, Jenkins needs to really be focusing on that. He'll know that Ryan Smith's coming after him, and he needs to get this done very soon. However, up at the front though, Newell, he's absolutely loving life here in the sunshine at Thruxton.
Yeah, that was a 2.5 second lead ahead of the rest of the pack, and only a second between them from there on, really. So it really is he's pulling forward a good lead. Once you find that line, of course, you can, just settle down into it. Dave Jenkins, though, still struggling to get past Mark Taylor.
Yeah.
So Mark Taylor doing a good job. Of course, if we look at a situation where Jenkins does make it past Taylor before the end of the race to take that second position, Mark Taylor's obviously going to be clinging on with the grit of his teeth to make sure that no one else comes past, especially not flying Ryan Smith.
Yeah, well, to be fair, he had a go there at Taylor, but he took a very wide line into the chicane trying to get some sort of cutback, but then he got held up on the apex, so that's really compromising. But Stuart Oliver's closed up again. Reed is absolutely flying in the Division 2s at the moment. He's got a 4.8 second lead over Bin. But it's a shame to see Craig Evans dropping off the back a little bit here. He's just not quite got the pace to stay with the guys in front, has he?
Indeed. Go on, John.
Adams opened up that gap big time as he went across the stripe. You can see the gap between him and Powell has really increased. So maybe Adam Bint is now on the chase of Reedy.
Yeah, quite a lot of power we've seen from Adam Bint this year. I'm not sure whether he's changed anything with the truck over the winter break, but maybe it's something we definitely need to have a chat to him about in Parc Fermé later on, John, because we have seen some extreme acceleration, some fantastic power, and some brilliant top-end speed that I don't really think Adam Bint had in previous seasons, if I'm honest.
We've got Smith, just poking at the back of Stuart Oliver here as Jenkins knows that Smith is on a charge now. He's really trying to go past the outside of Taylor. He was on the inside at Church. Now, I was speaking to Adam Bint about this just earlier. When they get to this point in the circuit now, they're all at 100 mile an hour. You're not going to gain any speed from one another. It's all about how you place yourself on the circuit. And as we get Jenkins just
driver warning for 69 then, John says, which of course is the digraph Dave Jenkins truck, so perhaps we had some track limits there or something that he shouldn't have been doing. We'll find out later on, I'm sure. But Dave Jenkins surprisingly really struggling to get past Mark Taylor, which is interesting to see. But Ryan Smith looking for opportunity to make it into the fourth position from Stuart Oliver. Just one tiny hiccup here, ladies and gentlemen, can create a massive issue for the driver in front. If you late brake, if you early brake, something that the other guy can capitalise on, and they will be straight past you in a heartbeat.
It's closed up on Cole by the look of it. The gap last time was 1.8 seconds, it's now 1.2, so that's getting smaller and smaller. Bit of a fluctuation there between the pair of them, but that battle for second place onwards is great. It looks like Jenkins has lost a bit of pace.
Oh no, Stuart Oliver looking at the inside of Jenkins as Ryan Smith tries to follow him through, but will Jenkins have the momentum to be able to get back up the inside? No, Jenkins still behind, tucks in behind Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver has made the take, he's up into third place. Absolutely incredible driving there. Ryan Smith getting the door shut on him by Dave Jenkins, though, as Martin Gibson follows the train, hopefully waiting for one of them to make a mistake.
Yeah, it looked like he just got a really poor run out of there, did Jenkins. Just didn't seem to have any pace at all, whether he misshifted or something like that, but it just dropped back, and then straight in there was Oliver, waiting to take the opportunity. Like you say, Smith wanted to go with him, but unfortunately could not manage it. Now, the interesting thing to note here, though, is that during all this, Taylor hasn't really disappeared in the distance that much, though. He's not been able to break away and get a bit of fresh air between them. Newell still has the gap, but there's still a battle of 5 of them for second place back.
Of course, now we look to the front again, and speaking about Newell, we also have the stamina side effects that we've got to think about. So this is a 15-minute race, and these are extremely heavy machines, and a lot to think about whilst in the cockpits of these vehicles. What oil temperature, brake temperature, water coolant. Unbelievable. They have to control their own water jets most of the time to keep those brakes cool enough, because if they're doing this late braking, this heavy racing, it can cause obviously the brake discs to explode essentially, and then they'll be out of the race altogether.
Big moment from Cole there, through the final corner, really kicks the back end out. But yes, just to quickly note that on the brakes for everybody that hasn't seen these before. For steam coming off the front wheels, basically the drivers can manually control water jets that basically just squirt water at the brakes to cool them down live on circuit. So you'll see massive plumes of black diesel smoke coming out the back, especially from Adam Bint's truck. Indeed. You'll also see the steam from cool the brakes. It's incredible stuff.
Oh, back with Division 1 now. We see Ryan Smith comfortably past Dave Jenkins as well. Dave Jenkins must be having some traction issues perhaps, or maybe some acceleration trouble.
Yeah, it's
dropping back and back and back. Yeah, so whether they're out braking him or whether he's just got something wrong with the truck this morning that they'll obviously have to look at. Now Martin Gibson looking for a space past Dave Jenkins. Will he make it into 5th overall? Only time will tell. Yeah, I mean it's shocking, but John Newell still managing with those hugely powerful arms of his to drag this MAN truck around the track. With just 3.5 minutes left on the race, we are currently incident free. Although John Newell just touching those tyres that we had so much hassle with yesterday. Hopefully nobody else cuts it that tight as the rest of the train for Division 1 power through. Stuart Oliver behind Mark Taylor in second for third. Ryan Smith, then Dave Jenkins, and of course Martin Gibson with Tom O'Rourke at the back. Craig Reed miles ahead of the pack, but Adam Bint looking for every single bit of advantage on the racing line, but now under a little bit of pressure again from Steve Powell.
Yeah, the gap between Reed and Bint last time was 4.5 seconds. It's now just 4 seconds, so Bint is catching him bit by bit. I just wanted to note the tyre bales at the last chicane, actually. They're now on the green painted area, which is not where they will. Remember, Ryan Smith was cutting a lot of that during the sessions yesterday, so it's like they've seen that and gone,
Just on the inside of club, actually, as they come out of the chicane. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, there was a lot of that green tarmac getting used yesterday, so obviously
I think they were on the grass yesterday.
Yeah, marshals have been using, looking like they've used those as a deterrent. Hopefully we don't have any major issues. There is of course the replay from BARC Live's feed on YouTube. If you missed yesterday's racing action, you can head over to that after the race and have a look.
We've got Oliver having a go here at Taylor, actually, at the back part of the circuit as they go through Church, very close together. They come back up towards us now. Looks like they're nearly making a bit of contact, maybe a bit of kissing here and there, a bit of wing mirror trading. Look at that, they're rubbing together, actually. There's smoke coming off the two of them as the tyres rub against the bodywork. Now this is all playing into the hands of Ryan Smith, who's going to wait to pounce here. Let's have a look then. Oliver down the inside, slides up the inside, a hip and shoulder they call that, or a braille pass as we call it up north.
Oh yes,
but beautiful, beautiful stuff.
It's a late break from Stuart Oliver that just puts him ahead of Mark Taylor as they come into the chicane. Now Ryan Smith looking for the inside down the complex. Will he be able to make it stick before they get to Campbell?
Yeah,
out of Allard, sorry.
Taylor
Smithy's
backs out.
Smithy's gone through.
Yeah, Taylor did the smart thing there and just got on the brakes to make sure that they could overlap and not lose any further momentum. Big understeer from Adam Bint through the final corner. This is all going off here.
Just as I was saying earlier on though, Mark Taylor did a fantastic job of holding that pack back as long as he did. But of course what you've got to appreciate is that the stuff going, but we've still got to be your last. I down at the finish line though, so no flags at the ready just yet.
We'll get one more.
No, we're going to
after
get
this,
one more at least, I think.
Yeah,
So,
I think the next one will be the last one.
Well, then it's all to play for, as we see here. Ryan Smith. No, Stuart. Absolutely speed bit each lap. The back of Martin Gibson. Oh, we've got some absolute tailgating here from Steve Powell as he slipstreams in behind Adam Bint. Bradley Smith still keeping with Simon Cole in the Pink Beast.
Yeah, Cole I think's just been done here, sorry.
Go on.
Cole had a massive drift out of the final corner, a humongous drift. You can even see the tyre marks as specifically new place.
Now, although drifting, of course, is impressive and great to watch for the spectators, it does actually take a lot of time off your laps. So not something that we want to actually do during the race. So perhaps rear end traction issues with Simon Cole. Has he been leaking something? Has he dropped something onto the tyres?
Ryan Smith having another move, guys.
Oof.
Yeah, Smith is having a look here at Oliver on the back part of the circuit as they come down towards Church. He's going to try and go around the outside of him this time, trying to carry that momentum all the way around. I've not really seen many people overtake on the outside of Church Corner. That's very brave indeed.
Well, if they're going to do something, it's now that they need to do it. John Newell comfortably looking in first, unless he makes an issue on this last chicane. So it's all Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver, side by side as they come through. Brooklands up into Club. Who's going to make it stick as they come through the chicane? Stuart Oliver looking very good. Ryan Smith right on his tail. Dave Jenkins, it's John Newell takes the checker flag in first place, but Ryan Smith looking for that.
from Division 1, 3 from Division 2.
Yes, indeed. As John mentioned there, the next race of the day will be the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Although I say race, actually, they're going to have a qualifying session. They're with us for just the one day today, so all of their sessions with us today. They've got 2 races, 2 of which are this afternoon after lunch, but they have qualifying to get through first, and they'll be coming up in just a moment. But John will have a word with some of the truck drivers shortly, and then we'll cover the qualifying session as they get into their rhythm.
The other guys are now coming back in. I'm just with John Newell at the moment. A massive smile over his face. Just a quick chat with the mechanics and the rest of the team members here, and then we'll get a word. He's just got the belts off. He'll be out of the truck very shortly. So here we go. John, big smile on your face now.
Yeah, a lot better that was. Just got away off pole and just got my head down and just kept going and tried to create a big enough gap.
The new truck then obviously behaving itself this morning, and you're getting used to it now.
Yeah, no problem at all. Once we're in a routine and we've got a bit of clean air, we can just keep going.
Bit of a lonely race really at the front. You got away and they couldn't catch you.
Yeah, that's just the way I like it.
Anyway, a good win in the bank, and hopefully 2 more later on.
We'll try our best.
Good luck, John. John Newell, our race winner. And Stuart Oliver in second. Once again, Mr. Wideman. Stuart, you're weaving around a little bit there. Couldn't catch John, but you were trying to keep Ryan at bay.
That's right, yeah. I lost a bit in the middle of the race, but not lost a bit, but Mark and Dave were driving, obviously they were driving the race each other, and I was wanting to be in front of them, obviously, and John got up down the road, just these young whippersnappers, you've just got each slowing down, but no, it was really good, that. Good.
Yeah, it looked a good race, and you guys, I mean, take John out of the equation, but you guys then, about 5 of you, having a good little battle.
Yeah, it was great. That's what it's all about, that was proper what it should be, and it was really good, so hope everybody enjoyed it, that's the main thing.
I'm sure they did. Well done, Stuart. Speak to you later on.
Involved in stuff that we didn't need to, and we just set out this morning, we were on pole, head down and gone.
Because that wasn't just a win, that was absolutely formidable. From the off, nobody could get anywhere near you.
No, we just, as soon as we get clean air and we're clear and my head's clear, I can just keep going.
What did you drink last night?
Nothing.
Best of luck the rest of the day.
Superb, thank
well
you
done.
very much, cheers.
I'm going to try and grab Ryan Smith or... We'll grab Ryan Smith in a second as well. Stuart Oliver, Park Ferme. That is side-by-side racing. It's entertainment through and through once again.
That's right. Oh, it's fantastic. It's you can't get any better than that. Sort of 10.6 tons at 100 mile an hour coming up that around that church corner, side to side with Ryan. The adrenaline, it's just fantastic. Because it's he who dares wins at the other end. And
did you see Ryan coming from further back and he was creeping up, but you held him off?
Yeah, I held him off. He has got the legs on that truck. There's no doubt about it. But at the end of the day, he's got to get past. And you haven't got a block, obviously, but. the officials have put bails at the chicane today, which has sort of tightened it up a little bit, so it sort of, you know, sort of brings the rule book a bit more into where it should be, and it makes for good racing, which is what we've just had.
And as well as right, there was a bit of side-by-side touchy in there as well.
Yeah, that's right. Well, with Dave, with Mark, you know, they were racing their own race, Mark, you know, Dave and Mark, and I thought, well, you know, I hung about for a couple of laps thinking, well, are they going to make a mistake and am I going to get them both? But they seemed as if they were keeping their act together, so well, I just have to start picking them off one at a time, and that's what happened, and away we went. You know?
And what about John Newell? Just flew away.
John, that's right. John got away, and you know, he got away at the start and got a good. You know, I don't know whether we're gaining it. He seemed as if I was reeling him in, but we needed another 15 minutes really just to see what would have happened. But no, it was really good.
Well, set the day up well. Can't wait for race 4.
Thank you very much.
Well done.
Great stuff. Cheers.
In park for me with Ryan Smith. Didn't get the win in race 3, but had lots of fun.
You can't win them all, as they say, but it's not for lack of trying. I did try. I tried everything. He shoved me everywhere, all over the grass, closed the door when I was on the inside. You have to accept it and you have to move on. I enjoyed it. I didn't win the race, but I enjoyed it.
A little bit of damage incurred as well.
I think it was the body panels flapping a little bit more than any damage. I don't think we had a bit of contact with Stuart when we was up at the side of him, but he just knew where to put his truck. He knew where he was okay, slowing me down in the apexes, and we have to accept it. You can't win them all, but as I say, we tried, and I tried so hard. And
it was a balance of aggression and patience that you picked your way from the back, didn't you?
Of course, and he didn't really make any massive mistakes, so what could I do? I don't want to push him out of the way. It's not the way I race. I had the pace. I was probably 2 seconds a lap faster than him. Nothing I could do. He deserves the second place. He fought for it tirelessly. You know, John Newell, delighted for John that he's got his first win. His full team deserve it. You know, they work extra hard, and so do everybody else. And you know, Mark Taylor had a lock-up into the complex, and I saw him at last minute in my mirror, and I thought, you're not having me, mate. I just drove straight over the grass, and luckily he missed me. He'd hit me at about 80, and I just thought, thanks, I got out of that one. So we brought the truck home. We're safe. We've got points. We've got the point for the fastest lap. Nothing lost. Excited for the crowds for the next 2 races.
Ryan, we are loving it. Keep it up.
Thank you.
Next up, it is our final Caterham race of the day, which is the second race for the Sigmax and Sigma 135 categories. This is scheduled to be a 20-minute race. And this is a split grid again, with the Sigmax going off first, and then after a 10-second delay, the Sigma 135. So we'll give you the grid. It's based on the second fastest times in the qualifying session earlier. In pole position, we have... for the Sigmax group, we have number 28 Harry Senior, dominant win for him earlier on. Starting alongside number 25 Stephen Clark. Second row 72 Glenn Burtonshaw and number 24 of Ben Winrow. On row 3, 117 Ollie Gibson and number 16 Simon Griffiths. The 4th row 71 Adam Bettinson and number 82 Matt Willoughby. Row 5 number 9 Neil Sturgis and 33 Gareth Cordy. Row 6 119 Andrew Sager and number 6 Stephen Arnold. Row 7 43 Nigel Smith and 91 Charlie Cahill, and on row 8 on his own number 8 Peter Marsh. Then there's a gap, and then we've got the, starting from row 11, we've got the Sigma 135s. Pole position for them, number 50, James McCall, alongside 62, David Reed, the earlier winner. The 12th row of the grid, number 73, Dan Clayfan, and number 60, Alaric Barney. 13th row, 68, Mark Noiro, and 142, Ian Fortescue. On row 14, 29, Alistair Curry, and 77, Robin Webb. 15th row, 34, Neil Evans, and 95, Alistair Melton. The 16th row, 90, Andy Cooper, and 100, Stuart Hatzel. 17th row, 12, Paul Gardner, and 57, Simon White. And the final row, 13 of Merton Wood, and 89, Michael Seagal. Green flag is waved at the back of the grid, waiting for the red lights to come on. The Caterham Graduates, Sigmax and Sigma 135s, the final Caterham race of the day. The red lights are on. And off they go. Quite a long hold there. Away we go down towards Riches for the first time. 10-second wait, and then the Sigma 135s will join in. The Sigmax pack headed by Harry Senior makes a perfect start, goes to the outside, takes the line for Riches. Stephen Clark in second, Simon Griffiths up into third position from the third row of the grid. Good start by him. They're going down towards Wilson Hairpin for the first time with the championship leader Harry Senior out front, Stephen Clark in second. Now here come the Sigma 135s from further back. A bit of a slow start for Merton Wood. Somebody running wide in there. That was the number 6. Not sure who that was actually. The green car there may have been Glenn Burtonshaw. We'll confirm that in a moment as the Sigma 135s head through towards the hairpin. It's David Reed who has made the start ahead of James McCall. They start to sort themselves out behind. They're all round the hairpin okay. There are your leaders. It is Harry Senior who heads the pack ahead of Stephen Clark. Third place is the 16 of Griffiths. Somebody going off there at the back. That's the 91, Charlie Cahill. He lost his nose cone in race 1 and now has an off at Agostini first time through. Leaders heading up towards Williams corner. Harry Senior, perfect start for him. Leads the way from Clark, Griffiths, Winrow. 5th place Oliver Gibson. Here come your leaders, and have we had a change there? Yes, Simon Griffiths has taken the lead, but here comes Harry Senior fighting back around the outside into Brundle. Can Griffiths hold him off? Yes, he can. So Simon Griffiths has taken over at the front of the Sigmax category. Stephen Clark in third place, then it's Ben Winrow and Ollie Gibson. First half doesn't have broken away. Here's battle joined in the Sigma 135s as well. It's the same two out in front. There's Dan Clayfan third in the class. It's James McCall who has once again taken the lead from David Reed. Every lap this season they've been swapping places. Talking of swapping places, Harry Senior up the inside. He takes the lead into Brundle of the Sigmax category. Clark's going to have a go at Simon Griffiths as well. It could be 5 soon because Ollie Gibson and Ben Winrow are there behind them too. Through the bomb hole they go. Coming towards Coram. Harry Senior back out in front. Sigmax leaders heading into Brundle, and Simon Griffiths has got the lead back again, I can tell you. There he is. Simon Griffiths has retaken it, and Ben Winrow in third place is shadowing Harry Senior now, so it's getting really interesting with 5 minutes of the race to go. Senior to the outside at Coram. That's never going to work surely, unless he can get the line away from Murray's. I don't think he's going to do it. No, he bolts back in behind Simon Griffiths. Still 5 of them. Lancaster, Gibson 4th, Clark 5th. Here they come towards the line then. They start to fan out once again. Look at this side by side. Senior and Griffiths together, and Ben Winrow is lurking in the slipstream. So is Ollie Gibson. There could be 4 wide here heading into Riches. This is going to be good. Look at Ben Winrow up the outside. He could take all of them here. Senior back in front. Winrow is going to go into second. I think no. Griffiths moves across on him, and Gibson to the inside. This is going to be interesting into the hairpin. Here they come. Get on the brakes, guys. Side by side for third. Gibson somehow avoids the back of Griffiths' car, and he's taken Winrow for third place. This is excellent stuff for the lead of the Caterham Sigmax division. Sigma 135s further back. Still the fight going on between McCall and Reed. back marker there. It's good to throw a spanner into the works. That's Michael Seagal, the number 89. Griffiths to the inside, he's going to go through at Brundle, he's done it. Retakes the lead from Harry Senior. That's where Griffiths is stronger. And then Harry Senior will zap him, probably coming down into Riches again. That's the theme of this race. Here's the lead fight, they're almost 3 wide. Look at this going into Riches corner. Where the heck did Oliver Gibson come from? He was in 4th place at the end of the lap. He's just briefly taken the lead. Can he hold it into the hairpin? Oh, through the middle there, 3 wide into the hairpin. That's never going to work. It has worked. Somehow Griffiths has come out with the lead. Gibson second, Senior's down to 3rd. This is superb. So I think we're on the last lap now as well. We'll wait and see whether the checkered flag comes out this time, whether they're going to do 1 lap. I want this race to go on for another hour, the way they're going at the front of the field here. To the inside, Harry Senior. Ben Winrow way to the inside. He's on the grass there, almost. Stephen Clark has a piece. Griffiths has gone wide on the exit there. He's going to lose the lead. Surely Gibson's going to lead this race for the first time. Senior's there on the inside. Griffiths will go down to 3rd. He's lost momentum there. He's going to go down to 4th because he's run wide again at Hamilton's. He's back to the back of the group because Winrow has come through as well. I can't keep up with this. Coming through the right-hander at Oggies, it's Oliver Gibson now, 117, the Londoner, who leads the way. Harry Senior in 2nd place. Stephen Clark is up into 3rd place. Well, Simon Griffiths' tyres will be dirty now after that excursion on the exit of Agostini. He's got to try and fight back now. Oliver Gibson, brilliant down the home straight there, the centre straight, but can he hold it? Because here comes Harry Senior. He retakes the lead. A little bit of a lock up there. He's got to be careful not to carry too much speed into Nelson, or he's going to run wide onto the curbs. He controls it very nicely indeed. He's back in the lead. He's got to hold it, though, as they come onto the centre straight for the final time. There's just over 30 seconds on the clock. They might get 1 more lap out of this. Up towards Murray's they go, onto the brakes. Senior from Gibson. Oh, Gibson sideways. He's going to go off onto the grass on the outside. That's going to lose him his chance to slipstream for the lead. No checkered flag, so the last lap board is out. 1 more lap to go, just a few seconds left as they cross the line. Senior from Clark, Griffiths, and there's Gibson. He's back down to 5th again. My goodness. Here comes Stephen Clark. He can sense a chance now to try and attack for the lead. He goes 2nd ahead of Simon Griffiths. Then it's Ben Winrow. What's going to happen into the hairpin? I can hardly watch. Here they come. Stephen Clark holds that 2nd place, but Senior's starting to get away again. So slippery out there. They're struggling to really go for it and attack. The battle in Sigma 135 is still between Reed and McCall. They're all over each other further back in the order. Pick them up when we can, but it's just so exciting up front at the moment with the 5 leaders. 4 leaders now because Oliver Gibson's dropped back after that excursion coming out of Murray's. Simon Griffiths sideways there as he comes into Agostini. He's pushing so hard. I don't think, though, they're going to catch Harry Senior now. He's got the break as a result of that little contretemps coming through Murray's last time through. Here they come round Oggies. Stephen Clark going well up there in 2nd. That'll be his best result of the season so far if he can hang on ahead of Simon Griffiths. This has been Caterham racing at its best here at Snetterton today. Down they come. Stephen Clark's not finished yet. They're coming towards Brundle for the final time. Nor is Simon Griffiths up on the outside. Senior is safe at the front, but who is going to be 2nd? Oh, he's sideways, a bit sideways there, Senior. Griffiths is there. Clark goes wide over the curbs. Ben Winrow's not finished yet either. This is going to go right to the finish line. They'll all be hoping that Harry Senior has a bit of a slip-up on the last corner as well and make it 5 for the lead as they cross the line. It's an incredible race from the Caterham Graduates Sig-Max division. We'll look back at the Sigma 135s when we can. So much going on at the front of the field at the moment. They're coming up towards the checkered flag now. It is going to be Harry Senior in car number 128. Here he comes. There's the checkered flag. What a superb race that was. Senior wins it, punches the air as he crosses the line. Griffiths 2nd, a photo finish for 3rd. It was Clark who just got there by 0.04 of a second ahead of Winrow, and Ollie Gibson 5th. Here they are, David Reed ahead of James McCall. coming down towards the bomb hole and Coram for the last time. There's the bomb hole. Now, can James McCall snatch a win this time? He was beaten on the line by David Reed in race 1. This is for the Sigma 135 division victory. These two, well, the whole season so far, they haven't been separated by more than 6 foot on track at any time. Look at McCall here, sliding as he tries to get up the inside. He can't quite do it. He's got to try and slipstream him on the run to the line. Can he get past David Reed here? Reed will try and keep his championship lead. Here they come. James McCall will bob out of the slipstream. They're going to finish side by side again. It's another photo finish. I think Reed has just held it. We'll have to go to the timing screen for that one. Yes, Reed got it by 0.039 of a second. Result confirmed then, 2 out of 2 for Harry Senior here at Snetterton to extend his championship lead, at much closer this time, less than 1.5 seconds in it over Simon Griffiths. Stephen Clark again in 3rd place, Oliver Gibson this time having to settle for 5th behind Ben Winrow. Then Matt Willoughby and Glenn Burtonshaw next home, Adam Bettinson, Stephen Arnold and Neil Sturgis rounding out the top 10. And in Sigma 135 it was even closer this time between David Reed and James McCall, this time separated by 0.039 of a second. Ian Fortescue again on the podium in 3rd ahead of Dan Clayfan and Alistair Melton. Neil Evans next home ahead of Alaric Barney, Robin Webb, Mark Navarro and Alistair Curry rounding out the 135 top 10. Just the one retirement this time, Gareth Cordy with that loose wheel. Well, that's about all from this weekend here at Snetterton. Thanks very much indeed for watching. More great motorsport to come next time, but for now, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Taken an entire second off his time and done a 1:24.2, only 1.4 seconds off pole. So Jones really getting some valuable time in on track here and improving as the session goes on massively. Don't forget, at some point he was nearly 10 seconds slower than Everill, and he ends the session within a second and a half. Awesome stuff from him. Through goes Longitano. He is currently 5.5 seconds off the top time. Can he improve? He's done personal bests in sectors 1 and 2. Yes, he does improve big time as well. He's 3.5 seconds off now. He improves his best lap time by 2 seconds that time round. Bolton really likes spinning up those front tyres out of the final chicane.
Chaz, just down in the assembly area for the next race, the Hyundais. Didn't get a chance to talk to any of the drivers yesterday. They're just getting in the cars because they're going to be released very quickly. And our race winner is not here at the moment. The car's here, but he's not in the car. But what I have got is the 2nd place man here, James Goodwin. So I'll see if I can have a quick word with him. He's just trying to put his belts on and being strapped in at the moment. So thumbs up, James. 2nd place yesterday then. We didn't get a chance to talk after the race, but can you do better than that today?
If I can get a good a start as I did yesterday, then, you know, hopefully we'll be up there. I'll try and stay on the back of Alex. Pull me along a little bit, hopefully.
Well, we wish you well. I think Alex is back, so I'm going to have a quick word because I think you're going to be going on circuit very shortly. So good luck anyway this afternoon.
Thank you, mate. Thanks a lot.
In fact, it's probably still morning at the moment, isn't it? So Alex is in his car. Whether I can get a quick word. Alex, we didn't get a chance to talk yesterday afternoon after the victory, really, but good win for you, and they're going to be snapping at your heels again. We've got less than a minute to go, but apologies first of all about the rain yesterday from my colleague up in the box. Well, Frosty, is that correct? That'll do. Okay, so hopefully you'll be alright actually for the day. And Chicago. Well, I just got to say, with your accent and looking at you, how do you end up with a name like Ryan Frosty? I've got the same family. I've got relations that came over. They did exactly the same. Came in and exactly the early 30s, 40s, that sort of time. Look at the game. Come up, Ray. Back to you inside the car down here, really.
Fletcher's number 75 car will line up 18th ahead of Mark Jones in the number 32. He had a big crash at the final corner yesterday, so hopefully he's back out. I've just seen him leave the pit lane actually, and he's going to be ahead of number 17, Wayne Rocket, who also, for some reason, he was disqualified from the race yesterday. Now, he finished second on the road, but according to the grid sheet here, he was disqualified from the race for a technical infringement yesterday, so he's now starting from the back of the grid here. So Wayne Rocket, watch out for him coming back through. He's going to be an exciting one to keep your eye on. But the conditions looking wonderful out here at the moment. Again, like I said before, just to, I don't want to sound like a dad, even though I am one, just please do make sure if you're going to be out in the sun a lot that you do wear your sun cream or whatever else, and keep hats on, kids, and so on, those that are susceptible to just sort of worrying about the sun, really. Just make sure.
Very warm indeed down here at the moment. I've got my cap on now because you know my skid lid doesn't like the sun.
I'm too precious about my hair to go out in the wind.
Yeah, oh, sorry.
I'm afraid. I haven't got the aircon.
Yeah, no, indeed. Plenty of drinks, guys, for the kids. Make sure they've got something to drink and keep that suntan lotion on, because these rays are going to get through to us today. I've seen a weather forecast that says it's going to be okay, so fingers crossed. You can put the Max and umbrellas away, and we'll go on. But the other big problem here, certainly for me, with my shiny lid, is the wind as well, of course. So you get windburn.
Yeah, definitely. That's the thing. While the wind may make it feel a bit cooler, don't forget the sun does not care for said wind.
Yeah, well, we're doing a few public announcements as well. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, we are still under COVID restrictions. We do apologise for the paddock not being open today due to the MSA regulations, and we would ask that you wear masks when you go inside the toilets and the other buildings, etc., that you may enter. Apart from that, just be sensible and enjoy your day.
We've got the number 69 car coming into the pits here, which is Alistair Dendy. Now, he's one of the quickest guys out there. He seems to have picked up some sort of issue on his warm-up lap.
When I spoke to him, he said that was the problem yesterday, and it was a fuel pump problem or fuel starvation. They changed the fuel pump, and it's not looking good. He's bringing the car right back down here. I don't know if we're going to get a chance to have a word or not.
That's a real shame for Alistair Dendy. He was going to be one of the exciting ones to watch. As mentioned as well from yesterday's race, everybody, keep an eye on that silver, neon yellow, blue and black jigsaw camouflaged car near the back of the field.
I've got the 81 car in as well, John Sheridan.
Now, John had a very, very noisy car yesterday. I'm not sure if
it's still quite noisy.
Yeah, I think he might have had an exhaust issue or something. Maybe he's had a telling off.
As you can imagine, Alistair's got out of the car not happy. So I'll try and have a word when he's had a couple of breaths and let you know what went wrong.
Roger that. The next car to keep an eye out for at the back, by the way, is the one that's right in front of me now with the pink wheels, which is Wayne Rocket, number 17. He was very, very quick yesterday. Like I've said, finished second overall in the race. Interestingly as well, Ursula Jordan, who I mentioned, after backing the car into the wall yesterday, I joked that hopefully they've put the wing back on. They actually haven't. The car is out there without the rear wing on it. I'm not sure if it's part of the regulations. Clearly, she is allowed to go back out there without the rear wing on it. But after backing it into the wall here yesterday, the wing very abruptly came off, and then she started losing the rear end of the car on some of the fast bits. So hopefully, no more of that today. But they're lined up on the grid, ready to go then. Second race of the day, about to get underway in the Carbon8 Hyundai Coupe Cup. Green flag is waved at the back, 5-second board is shown, the lights come on, and we're away. It's a poor start at the back, unfortunately, for Kevin Sanford. Really caught napping there by the lights going out. He's dropped right to the back of the field. Wayne Rocket, as mentioned, is going all the way around the outside of Allard. He's gone around 3 of them through turn 1. Beautiful stuff. One of those involved there was Dan Fletcher, really pushing him out wide towards the crest. But a fantastic start by Wayne Rocket. Definitely one to keep your eye on as this race goes on. But leading them away was, of course, the number 88 of Kersley, race winner yesterday, pole sitter yesterday as well, not one to be messed with, but they make their way round the back end of the circuit. Kersley leading them nicely. Mitter is already up into 3rd place. Well, he would be because Dendy didn't start, so shut up Chaz. Either way, nice tidy start from him. Dropping to the back of the field, unfortunately at the moment, is the number 65 car, which is Spencer Hirons. And Mitter already looking to try and find a way past the 25 machine of James Goodwin. So Mitter, as I've told you, he's excited.
Alistair Dendy, it's fuel pump problem again, or fuel supply problem. He's out of it. John Sheridan's car, has got a broken exhaust, but he's also got no power, and it's now dropped into limp mode. So that's the end of his race.
It's a real shame to lose 2
so
before the racing
gets underway. That's why we've got those 2 retirements so early on.
Well, hopefully no more from this point on. We've got Mitter side by side with the 25 of James Goodwin, who is defending the inside as hard as possible here. But Mitter a little bit later on the brakes. Kersley's going to love that, but beautiful stuff from Matt Mitter. Takes 2nd position. Oh, he's now using all of the curb and some more. There's a lot of side-by-side action further back. I think Wayne Rocket's one of them. He's trying to dive through here, uses all of the curb, gets ahead of the 48, but I think he's misshifted. They're 4 wide down the straight now. Ursula Jordan on the inside makes it 3 wide towards Allard. Hopefully getting through nice and tidy without any contact.
It was 4, then it was 3, then it was 2, and then Rocket, I guess that was the one from the back of the grid, one of the Rocket cars was having a go to overtake all of them.
Yeah, he got ahead of all 3 of them then at the chicane, and then misshifted and lost all them places again, so he's got to very quickly do the work all over again. But Mitter now going up to chase Kersley. We've got Goodwin and Banks, the 2 teammates together, which is Michael Banks' cars, 25 and 27. They're 3rd and 4th at the moment. Evans, car 5, P5, doing okay. And then Hurren in 6th position at the moment. Neil Hurren, he's actually racing, or he was racing in the BARC Red Series as well yesterday getting more time out on the circuit. So it certainly worked for him. He's going well here at the moment. But Kersley in the Mark 1 Hyundai Coupe leads a massive train of Mark 2s all the way back to, I believe it's the number 28 car of Laurie, who we were just looking at on the live stream for a moment. That's the next Mark 1 back. So the rest of them Mark 2s. The Mark 3 in the field is Mitchell Marie, the number 8 car, dark blue machine. There was 2 of them with Dendy, but unfortunately now we're down to 1. So Kersley round the final corner once again. Big send up the inside from the number 5 of Michael Evans. Great stuff as he overtakes Darren Banks. The rest of the train goes through. Wayne Rocket is now on the back of Paul Lorry. Bit of argy-bargy further back here. That's Vysotsky and Nick Flowers. Just behind them as well was Roger Owens in that fight. But great stuff up to 4th place from Michael Evans. Lovely move. Just down towards the club chicane. Now it's all about momentum in these cars as well. You know, they're not the fastest cars you'll see today, so getting a really good run out of Cobb and then Seagrave through to the back end of the circuit is so important, because you can lose so much momentum, especially through Church Corner as well as they come up towards the final chicane here. But Evans, now he's actually made the move, he's having to defend from Banks, and Hurren is there as well. And just behind we've got the other Rocket, which is Johnny Rocket in the number 19 car, teammates with Wayne. They go flying round Goodwood towards Village and the Church. Race leader through Church now, side by side in the background. I think that is Rocket actually, trying to get past Laurie. And then the other Rocket in there as well. Apologies, it's not trying to get past Laurie. He's trying to get past Hurren, and both of them have done it. So the 2 Rockets together now. Johnny ahead of Wayne. Here come the leaders through again. Evans still under attack though from Banks just behind him. But look at the 2 Rockets together then. They're Rockets of Denmead, and they certainly are. They're Rockets of Thruxton at the moment. The one with green wheels is Johnny Rocket. The one with pink wheels is Wayne, 19 and 17 respectively, car number, not age. They go round Allard and start another lap, but Kersley doing a fantastic job at the moment, doing everything he needs to do, leading this race. His gap across the line was...
2 Rocket cars are side by side as they go into the complex.
I think Wayne is on an absolute mission here to get past.
I think you're right.
He's actually, he's outdone him as well already, because I think, to be fair, Johnny's not going to want to get in the way. He knows that Wayne's on a charge. He'll be gutted after being disqualified from yesterday's race for that technical infringement, so he's going to want to make up for it here. He started right at the back of the grid in 20th place.
Do we know what that infringement might have been?
Not unfortunately, no. It just says reference on the grid sheet. It just says reference technical infringement, I'm afraid. But,
and we've got a black and white flag driver warning going out for car number 10. That's our man in second place, Matt Mitter.
I think that may be track limits. He's taken a few liberties at this chicane.
Pushing on.
Yes, he's certainly pushing hard indeed. There's a bit of a train forming behind Evans now. He got ahead of Banks, but he's not been able to clear away. And to be fair, Wayne Rocket is absolutely flying round Church. He's got such a run on the pair of them. As they come up towards me here, they're nearly 3 wide. Evans has been absolutely mugged off here because Banks has gone through. Now he's side by side with Wayne Rocket, who's gone in very hot into the chicane, maybe a bit too hot. Oh, it's Banks that's gone around. Banks has overdone it. He's been trying to outdrive him. There's big contact behind as Evans goes back onto the racing line. Johnny Rocket gets a hit, and Hurren is going to sneak through down the inside. All of that went the way of Wayne Rocket for sure.
Yeah, Wayne's left that pack of 4 behind him and opened up the gap by, I don't know, 10, 15 cars length.
Yeah, just Banks was just trying to hold that inside line. Both of them went in a little bit too hot, but Banks just over-rotated the car, completely put it around. Very luckily didn't hit anything. He did a good job at recovering it as well, without collecting anybody else, but Wayne Rocket really got in his head very quickly there, and is now up into 4th place. He's gained 16 positions in this race. What a drive.
Probably not over yet, is it? I think he might get another 1 or 2 yet.
We've got a car going slowly, by the way, at the back of the pack. I think it's Hirons.
Yeah, he was running through Spencer, brought that car through way down the order last time as well. So
yeah, he's going very slowly around Church towards us. Looks
sure,
to me,
I don't know of him, but he's got the black cross. So maybe he's just learning his way round.
Well, to be fair, I mean, he was just dropping off the pack gradually, but he's coming back towards us very slowly here. I'm not sure what the issue is.
He was 15th yesterday, so down at the bottom end of the pack. But,
I think he's got a puncture, you know. The car seems to be leaning a lot on the left.
We'll see if he comes in.
Yeah, he's just coming round now, creeping his way in. Not sure if it's an engine failure. He's out of the way of the leaders, and for third place, Wayne Rocket makes his move around the outside of the other Banks machine. Out of shape a little bit. That's Goodwin that he's overtaken. Goodwin takes across all of the curb. That's very naughty. I don't know how well that's going to go down with the race director, but I imagine something like a lead balloon could be compared to it. Car around, and it's the 32 that went around yesterday. Mark Jones, he's had a nightmare at these final corners, and now he's spun it around. Oh, he's just waiting for other cars before he gets going again.
James Goodwin's gone back through again, so Rocket's got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, he just tried really hard, but just overcooked it slightly. But I'm not sure how that will get looked at by Goodwin, because I won't lie, it looked very, very intentional how much he cut of the last corner. He just completely straight lined it and went across the grass. He just said, "No, I'm not doing that," and then yeah, he wasn't pleased about losing the place, I don't think, but that was very naughty indeed.
65 car in pit lane. I think it's just about to be retired. They're looking round it. It's not got a flat tyre, but as long as there's something wrong with the suspension, they're looking at the wheels.
Yeah, like I say, it looked very strange the way it came round Church, and then as it came closer and closer, it just started to look more and more okay. But yeah, it certainly wasn't behaving the way he wanted it to. But the lead battle is actually getting a little bit closer together now. The gap was 2 and a bit seconds earlier. It's now 1.7, so it's not like it's coming down too much. But I say that, Mitter was 0.8 of a second quicker than Kersley on the previous lap. And with 5.5 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time for him to do this. Wayne Rocket is now ahead of Goodwin again, up into third place. And yeah, to be fair, the way that Mitter's just come around the final chicane, it doesn't surprise me he's got a black and white flag so far, because he has just cut that chicane tenfold. He's been all over the curves. It's very exciting, as I keep saying, but yeah, it's not adhering to track limits, unfortunately. But that's the thing.
Rocket now has got away from that Goodwin car, so again he's now on the chase. But as you say, it's all eyes on Mitter, really. He's closed that gap down on the race leader tremendously.
We've got a number of them here pretending that they're Red Bull X Games riders or something, because they're jumping the curbs so much as they get into the final couple of corners. The number 75 was guilty of it there. That was Dan Fletcher, really throwing it around all over the curbs. But yeah, it's a bit of a strange one this with Mitter. You know, he's had the black and white flag for cutting the track and exceeding track limits, and he's still going at it quite a lot there. But you know, I understand these guys. The cars are very momentum based. You know, they've not got all the power in the world. They're not the fastest sort of GT cars or anything that you'll see, but sometimes they just need to concede the fact that they're not going to get a better run than their opponent out of the corner. But Kersley holding it well.
There's your answer, Chaz. 5-second penalty being given to car 10.
Yeah, well, I'd like to say I'm surprised, but unfortunately I'm not. He's been really taking a lot of liberties here. You know, he's had the warning. You think he'd dial it back, but you know, I'm no steward or no expert, but at the end of the day, he's really been attacking the curbs here. He'll probably go out and get another one now, but he's pushing hard, that's for sure. But Kersley is doing everything right at the minute. It's great driving. I mean, Mitter's bonnet is flapping around in the wind as he comes through. Wayne Rocket also attacking the curbs, but he's able to keep it off the green bits. And just behind as well, Hurren has just got back past Evans. Evans dropping a place, but he's going to get the cut back out of the final corner. He's going to look to the inside maybe. No, Hurren's going to make him go the long way round. He's going to push him down the straight towards Allard. All the way round.
A bit of twitching down the start-finish straight there. They were left or right, and they couldn't make up their mind. They've gone in through Allard in exactly the same order and down towards the complex. It looks like they're side by side, so I'll leave you to pick them up as they come out later on.
Yeah, Hurren's defended the inside line. I just caught it on the stream, which I have the feed for on my right-hand side. Evans still not able to get through. Now Rocket is behind those pair as well, so he may be able to take advantage as well. Evans is trying every sort of cut back in the book to get past him as they go round the back part of the track.
We've got a white car going into the complex, looking rather smoky, so expect another retirement.
I think that may have been the 75 car of Dan Fletcher. He was a little bit all over the place into the club chicane here as well last time round, and there was a lot of smoke from it. Very suspect amount. Now the leaders have just come out of Church back towards me again. and the gap is getting smaller and smaller. It was 0.8 of a second a few laps ago, then it's 0.6 of a second last time round. I think it's going to be less than that now, because Kersley is really under attack here from Matt Mitter. Let's see how he does the chicane this time, does Matt. Yeah, he's definitely reined it in a bit now. He's not taking as many liberties on the green bit. So good stuff from the pair of them. Wayne Rocket still putting in the pace. He's probably seen the black and white flag go out and thought, right, maybe I need to be careful here as well. A bit further back, there's very, very argy-bargy fighting going on between Hurren, Evans and Rocket. They've also got the 28 machine of Paul Lorry chasing them down as well. 27 dropping a bit further back. That's obviously Darren Banks. After his spin earlier, he's still recovering. Good to see Ursula Jordan still going, by the way, in the 94 car, despite no rear wing on it. I would have thought that it would quite severely change the downforce on the back of these cars, because they're quite big wings that they have in this championship, and obviously they're front wheel drive as well. So, as you know, with a lot of front wheel drive cars, all of the momentum being carried by the front wheels. And yes, there is a lot of smoke from the I think it is the 75, that Dan Fletcher doing his best Red Arrows impression as he comes through here. That looks like oil smoke to me. Definitely an engine issue of some sort. Yeah, it's all coming straight out of the exhaust as well, so hopefully they can get that sorted. He's just going to pull that straight in.
Well, we've got somebody gone off around the circuit, missed the number unfortunately, so you'll probably be able to see it on the screen, Chaz, but driver out of the car perfectly okay.
Okay, I'll have a quick look and see. I think that might have been Jones again, the 32. He came off here at the last corner yesterday.
Yeah, you're correct, 32,
fashion.
just had that confirmed.
Ah, such a shame for him. He's had a nightmare weekend. He had a huge hit into the wall here yesterday at the final corner. It was great to see the car back out and see him okay, because he just went completely straight on here and smacked the wall very hard. But yeah, real shame that he's had another moment while out there, I'm afraid.
This is the last lap, Chaz. Board's gone out to indicate to the drivers.
Indeed, so Kersley still holding on ahead of Mitter. We've actually had Johnny Rocket get ahead of Evans as well, after Hurren was sort of backing them up a little bit. The battle between Vysotsky and Ursula Jordan still going on through the last corner as well, cars 9 and 94. But our leaders making their way around the back part of the circuit now as they go around Goodwood. So they're just actually going through Noble, apologies, they're going through the left-hander at Noble. Then they're going to flick the weight of the car the other way, round Goodwood, through Village as it straightens out, and then they can prepare themselves for the flick to the right of Church Corner. But this will, as John has mentioned there, be the final time of asking for Kersley to hold on. It's been a terrific weekend for him so far. Took pole position in qualifying at the start of the weekend. Won yesterday's race, lights to flag with no challenges whatsoever. Dendy looked like he was going to close the gap a little bit, could not manage it by the flag. Mitter has looked brilliant in this race despite the penalty. The next question is going to be, is Rocket going to be close enough to the back of him for Mitter to actually lose a place? He's right on the back of Kersley as they come out the final corner, but for the second time in 2 races it's going to be the number 88 of Kersley that takes the win from Matt Mitter. Now I need to look at the gap here from Mitter back to Rocket, because Mitter's got a 5-second penalty.
I'd say that's close.
5.5 seconds back from the leader was Rocket, and Rocket gets second. Mitter, he misses out on that by 35 thousandths of a second. He nearly did it. We then get Goodwin 4th, Hurren 5th, Rocket in 6th, Evans is 7th ahead of Laurie, Banks is going to come through in 9th, and then Mitch Murray is going to round out your top 10. We've got Ursula Jordan finishing ahead of Vysotsky in the number 9. And well, another very interesting and entertaining race there, John. That was great.
Yeah, indeed it was. Sorry, microphone was in my pocket. I was just on my way down the stairs. So just confirm to me the top 3 was Kersley, Wayne Rocket, and then Matt Mitter.
It was indeed, yes, with the
what was
penalty.
it, 0.32 of a second?
0.035, 35 thousandths he missed out.
Okay.
Absolutely gutted, because he had such a great final lap, did Mitter, that he could have actually completely negated that penalty there because of the gap back, but unfortunately missed out by the tiniest of margins.
Hopefully we're going to get these cars into the Parc Fermé area, so we'll get another chat with them our double winner. And as soon as I get the cars back, I'll come back on. Chaz.
No worries, thank you very, very much indeed. Now the next race of the day, everybody, is not going to be a race. Again, that's the second time I've done that today. Next up, we are going to get the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship qualifying session. They then have 2 races later on today, one of which at about 3:10, and then the other race is going to be the 19th and final race of the weekend. We had 8 races yesterday, we have 11 of them for you today. And that's going to be about 25 to 6, the last race of the day for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. So we'll see them on track in just a few moments.
Chaz, are you still in the box or not?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. I didn't know if
too
you'd
late.
done a little run. I was just looking around, and lots of the show trucks still here. Obviously, that show truck thing going on throughout the day when the vote will be taken later. So a chance for all the spectators to go and have a look at the show trucks around. And of course, I know you've got the info on what goes on here at Thruxton with the racing score and
yes,
all the other bits and pieces that go on, the skid pan, which I think is open today, and you can actually just go and pay your money and have a go.
Yeah, I've actually
well
seen
worth
somebody,
doing that.
brilliant
Brilliant value for money as well.
Yeah, there was somebody drifting a Toyota GT86 around on it earlier. It was quite mesmerising to watch, actually. But yes, there's always plenty going on here at Thruxton. There are many things to get involved with. You can get involved with the driving experiences here, where you can drive a range of supercars, sports cars, and even racing cars here. Guests can drive cars from the likes of Ferrari, McLaren, Aston Martin, Porsche, Jaguar, Alpine, and Ford, and even single-seat racing cars as well, like a Formula Renault, which is a very exciting thing to do. We actually have 2 brand new Renault Megane RS Trophy and Trophy R cars as well. They are incredibly potent bits of kit. I've been commentating on the Clio Cup Europe this year and been able to witness those Meganes for myself, and they are insane cars, wonderful things.
Chaz, I'm down here with the drivers now, so I hope you didn't hear that over the PA, but never mind. That was the drivers congratulating each other. We'll talk to them individually in a moment or two. But let's see where we go. I'm just waiting for Alex to take off his helmet. And that's it, Alex. 2 out of 2. You must be happy with the weekend.
Yeah, that's how I do it, isn't it? I'm worn out, though. I'm going home now.
Well, he was closing on you, but I don't know whether you saw the ball go out, because he was a bit of a naughty boy, I think, and used a few curbs. He got a 5-second penalty, which in fact has pushed him back to 3rd.
Yeah, I did see that. That was sort of nice to have that in the bank, because he was closing in on me at the end there. He was quick. You know, it's nice to see him up there, but then he's getting a bit too close.
Well, the 5-second penalty put him down to 3rd place by 35 thousandths of a second. That's all it was. So if you'd have just moved up another foot and he'd have followed you, that would have been it.
Yeah, that's unlucky for him, isn't it?
I see you're concentrating on number 1.
Yeah, well, that's it. You know, I'll look after a few here. But when you're in the car, it's what I'm doing, you know. I can't control anything else, can I?
Well, congratulations, Alex. 2 out of 2. We look forward to seeing you at your next round. Where's that?
Yeah, Mallory, yeah.
Mallory Park. I bet these are interesting around the short little tight circuit there. So hopefully I might be up there for that one. Good luck indeed. So let's talk then to Matt Mitter. Matt, being a little bit of a naughty boy using the curbs, you got a 5-second penalty. It did knock you down to 3rd by 0.35 of a second, so 35 thousandths of a second. That's all you needed.
Who cares? It's my first podium. It's my home track. Do you know what? All week I've been You know, I've been a bag of nerves all week, and it's meant a lot this week, and I put a lot into it, and it was okay yesterday. I went home last night and had a good look at the data and saw areas I could improve, and I just thought, let's go for it today. And I fought for a podium, but I didn't think I'd be able to with Alex.
Wow. It's good to see you're happy, having got a 5-second penalty. Most drivers...
We'll give you the grid in a second for the trucks, but first of all, we welcome back Pointy. Pointy, good afternoon. Have you got any news for us in the paddock?
Yes, indeed. Quite a bit of news, Dave, and good afternoon to yourself as well. Yeah, so quick walk through the paddock earlier on after the incidents of this morning's race. Adam Bint's truck, a complete rebuild on the front end, quite a lot of welding to do. We also had a damaged oil cooler and a damaged radiator as well, so all this had to be alley welded, put back together as quickly as possible, but it does appear that Adam Bint will be joining us for the second race of today here at Brands Hatch. A bit of news as well from John Willis, obviously having an issue at the beginning of the start of that race earlier on as well. He had steering box issues which was causing him to oversteer, so hopefully again we will see a better start from John Willis heading out today. And also we've got Simon Cole and John Powell. Now both of these guys unfortunately left the weekend yesterday. They've been working on their trucks tirelessly through the night, but unfortunately we've got a damaged piston for Simon Cole, which has taken him out of the run-ins, and John Powell has suffered an injector and a valve failure, so too much work for either of those drivers to be able to get back out, but still quite a good grid ahead of us for the second race here today, Dave.
I don't believe this. Adam Bint is on the grid. That is an incredible effort by that team, and well done to Adam's team.
Yes, indeed. Quite the effort put in between the lunch break and the start of this race as well. I mean, after they'd managed to get that truck back into the paddock earlier on today, they got down to it, they stripped the front end down. There was a lot of stress in the tent, as you can imagine. But no, the team really pulled together, and I'd say they've worked miracles this afternoon, Dave. They really have.
They certainly have, yes. As we'll give you the grid for this next race then. Division 1 in reverse order of their finishing order from race race 3 of the weekend, that we saw earlier on. 157, Jonathan Willis is on pole alongside number 11 of Martin Gibson. Second row, 69, David Jenkins. Alongside him, number 7, Stuart Oliver. The third row, we've got number 81, Mark Taylor, and 18, John Newell, and number 1 Ryan Smith, going for 4 out of 4 starts from the back of Division 1. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2s. Number 10 Craig Evans at the front of them, alongside 46 of Bradley Smith. 16 Brad Smith alongside number 3 Stephen Powell. 68 is there, that's Craig Reed. They're the 5 finishers from the earlier race. Jock Borthwick is there as well, failed to finish with a bit of an oil fire in the earlier race. Hopefully he's repaired that. The number 32, yes, he's there. And then we've got number 5, Adam Bint. I cannot believe that truck is on the grid. That's an unbelievable job by the Bint Truck Sport team. As we heard from Pointy, John Powell and Simon Cole have withdrawn from the rest of the weekend with mechanical problems, and they will not be starting.
Yes, moving up for a bit of garage action from the Division 1 teams now. We noticed Martin Gibson not doing too well with traction in the later part of the first race. It turns out we actually had a water leak on his intercooler that was causing lack of grip on his back tyres. So having come in and having a full strip down and to have a look around it, we found that answer. So fingers crossed we should see a much improved performance from Martin Gibson in the GT number 11 this afternoon. Moving over to Mr. Flying Ryan. They stripped out the back axle over lunchtime to change what was looking like a very cracked brake disc, so obviously certainly overcooking those at the moment.
Well, thanks a lot to Pointy for his updates from the paddock. Our very own Ted Kravitz, we'll call him, as we bring the trucks into the rolling starts. Bit of smoke there from Ryan Smith as he gets underway. Very smart pace truck once again. We're on board with Martin Gibson from the front row of the grid. The DAF pace truck there provided by WDE Logistics, a very smart 3-axle DAF. Jonathan Willis again on pole, hoping to get round the first corner cleanly this time after his antics across the weekend. As we heard from Pointy, he did have some steering issues earlier on. This will be a 15-minute race for the British Truck Racing Championship. And there is that rebuilt number 5 of Adam Bint. Martin Gibson on the front row alongside Jonathan Willis. 15 minutes of racing to come. They head along the Cooper Straight, then behind the pace truck. About to get this one underway then.
Yeah, just a quick look at the weather before the start of the race. The clouds are rolling over and the temperature has certainly taken a drop, Dave. Not sure what kind of setup these drivers will be going into the second race of today with. It could get quite interesting in the next 15 minutes, so certainly something to watch out for.
Yes, the light has faded a bit here at Brands Hatch. Hope we're not going to have any of the wet stuff. It was wet during testing on Friday, so the drivers have some experience of wet weather running, those who were here on Friday. Pace truck has pulled into the pit lane then. 15 minutes of racing for the British Truck Racing Championship, race 4 of the weekend. Jonathan Willis and Martin Gibson lead them away. Coming up towards the red lights, Stuart Oliver is poised to pounce on the outside as we get underway down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. We're on board with Martin Gibson in the number 11 MAN, side by side with Jonathan Willis as they turn in. Willis has got it right this time on the inside. In the 157, they make it round. Ryan Smith having a look on the inside, but it's Willis who will lead the way as they go into Druids for the first time. Gibson leaning on him. They're all round Paddock Bend, I think, okay this time. That's great to see. On truck running wide, that was Ryan Smith as Martin Gibson has a look for the lead as they go into Graham Hill Bend. He won't get through there. Willis holds him off. A new experience for Jonathan Willis then, leading a British truck race for the first time. Ryan Smith's got past John Newell in the number 18 MAN. We'll look back to Division 2 in just a moment as well. They're chasing their way onto the Cooper Straights now. Already Craig Evans has dropped back in Division 2, but as they come around to complete the first lap, Jonathan Willis will lead the first lap of his truck racing career by the look of it. No, he's dropped back there on the outside. Martin Gibson has come through. I was watching the Division 2s there. So it is Gibson who will lead over the line, and David Jenkins up into second.
Yeah, much better start there for John Willis. Looks like he's holding the rest of the pack back at the moment, but defensive driving there keeps him in third place in the Division 1 at the moment. Stephen Powell making an early jump for the start, pulling ahead now from Brad Smith, closely followed by Jock Borthwick. Let's see if he can get himself a podium this afternoon. See them coming round there into Druids up the hill. We've got Craig Reed close on Jock's tail, looking for a gap down there as they make their way down to Graham Hill Bend. Will he be taking the late brake option around that corner? Right on his tail now. Very good defensive driving by Jock here. Maybe he has found what he's been looking for the past couple of races. Steve Powell still pulling away very nicely. Brad Smith, and it looks like Ryan Smith now coming past John Willis. John Willis on the inside line, but Ryan showing that experience on the outside, still managing to take that curve absolutely beautifully as they come back round now onto the pit straight from Clark Curve. Fantastic bit of driving there. John Willis still managing to hold back John Newell at the moment. John on John. What will happen as they head back down now into Paddock Hill Bend? Mark Taylor looking for a gap at the same time as well. Martin Gibson now in Division 1, just ahead of the 69 Dave Jenkins truck. And Ryan Smith powering up behind Stuart Oliver. This is the clash of the Titans as they look for the battle for fourth place.
In Division 2, Stephen Powell has the lead by a couple of seconds over Brad Smith at the end of that lap. Third place is Jock Borthwick ahead of Craig Reed. So Stephen Powell looking good for win number 2 of the weekend, the reigning Division 2 champion. Ryan Smith is going after Stuart Oliver. That's for third place, with a better run by Jonathan Willis in the early stages. He did lose out going into Paddock to John Newell and Mark Taylor, so he's dropped back to the rear of the Division 1 field now, but it's still Gibson and Jenkins. They are well clear at the front of the field. They need to build up as big a lead as they can and quickly, because they know how fast that Mercedes of Ryan Smith is, and he's now having a go at the 10 times champion Stuart Oliver. 15 British titles between those two. Here comes Powell in the Division 2 lead into Paddock Bend. Brad Smith in second, under fire from Craig Reed. Borthwick has dropped back into fourth place, and then it's Adam Bint in number 5. His truck running well after its rebuild. Then Bradley Smith 46 and Craig Evans at the tail of the field. The lead gap was just over a second as Craig Reed up the inside into Druids. This is for second in Division 2, and through goes the 68. Stephen Powell still leads the category. We've had a bit of a moment at Druids for Jock Borthwick, I think that was. He may be struggling again.
So it might have had a bit of a technical issue around the corner, lost a lot of momentum, might possibly have been as simple as a missed gear though. Does appear to have got himself going again, but giving that opportunity to Adam Bint, who's sailed past him now and happily sitting in, I don't believe it's fifth place now, fifth place overall in the Division 2, which is fantastic. But this battle between the two champions, Stuart Oliver and Ryan Smith, is getting very heated. The twitching, the rolling, the late braking, it really is calling on all of their combined talents to see who is going to end up with that third place position. Incredible efforts as well. Martin Gibson well and truly back in the groove, but is he going to be able to hold off Dave Jenkins for what is 10 minutes left of racing this afternoon?
Ryan Smith still all over the back of Stuart Oliver for that third place. This is allowing the first two to escape. They're about 5 seconds up the road from these two now, Gibson and Jenkins. Here is the fight for the lead. David Jenkins looking for his first win of the season, the former British champion, but Martin Gibson in his new MAN out front, and Jenkins gets 2 wheels onto the grass there, coming through the outside of Clark Curve. He's held it together though. Oliver still holding off Ryan Smith. They go side by side down the stretch. This is a good effort by Stuart Oliver in that Volvo VNL, drawing on his years of experience. John Newell is there in 5th, then Taylor and Jonathan Willis, the 7 Division 1 runners. Still in 8th place overall is Stephen Powell, about 2.5 seconds off Jonathan Willis. Division 1 heading up into Druids. Back down the hill they come, and smoke again from Jock Borthwick's truck, so his MAN still giving trouble. He's going to have to pull over, I think, or be flagged in. This is quite a bit of smoke coming out there, and black or dark smoke is a no-no in truck racing.
Yeah, new regulations brought in a few seasons ago by BARC said that obviously with the emissions and the way everything's going with the world at the moment, black smoke pluming out of the back of these highly tuned race trucks just isn't very good for the environment, or of course the spectators that come and see this racing on the weekend. Oh my goodness, Stuart Oliver sideways, there must be something on the track there as all of the Division 1 drivers go sideways. They're coming through Clark Curve, loses quite a bit of a gap now as Ryan Smith pulls away, heads into Paddock Hill Bend with a decent gap now ahead of Stuart Oliver. What has happened there? Martin Gibson now coming up to Druids with a decent 2.5 gap ahead of the 69 Jenkins truck. So obviously he might be pulling away at the moment, whether or not Jenkins is just taking his time looking for the opportunity. Of course, looking down back onto the track now, Ryan Smith is definitely on their tails, hunting them down, looking for the podium that he's also used to getting.
I think Jock Borthwick may have dropped some oil on the circuit. He's pulled up at the exit of Graham Hill Bend, so Jock Borthwick is out of the race. He got the black and orange flag again for technical problems, needed to call into the pits. He didn't get that far, unfortunately. He stopped at the exit of Graham Hill Bend on the inside there, but I think that truck has dropped some oil. That's why we saw Stuart Oliver sliding about there, coming out of Clearways. He's lost 3rd place to Ryan Smith. Let's have a look at the lap times. Yeah, the lap times are a couple of seconds off what they were earlier on, so that suggests it's a bit slippery out there. There's a bit of fluid been dropped. Hopefully not too much. Yeah, I can see a bit of fluid down on the circuit there. Stephen Powell still leading Division 2. Craig Reed is up into 2nd in Division 2. And Ryan Smith now starting to close on David Jenkins for 2nd.
Yes, indeed. Still some very exciting racing going on. Bradley Smith and Craig Evans just finding their own little lap times and lap circuits going on out the back of Division 2. I think they're more out for the enjoyment this weekend now, just to have a bit of fun, as racing should be, obviously. As we see them coming around now, we've got it looks like a clear line for the Division 1 trucks coming around Clark Curve, so hopefully they're all avoiding whatever it was that's on the track earlier on today. Perhaps with Borthwick we see an issue arising from the previous fix that we saw at the race earlier on today, an oil leak onto the turbo causing that fire on the track. So is this the same thing again? Have we had the same issue that's caused issues to leak onto the track, Dave?
I think that could well be the case point here as we see the Division 2 leaders going through Paddock Hill Bend. The gap between Stephen Powell and Craig Reed's nearly 4 seconds now. We ride on board with Martin Gibson. Just caught a glimpse of Jock Borthwick's truck stranded there on the left as we head along the Cooper Straight, as it's known. It's not very straight though, as we head up towards Surtees. He's run wide there at Clearways. Yeah, there's definitely some fluid on the track there, I would think, unless it is starting to spit with rain out there. You're probably in a better position to tell us if it does start to rain, Pointy.
Yes, fluid on the track is never good at any time of a race, but of course if we do get a bit of moisture, as it does feel quite damp in the air at the moment up here on the commentary tower, in the open air on the roof, of course I've got quite an instant tell of what the weather's going to be like, and the wind is picking up with 5 minutes left of the race. Are they going to be able to finish this one without any added curveballs thrown at them by the elements?
Well, Ryan Smith has now moved up onto the tail of David Jenkins. He's going to try and go through. Jenkins is having none of it. Quite a big rivalry between these two over the years. And Jenkins holds on there through Surtees and McLaren. Jenkins covers the inside there as Ryan Smith all over him. This is allowing Martin Gibson to escape, looking for his first win of the season. Just under 5 minutes of this race to go for the British Truck Racing Championship here at Brands Hatch. Over the line they go. Ryan Smith tries a run on the inside again. Jenkins having none of it. Stuart Oliver after that slide earlier on, still there in 4th place. Then John Newell and Mark Taylor in 5th and 6th. Jonathan Willis is 7th as Jenkins just bounces over the curb there on the outside up Halewood Hill, but Ryan Smith not able to get through. Martin Gibson trying his hardest to get away, but it is very slippery out there now. And they're starting to struggle a little perhaps. Ryan Smith all over the tail of the 69. This is great stuff. Stephen Powell still leads Division 2. The gap has come down slightly to Craig Reed. And Brad Smith, Adam Bintz and Bradley Smith with Craig Evans rounding out the runners. There is Stephen Powell. And here are the battlers for 2nd place heading into Clearways.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic driving and fighting on the track here from the 69 and the 1 truck. Ryan Smith looking for all of the gaps, but of course semi-veteran now Dave Jenkins just keeping those doors well and truly locked on Ryan Smith as they make their way down Brabham straight into the top of Paddock Hill again. We've just got Martin Gibson now quite comfortably pulling ahead, just keeping his cool, making sure he can finish the race with this fantastic 1st place podium finish. Heading up now into Druids, looking very steady around Druids. Ryan Smith all over the back end. Bradley Smith getting mixed up in the action there as we see Stuart Oliver and John Newell coming back up the Halewood Hill. Jenkins pulling away slightly from Ryan Smith now. We see some late braking from Smith. He's on his tail, but coming out of the exit to Graham Hill Bend, it's still all Dave Jenkins for the 2nd position. There is literally 0.3 of a second between them at the moment, Dave. I'll tell you what, this is going to be an interesting last couple of minutes of the race.
It certainly is, and well, I was going to say Ryan Smith nearly climbing all over the back of David Jenkins there, but that actually happened here at Brands Hatch a few years ago when Stuart Oliver ended up hitching a lift on the back of Ricky Collett's truck. He literally towed him round for the last lap of the race. We don't want to see a repeat of that here, although it does save a bit on diesel and on tyre wear. Towing tactics not encouraged here. Stephen Powell still leads Division 2 in the number 3. The Core Fresh Fruit and Veg Hauliers sponsored truck as Smith to the outside now at Druids. He's trying to set him up for Graham Hill Bend here to try and get down the inside. Trying to bamboozle David Jenkins, but Jenks with a lot of experience holds that 2nd place. Martin Gibson still leads by just under 3 seconds. These two are still nose to tail. There is no way through for Ryan Smith. A great scrap here.
Yeah, very, very exciting racing with just 2 minutes left now. The clock starts to count down. Ryan Smith still giving it everything he's got on the back end of Dave Jenkins. This is incredible. Little bit of track limits there we see as a bit of grass sprays up next to Ryan Smith. He is truly pushing that truck as hard as he can. Dave Jenkins only has to blink and this is going to be a 3rd place for him if he's not careful. Round curve now. Ryan Smith looking for the inside line, but Dave Jenkins just pulling ahead enough to close the door as they leave the pit straight. We see in the background there Stuart Oliver, John Newell, Mark Taylor comfortably in their positions. Bradley Smith there at the tail end of Division 2. As we look at the Division 2 trucks, we've still got a comfortable lead from Steve Powell, closely followed by, of course, Craig Reed. Back with Division 1 now, we've got Ryan Smith right up the inside now. Dave Jenkins calls across just into the entrance of Graham Hill Bend, closing the door once again. Has he got the acceleration power up Cooper Straight to make it past him? No, Dave Jenkins, absolutely fantastic defensive driving. Of course, their lap times are going to suffer because of this, but Ryan Smith is literally pushing him along the track. We saw a bit of contact.
Yes, he's up the inside there. There was contact
Ryan
there coming
Smith
into
heading up the
clearways.
track.
And Ryan Smith has got through. We are on the last lap of the race now, and Ryan Smith has got through into that second place. So there was contact there, definitely going into clearways. I don't think it was intentional. I think it just slid into the back of him under braking there. But they're not going to catch Martin Gibson. He's 5 seconds up the road. They've delayed each other with David Jenkins defending so much, and it is going to be Martin Gibson. We are on the last lap of the race now, and it's going to be the number 11 MAN that is going to take the win. He's heading through Graham Hill Bend now, and Martin Gibson is heading for his first win of the season. It's going to be a first defeat of the season for the new Mercedes Actros of Ryan Smith. There's Gibson through Surtees, and he is heading for victory. Had problems with leaking water in the third race of the weekend earlier, but race 4 is going to be a win for the number 11 MAN. Here he comes out of the final corner. A great drive by number 11 Martin Gibson up towards the line. The man from Warwickshire comes in to take the victory. There's the checkered flag. Gibson wins it. Now who's going to be second? It is Ryan Smith in second place. David Jenkins comes over in third.
To be fair, when commentating on it from the circuit itself, live from a venue, it's actually better because you can just tell them what you see, which is pretty much what we're going to be able to do with this one here. But still, look forward to a very entertaining race, everybody. This is the only Caterham race we have today, unfortunately. We had 2 yesterday, as mentioned, but it should be a fantastic spectacle all the same. And then after that, we're going to have the Mighty Minis Championship, where unfortunately we've lost a bunch of runners from yesterday. There was a very, very big incident into the final chicane yesterday where we lost 4 cars from the race. I think only one of those 4 is going to be back out today. We also had attritional issues for others as well, gearbox problems for the number 4 of Price, and all manner of issues with damage and bent wings and all sorts for a number of the other cars. But the Caterhams make their way round now to the grid, and just to very quickly gloss over the grid here, we've got the 121 of Harry Kramer on pole position, Jamie Winrow in the 46 alongside. Row 2 is cars 3 and 2, James Earlham and Jamie Elwood. Then it's Matthew Lambert and Barry White, no, not that Barry White. 26 and 66 make up row 3. Gideon Wilkinson in car 99 is alongside 21 of Roger Ford. And then it's Robert Warner, car 58, alongside Jonathan Ems. That's the top 10 for them. And then in the 135s, it's James McCall on pole position, car 50. Jonathan Moore in the number 47, ahead of 81 Craig Atkins and 77 Robin Webb. Then it's 76 Richard Clegg and 68 Mark Noiro. Number 34 Neil Evans and Lydia Gold's number 65 car. Round out the top 8. Then Alaric Barney in the 60. He had a very lively race yesterday. And Andrew Cooper in car 90 rounds out their top 10. We've got a big, big grid. And we have 35 runners in this race. There will be a 10-second delay from the 150s being launched to the 135s. The last of the 150s now getting parked up.
You just mentioned Roger Ford. Roger Ford used to be a club motorcycle racer many years back. He packed that up and then went on to Caterham's. And very successful as well on a 250cc machine.
Trying his hand at a Caterham as well. Very different bit of kit, but
He's
still.
been in Caterham's now probably for, I don't know, 6-8 years, so he's quite an established driver now.
Good stuff. And that's the thing, you know, we were talking yesterday about how easy they are to get into. And, you know, you can buy these cars from the manufacturer pretty much as they are here. Just trying to get the grid sorted back here. I think because it's a staggered grid, the rows are 2x2 to fit them all on. Some of them getting slightly mixed up a little bit here. Seems okay though, actually. I think 2 of them are just opposite one another, where they should be in different slots, but we'll get away with that. I think the drivers will gloss over it. I think we're missing a couple at the back, maybe. We've got 13 and 89 in the back row, yeah, and then in front of them 11 and 57. So yeah, we are good to go. We are all correct. The green flag will get waved at the back of the grid now.
Jamie Winrow on the outside of the front row. I can't see who's on the inside because the start rostrum's in the way. Who did you say is on the front row?
Kramer.
Kramer
on pole.
Okay.
The lights come on. Cloud cover comes over, and the 150s are away. Well,
It's Kramer that's got it, and Winrow's been left behind because he didn't get the best of starts. In fact, he's gone down to about 4th or 5th position as they go down through Allard, but Kramer leads the first start away.
And then the 135s now lead them away as well, and that's a great start for McCall. He was pretty untouchable in yesterday's race. We'll watch for Elwood as well, everybody, in the black car with the neon orange roll cage and stripes on it. He is very, very quick indeed as the whole field makes their way through the complex, out of Seagrave and onto the back of the circuit now. I don't know what a plural for Caterhams is, but I'm going to call it a flock because there is a lot of them.
I was going to say a clutch.
A clutch. I like that. It's not quite a murder of crows, but yeah, I like that.
Clutch of Caterhams.
A clutch of Caterhams. Let's hope no clutches are lost during this race meeting. But either way, a fantastic stream of them all making their way down through Church Corner now. The slipstream effect is massive in Caterham, so you're going to see a lot of it here as they come up towards us at the club chicane.
We've got somebody gone off somewhere. Safety car boards are out.
Oh, heck. Right, I have no idea.
Me neither. I can't see. I'm looking.
Oh, yes,
yeah,
at the complex. Yeah,
yellow
2 cars.
flags.
Yeah, there's 2. I can see it on the feed. There's 2 cars come together.
Okay.
A very, very broken front right suspension on one of them. I can't quite figure out who it is. I think maybe the 81 car. There's a big check up in front of me here at the chicane, and there's bodywork everywhere. The 58 has lost his nose.
We've got the safety car still in Gasoline Alley, but the safety car boards and flags are waving. Drivers are now heeding and holding their positions.
Yeah.
So, but the safety car itself never went out, so I don't know. Safety car's gone now at the back of the pack. So
yeah, it's picked up the 135s, not the 150s.
Yeah, I'm guessing they're working on the basis that the 135s. Well, they shouldn't be the quicker cars, should they?
No, they're not. They're the 150s are the quicker cars.
I don't know why they've done that, but never mind. We'll.
Yeah. Well, we've got the entire nose of the 58 car here and a rear mudguard as well. One of the marshals taking a bow in front of everybody, doing a mega job. But yeah, the 2 cars down there. I'm just trying to see now. It was definitely in the 135s. I think it was the 81 of Craig Atkins, the white machine. I didn't quite catch who the other driver was, unfortunately, but the front right on Atkins' car was very caved in, I'm afraid. The front right really not working as intended there.
Unless they wave the 135s through, we're going to end up with the 150s on the back of the 135s by the time we have this safety car cleared.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see where the safety car has got to now.
It's down on the exit of the complex, going down towards Goodwood.
Yeah, the 150s are still circulating round, and they're coming back up towards Church. I'm going to keep my eye on the feed as well for a replay, just so I can try and explain to anybody around this side of the circuit that hasn't seen what's happened. But there was definitely just 2 of them together. I'm wondering whether one of them's been tipped into a spin and maybe there was contact when he'd been collected by another car. But it was definitely the 81 of Craig Atkins, which is down at the complex. From where I am here at the control tower at the final chicane, it's sort of over our sort of 10:30 o'clock maybe.
Craig was second yesterday, wasn't he, in the
yeah, he was third on the grid as well in the 135s. Now the 150s have just come past me here at the chicane. They're at a reduced rate, and yeah, they've waved the 135s through. The 135s
I'm going to say, because this, although the drivers are heeding to the regulations, they're probably going a little bit quicker than the 135s were behind the safety car. So
yeah, I can see the safety car is waiting on the exit of Noble on the far side of the circuit. Actually, it's just on the entrance of Noble, so they can see it for a long time in advance before they get there. So not sure why the safety car went out after the 150s, but either way, that has been resolved now very quickly.
And trying to look through the buildings down there, I can see there's Thruxton vehicle down there trying to do some repairs or removals and bits and pieces. So things moving on.
Yeah, the other car, just trying to pick out who it is. It's one of the blue cars. That's all I can tell you at this moment in time, unfortunately. Drivers having a discussion about what went on. Safety car is now moving slowly to just pick the leaders up, but I don't have a complete recollection of who that was there. I'm hoping.
Who have you lost on the screen? Who's at the bottom of the screen?
Well, I've got Atkins in 30th, but we have 35 starters, so I can't see who the other one is that's dropped off because the screen only goes down to 30, unfortunately.
No controls to flicking over a page?
Not that I can see, no.
Okay, that's a shame.
Yeah, I'll see if I can, but I don't think... Oh, actually, yes. Yes, I do. There we go. It's Cooper in the number 90 that has not made it round. Andrew Cooper. We also don't have Harrison and Segal, but I think potentially... I do still have them on the grid here. They were there, so...
Yeah, 11 and 89, Harrison and Segal. They were right at the bottom of the pack yesterday.
Yeah, and maybe they got involved as well. I mean, I've only seen 2 cars from the feed that had definitely stopped. I've visually seen them with my own eyes now as well, but yeah, maybe more cars involved there at the very back of the pack, unfortunately.
So we await now the arrival of the safety car with the 150s behind.
Yeah, we've got the whole field now just coming up to the club chicane.
What are we on, a 20-minute race this time?
Yes, yeah, 20 minutes for this race, and we are now down to just under 14 minutes of that. Yesterday we had a bit more of a clear-up operation. I think they've got this one done pretty quickly. I expect this next lap will be the final one for the safety car.
The safety car, no doubt, getting some instruction from race control where the 135s are now on the track, and he'll try and, I would imagine, make it up so that the gap is about the same if he can, but it's irrelevant.
No, they're all just in one train here.
Yeah, they're already on it, are they? Yeah.
Yeah, they've just come through here. The McCall leading them is just going around Allard now.
Oh well, we're in for a good race.
Yeah.
We've got them all together. That little delayed start.
Negated.
Yeah, it's all gone out straight in the dustbin.
Indeed. I can actually see where you are now on that podium from yesterday. I was struggling to see it, so
yeah.
I couldn't quite
see you
waving.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got. I mean, just looking around from where the pair of us are here, you know, the amount of fans we've got is just great. The grandstand to my right-hand side is full of people. Everybody having a fantastic. I've got so many of them waving at me right now.
Yeah,
I thought I'll put my hand in the air and see if anybody waves. And I only expected the odd one person to wave.
No. Around you there, and unfortunately they're not down on the bank in front of you this morning because of the trucks where they're in a restricted area. But you get a lot of spectators that spectate from that bank on a regular basis here, and they're always keen to have a wave and have a chat and tell you what they can see and whatever.
I'm wondering if I can get them to do a Mexican wave in a bit. That'd be absolutely brilliant.
Not in the middle of a race. You can do that when we have a little break.
Oh yeah, we'll do that before lunch.
Hey, maybe you should get a Danish wave going.
Oh, it will be a Ukrainian one. Whoa. Sorry. Right, then let's just see.
I can see we've got some children on the bank actually kicking a football around. Guys, can we put the ball away, please? During the racing, we wouldn't want that over the fence into the racetrack. So, Mum and Dad, if you're down there, if you can capture that ball for us, that would be great.
Yeah, apologies not to spoil the fun, but yeah, we
are scheduled still to have a lunch break, so there'll be plenty of time for ball kicking.
Oh, indeed. Me and my little brother are actually guilty of kicking a football onto Alton Park when we were younger, and the telling off we got was monumental, to say the least. But look at me now, Dad. Right then, lights are still on the safety car, but he's going very slowly, maybe hoping that he can bunch the field up, and then, yeah, just as I say that, he's turned the lights off, so he's going to boot it now with the Ford Focus.
So we're going to go racing. Yeah, spectators all the way around the bank, right the way down here, right the way down through Allard, enjoying their day at Thruxton, hopefully, and a couple of events still to come, notable events still to come. British Superbike's coming up in a few weeks' time, and then, of course, another visit from the British Touring Cars. So spectators down here getting their fair share of top-level motorsport.
Right then, cars coming into the final corner now. It's going to be Elwood leading them away. And he gets hard on the power. And the race gets back underway. I tell you one thing, Lambert is not letting him get away with that in the number 26.
He's pushing him across the line using the slipstream. Pulls out through Allard, but Elwood still just got that advantage as they go down through Allard and towards the complex. Now green flags waving down there now after the safety car. Elwood certainly under pressure down there as they go into the complex by the look of things.
Yeah, definitely.
And he may well have just lost a place, I'm not sure.
Well, Lambert's just done it, yeah. Lambert's got ahead of him. Elwood now down into second place, but we know how long that'll last in Caterham racing. They're still coming across the line as well. Last two cars that have gone through with a little bit of damage on the right rear mudguards, obviously both susceptible to a bit of contact as the race has gone on. Kramer's got a fantastic run as they go through Noble down towards Goodwood, so to be fair, I imagine Lambert right now will be hoping that the cars in front will battle loads, and then that'll mean that it takes the pressure off him and he can just get away. But the slipstream is huge as they go down towards Church. Kramer's down the inside of Elwood and he's actually got up to second place already. He's now going to try and chase down Lambert. He's not got too far ahead to go, but now Elwood's going to come back at him. They come back towards us, everybody hugging the right-hand side of the road to make sure they can defend that inside line. But we've seen the outside line work here into Club because you can take a longer line around, but then have the inside for the second part of the chicane. Elwood is second. There's a pair of cars sideways after contact. I think that was the numbers 3 and 21. The 58 slams on the brakes. It was Earlham and Ford that were sideways. Ford gets back on with it. Earlham managed to stay on the road, but wow, it was a scary moment there for the 58 because Warner's already lost his nose of his car. He didn't want to then smack into the back of somebody else as well. Just looking at McCall here. Oh, actually, to be fair, I think Ford is in for a fresh laundry bill after that moment. I think that was a very, very scary one. He's back in the pits now.
Yeah, 21 car in. Not sure what the problem is.
McCall leading the 135s, by the way, from Navarro, Evans, Moore and Barney.
Front near side has taken a whack by the looks of it, so whether it's bent a suspension arm or something, they're looking at that at the moment. That's obviously the complaint from the driver, is it's not steering properly. Sorry about that, but I turned him round over my head because there was a lot of squealing tyre marks, but nobody gone off, I don't think. So.
Well, I think Earlham maybe just trying to defend and turned across him and then hit the front left maybe, but fingers crossed the 21 can get back out there because he was doing very, very well indeed. But now leaders through Church again, coming back towards us. Kramer has now gone to the front, Elwood second, and then Lambert in third. But those guys, after that shuffling and the incident a moment ago, they're now miles out in front, so it's a three-way fight for the lead. Kramer still leads it then, Elwood and Lambert chasing him down. Then everybody behind him is still led by Earlham, who's gone up from 5th to 4th now. He's ahead of the 112 machine of Witten. 58 still in there, the 101 and the 66 close together. That's Fielder and White.
Well, Ford is going to rejoin.
Good stuff.
They've had a car jacked up, looked underneath it, and either made a slight adjustment or whatever, I don't know, but he's back on track. So unfortunately, they're a lap down, I think.
Well, he's still, I believe you'll still get points for finishing. A lot of these sort of series tend to give them out a lot, don't they?
We've got another visitor to the pit lane, the car 26. Again, near side front, looks like it might be flat.
Oh, that's Lambert who was third. Apologies. Winrow is the blue car that's gone up to third. I thought it was Lambert, but no, it is Lambert that's actually come into the pits that time. That's a real shame.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at the car. It looks like it's crabbing a bit on the front. I think it has lost some air in the front near side.
Oh, no.
And again, maybe a little bit of damage, a little bit of contact with somebody there.
That's absolutely gutting for Lambert. He was having such a great fight as well. So it's Winrow that's with them. Apologies, everybody. There was a blue car chasing a red car, chasing a black car for the very first few laps, so I just assumed it was the same blue one. They're 3 wide into the club chicane in front of me. Kramer having to really think about where he goes to here. Winrow goes up into second place. Kramer all over the curbs. Maybe he's going to lose a bit of momentum there. Fantastic perseverance, though, to keep the car strongly on the momentum front there. Oh, we've had a big moment at the last corner as well for the 99 car. Very sideways indeed. They all stream their way through. At the end of the last lap in the 135s, by the way, McCall was actually ahead of Appleton, who's in one of the 150s. So he was outdoing him. And then it was Navarro and Evans. McCall's just gone around the final corner now. He's got a big, big gap back to the rest of the 135s. Who's that going slowly? Looks to me like the 83. So it's the 93 of Appleton, who has lost yet more ground, and the 21 is back in, mate.
Yeah, so Roger Ford's race is run by the looks of things. Second visit to Gasoline Alley, so whatever, he will be able to. Definitely the car doesn't look right. It looks like might be just the angle I'm reviewing it from up on the rostrum here, but it looks as if that front wheel is laying over it.
Yeah, it looks like maybe he's just added a bit more camber for him or something. But you know, these cars do have the sort of open wheel traits that you see with like your Formula Renaults, your Formula 3s, things like that, because they are open wheel at the front. And despite having arches over the rear of the car, you know, they're not the strongest arches in the world. They're made to come off and absorb energy if there is contact, but yeah, they are still susceptible. Any wheel banging will ruin them.
Roger taking his helmet off, that's it, that's
okay.
done, and they just push the car along looking at it, so I guess it's a vibration problem on the front rear side. Leaders go through again though, and well, it's not over by a long chalk for these front three, is it, as they go down through Allard. Still the 121 car of Harry Kramer at the front.
Yeah, doing a cracking job at the moment. We've also got McCall, who's getting a lot of airtime.
Kramer's lost out of the complex.
Oh, down to third, is he?
Right, certainly second, because it's the blacker car with the orange roll cage that you said earlier on, so that now leads.
We've had a lot of airtime for McCall at the moment on the live stream as well, leading the 135s. He's way out on his own at the moment. I mean, ahead of the next 135 car, he's 7.5 seconds clear, so he's flying at the minute. But yeah, that lead battle, very intriguing indeed between Kramer, Elwood and Winrow. Three very, very fast drivers in Caterham Racing. And they're coming around Church again, I believe. Absolutely together. Kramer with Elwood climbing around all over the back of him, trying to get any sort of cutback that they can through Church. Now back up towards us. They're side by side. Looks like Elwood's got through. Now Winrow's going to try and go towards the inside. That's then going to become the outside for the chicane. Elwood is in the middle. Kramer's on the inside. Winrow's the one that's going to come out on top here. Beautiful stuff from him. And Elwood actually manages to be somehow on the attack and then down in third again. Kramer staying second. He's going to get a good run out of the final corner. Don't think he's going to do anything towards Allard, although I'll eat my words because he's chucked it on the inside.
Yeah, he's not quite made it though. He got the car 3/4 of the way past and then didn't have the slingshot the other cars had, although look at them, they're three abreast as they go down there now and into the chicane from a distance. Well, it's the blue car now at the front, so is that Winrow?
Yeah, Winrow from Elwood, now Kramer. Honestly, this is what I was on about. You know, it changes around so much in Caterham Racing. It's fantastic to watch because there is always change going on. We've got the 135s coming through here as well, the 60, the 68 and the 34 right together. That's Noaro, Evans and Barney, but in a different order this time around. Barney actually gaining 2 places on that previous lap, and we've got another car coming into the pits again.
That's the 93 car this time.
That's Appleton. Now, he was having issues earlier. He was dropping behind some of the 135s, wondering whether he's got power problems maybe.
I think it's had a little bit of contact on the front. They ripped the front mudguard off that was obviously tucking up and rubbing, and he's rejoined.
Oh, fair play. It's nice, easy engineering on that. Now, we've got the leaders again. Elwood is actually in the lead of the race this time, from Kramer, and then Winrow. How different is it going to be when they come out of here? Kramer tries it around the outside, gets forced to wait and be patient. Winrow's going to try and take advantage of them, but to be fair, Elwood and Kramer doing a fantastic job at the minute.
There goes Kramer again, pulls out of the slipstream of Elwood. Elwood's just got the advantage as they go into Allard, but Kramer stuck in the middle and Winrow can do nothing about it at the moment. Down towards the complex they go this time, and I don't think we've had a change in order. I don't think it's changed.
Looked to me like Winrow was having a look down the inside of Kramer, but didn't do anything with it that time round. We've got McCall coming back through again, a massive lead in the 135s at the moment in the bright green number 50 car. We've got some of the 135s getting up to some right shenanigans into the club chicane. 5 of them all together. Noaro in there, Barney as well, the number 76 car as well of Clegg, who had a bit of a nightmare yesterday, plenty of contact in the final chicane. But it's Evans that goes to the front of that 5-car train now.
Yeah, so he's in second at the moment, and got about a 6-car advantage as they go through Allard.
Great to see. Another battle just coming past me now as well, the bronze number 57 car, ironically driven by White, despite the fact he's fighting against a white car right now, which is Curry, just going past him. Then the 93, as he said before, they've ripped the mudguard off, but he carries on. Leaders with us again, then 3 wide towards the club chicane. Flying formation here. It's not quite the red arrows, but there's a red one in there somewhere. Kramer in the middle.
We're going to get a last lap board very shortly.
We are indeed. 30 seconds of the race left to go, and it's Elwood, Kramer and
It's
Winrow.
being presented now, so 1 to go for these guys as they go over the stripe.
Right, everybody, place your bets because it's anybody's guess. We've got the 3 and the 1-1-2 here as well. Witten and Earlham side by side across the line. No left rear mudguard on Earlham's car. I think he got hit by the 58 earlier, which is right behind.
Kramer's gone for it up the inside of the chicane. He didn't quite make that, so Elwood still leads them down towards Goodwood.
And McCall again coming back through. Last time the gap from McCall was 11 seconds back to Evans, so he is dominating the 135s this weekend. Here comes this 5-car train. Noiro at the front of it now, then Clegg, then Evans in the 34. What's the gap up to this time? Because it's huge, this gap from McCall. It's been so dominating, 13.7 seconds. All of this fighting between these guys has helped him. Now I'm looking out the window for the leaders who are just coming into church now, and it's still Elwood ahead of Kramer, then Winrow. This is the very last Caterham action of the weekend. Only a couple of corners left to go. Elwood on the right hand side, Kramer on the left. Winrow's going to try and use the slipstream to go all the way around the outside. Kramer's in front and he's actually moved to the inside. He's got the ideal line there. Winrow tries to turn in. Elwood stays there. They're wheel to wheel. Winrow's gone over the curb. Elwood's gone over the other one. And it looks like Winrow's going to get the run to the line. Is he going to beat him? Is he going to have it?
Moment. Oh dear, oh dear. I would like to say from where I was.
31 thousandths of a second. Winrow takes it. I'm not sure if he'll keep it because he cut a hell of a lot of the curb.
Yeah.
But he got a masterful run out of there. The
Fantastic
whole three
finish.
of them. That was amazing. All 3 of them separated by a quarter of a second. Then Earlham finishes 4th ahead of Witten, Warner, Wilkinson, White and Fielder.
They were very close as well as they went across the line.
Lovely stuff indeed, as we wait now for McCall to come through as well in the 135s. Here he is out of the final corner. Very, very dominant performance from the number 50 machine of James McCall. Hats off to him. Now, who's going to finish second? Again, anybody's guess. Looks like it's Noiro down the inside of Clegg. The 2 of them together. It's not Clegg, apologies. But whoever it is, he's overdone it. They're all waiting for one another. Barney gets held up. Evans dives to the inside, lights it up. He nearly ends up in the pit lane. And it's going to be Noiro beating Barney to the line. Flipping it, that was a lively one as well. Epic Caterham racing once again, John. That was awesome.
I'd say that was a good miss as well.
Yeah.
Looking at, the view I had from here, it was sideways across the end of the pit.
Oh yeah, it looked like he had to decide whether he's going to go in the pits or not. Because I'm
going to wander down and see if we can get a quick word with the top 3.
Smashing, thanks very much, John. Well, there you go, everybody. If you've not seen Caterham racing before, there's an introduction to what it's like every single week. It's just absolutely phenomenal stuff. Very entertaining indeed. But Winrow takes it on the road from Kramer and Elwood. 31 thousandths of a second between the pair of them. Like I said, I'm not sure whether he'll keep that due to the run out of the final corner being gained from cutting the track, essentially. But Elwood was very patient. You know, he jumped over the curb as well, so you never know what could happen there. But in the 135s, McCall was absolutely dominant, finishing 15th overall. He was actually ahead of one of the 150s as well, which was the number 15 of Raymond, and then Noiro second in the 135s ahead of Barney, Moore, Clegg and Gould. But there they are then. Winrow waving to either friends or family down here as well. A great race from all, very, very thoroughly entertaining, and the cars showed how sturdy they can be as well. You know, there were a number of them out there that received quite a lot of contact, lost body panels and all sorts, but still made it to the end and still at full working pace. So the action doesn't stop there, everybody. Let me tell you that for free, because next up we have the Mighty Minis Championship, which will be coming up for you in a few minutes, and I believe also in a few minutes we'll have John with a couple of our Caterham drivers down there in Parc Fermé.
Chaz, can you just confirm the top 3 for me in the 135?
I can indeed, mate, yes. Number 50, McCall, bright green car. 68 was Noiro in second place, that's a bright orange car, and then Barney, number 60 I believe, is a black and blue car.
That'll do for me, thank you very much.
Not a problem. problem at
And
all.
James McCall just drives by me underneath into the Parc Ferme area. I'm going to wander down the inside, see if I can get a word with the 150 drivers first.
I'm not sure how quickly they're going to release these minis, so we'll keep an eye on that as well.
Yeah, we got a grid of minis down here in the assembly area. I think we've lost 4 cars from yesterday. They didn't get repaired. There's still 1 or 2 down there that have got a bit of tank tape and stuff like that on them, but we didn't get any of the big crash cars repaired by the looks of things. Well, I've got Jamie with me, just having a quick drink. Jamie, typical Caterham race. 3 of you at the front. It was anybody on the last lap, basically, and you came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, I'd kind of not given up on the win, but going into that last corner there, me and Jamie had a bit of contact, and then I just came out the other side and realised Harry got a bit of oversteer on the way out, which meant I had a really good run to the line. And yeah, I must have been a couple of thousandths in it, really was. Like, looking at our noses, it must have been 2 inches on the line. But yeah, brilliant race. Us 3 managed to get away. And yeah, then it was kind of, out of us 3, it could have been, you know, any order. So.
I think it was about 0.003 of a second, the official verdict.
Wow, I mean, yeah. I mean, we were, you know, inches apart the whole race, every corner. And, you know, coming into this final chicane, most of the times we were 3 abreast, and it was who can cling on round the outside. But yeah, absolutely brilliant.
Excellent, great race to wrap up your weekend here at Thruxton.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. Thank you very much.
Well done. There's our winner. And where's our second place man disappeared to? He was here a minute ago. Ah, there he is. Harry. Oh, yeah. Well, what can we say about that one? That was an interesting race.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, wasn't it just? It was a really, really good race. Annoying to get pipped on the line, again, but I'm getting closer this time. I think I was about 3 inches in that one, so, you know, a couple more horsepower would have done the trick.
0.003 of a second, I'm told, so that's nothing in motor racing terms, is it? So, yeah, I think the win's not far away, is it?
Yeah, I don't needed to know it was 3,000. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, to be honest, but yeah, getting closer, getting closer.
Excellent. Anyway, congratulations on the second place. That wraps up your day, so you've had a reasonable weekend here.
Yeah, 2 second places, I'll take that. Not bad at all. Good haul of points. Back off home now.
Indeed, and get the car ready for the next round, which is where?
We are going to Croft next in about 4 weeks, so let's do it all again.
Oh well, a long way down south this weekend to a long way up north. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Down in Parc Ferme with Jamie Winrow, 3rd place yesterday, gets the win today.
Yeah, wow, that was hard work, but brilliant 20 minutes. Us 3 were just separated by 2 inches, you know, the whole time. We managed to break away from the rest of the pack, and then it was anybody's. And, you know, that last corner, last lap, got a little bit too close, but yeah, no, very happy with that.
And I mean, really, it was only a half race distance. But from the point where the restart, it was literally just the 3 of you in a race of your own.
Yeah, it was. I mean, we managed to get a little bit of a gap on the restart, and then I think Matthew Lambert had an issue, and then by that stage, you know, we couldn't see them in our mirrors, and it was, we knew it was going to come down to the final lap. But yeah, absolutely brilliant race.
And the Caterham's famous for their slipstreams. Is being at the front an advantage or a disadvantage coming into the final few laps?
I don't think you want to be at the front going on to the final lap, especially here, you know, coming down that back straight. You know, we're virtually 3 abreast every lap coming into there. You just get such a good tow. You know, kind of even 3rd is kind of the place to be. I was 3rd going on to the back straight, and obviously managed to just creep it on the line. So yeah, the tow is huge here.
3rd place, 1st place, great weekend, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Jamie.
Cheers.
Yesterday there was a large incident into the final corner, and I know that one of them yesterday was sat in the paddock, and even when it was just sat on its own 4 wheels, only 3 of the wheels were touching the ground. It was a very, very bent chassis, unfortunately, for the driver that got very heavily involved in that one. Luckily everybody was absolutely fine there,
well,
you know.
I've got the winner with me, if I can interrupt just quickly.
describe it in Park Road, mate? Describe the action of that one for us.
There's a lot to describe, isn't there? Yeah, that was absolutely furious. It was really, really good fun. Literally any of us could have won it. Turns out I didn't by apparently about that much.
Now, for the last couple of 10 laps, it was just literally the three of you in the race. I mean, you were between first and third place. I think you were in the lead about 4 times, but finished second, but 2 seconds in one race. Is that a good weekend?
Yeah, it's a pretty good weekend, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all here to enjoy ourselves, and it was good fun. So, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
You've had a smile on your face all weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Here with Jamie Elwood. How much fun was that?
That was fantastic fun. It was nice to kind of break away a bit because it makes it a lot calmer, and you just know you need to be one of those 3 and then probably not leading onto the last lap, which I think I did. So that's probably why I'm back there and not up there.
Just had a chat with Harry. I asked, is there an advantage to being in the lead or not coming into the last couple of laps? And you say that you don't want to be in the lead.
Well, normally you don't, but I was behind Harry leading a couple of times and I couldn't get by him in the slipstream, so I thought that's the tactic, I want to use that on the last lap, and he came by me, so I got something a little bit wrong.
And it was just sort of half distance race, just the last 10 laps, but it was literally just the 3 of you. How did you make so much distance between the rest of the 150s?
You tell me, you had this stream, I don't know, I think there was a little bit of an incident behind, it just let us break away.
First place and third place, it's a great weekend, isn't it?
I'll take those points, absolutely.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Greg Jenkins, but I'm pretty sure it was Greg that won the race in the end. Car 70. I did have the result on me a moment ago, but I seem to have misplaced it. Now, this is my only problem with preferring to actually have paper documents from all the race results and so on, rather than getting
I've got it here. It was Jenkins in the Super Mighties from Stuart Coombs and Martin Hathaway.
It was Coombs in second. That was
in Park Ferme with James McCall of the 135 Caterham Series. 2 wins across the weekend. It doesn't get any better, does it?
It doesn't, no. It's another great race. The problem with Thruxton is the toe's so strong that once you get a gap, you've got to go for it, and you've got to try, and if you can get a gap and break the toe, and you've just got to keep the hammer down. I mean, I find it boring because you've got no one to fight with. Just concentrate on trying to catch the slower 150s in front, but the toe's so strong here you can't afford anyone anywhere near the back end of you.
I mean, you were racing on your own. Once you broke that elastic, you were the only guy in the 135 series.
Yeah, but I didn't know exactly how much. You can't see much out of these rear view mirrors, so I wasn't sure what was behind me or exactly where they were. I just knew they were there, so I just kept the hammer down.
And just to describe to people that haven't raced in the Caterham, what's it like being so low to the ground, open cockpit, pure racing?
Oh, you can feel everything. Your body feels every vibration, every undulation in the road. I mean, feels like you're glued into the car, and things seem a hell of a lot faster than they do in a road car. 100 miles an hour in this is like 200 miles an hour in a road car.
James, perfect weekend, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, James, thank you.
Hello and welcome to Full Throttle, showcasing the very best in high-octane British motorsport action. Today we have a variety of races from the Snetterton 300 circuit presented by the BARC, the British Automobile Racing Club. We present the very best of the Caterham Graduates Championship and also the small but very spectacular British supercars. The cars will be on their way out of the paddock fairly shortly, so we'll bring you the grid in pole position. It is a debutant in the series, but an experienced racer. Number 89, Shane Stoney. In the past, he's been Mini Challenge champion. He's been a Radical Sports Car champion as well. His dad, Chris, raced the car in the opening meeting of the year in April at Cadwell Park. Shane has promptly stuck it on pole by a very clear margin here today. He lapped almost 5 seconds quicker than number 25, James Goodwin, who has qualified alongside him in the Michael Banks cars entered machine. The second row of the grid, number 32, newcomer this year in the Revolution racing car, number 32, Mark Jones from Portsmouth, lines up alongside number 17, former series winner, Wayne Rocket in car number 17. Row 3 is the Generation 3 car of number 69, Alistair Dendy. He took the first win for a Gen 3 car at Cadwell Park. He lines up alongside the number 10 of Matt Mitter. The fourth row, number 9, Eddie O'Kane. And alongside him, number 18, a newcomer this weekend, Mark Brunning, driving his father Ian's car, number 18. The fifth row, number 5, which is Michael Evans, alongside number 27, Darren Banks. Then on row 6, we've got number 12, Stuart McLaren, driving the car that Mark Dickin used to win the series last year. He's moved on to race Honda Civics this year as Dicko. So Stuart McLaren lines up here alongside number 48, Nick Flowers. Row 7, number 38, Darren Ford, a newcomer this year. Lines up alongside 87, XMR2 racer Neil Hurren. Row 8 is number 28, Paul Lorry, alongside 888, which is Barney Francis. Row 9, number 88, Alex Kersley, alongside him 75, which is Dan Fletcher. 10th row, number 19, Johnny Rocket. He lines up alongside 26, Roger Owens. The 11th row, number 65, Spencer Hirons. Number 16, Andrew Holmes, lines up alongside him. And the final row, 77, Thomas Taylor, and 94, Ursula Jordan, the ex-kart racer. Watch for her from the back of the grid. Green flag waves from the marshal at the back of the grid. And here we go with the Hyundai Coupe Cup. Shane Stoney has bogged down. One car doesn't get going. I think that was Stuart McLaren struggling away. James Goodwin trying to take the lead. Mark Jones tries to lean on Shane Stoney as they head down towards the first corner. He's made a terrible start, Shane Stoney. Wayne Rocket up into second place in the 17. Round the outside, Matt Mitter's got a good getaway for 6 on the grid. He's up into third. Stoney's down to 5th behind Jones as they go round Rich's corner for the first time up towards the Wilson hairpin. It's James Goodwin from the outside the front row in the 25, lifting a wheel there. He's going to run wide into the hairpin, chased by Wayne Rocket. Let's hope they all make it round. Third is Matt Mitter in the number 10. Great start by him. They head down towards the left-hander at Palmer's for the first night. You see how much the circuit has dried out from earlier on. It's James Goodwin, number 25, looking for his first win in the series here, who leads the way. Mark Jones sideways there, and even more sideways Eddie O'Kane. It's slipperier, more slippery than it looks there. O'Kane on the grass. Bit of rally crossing from him there. Yeah, Stuart McLaren was the car that got the poor getaway. He's dropped almost to the back of the field. 69 of Alistair Dendy past the 32 of Mark Jones, chasing Shane Stoney, who's back up into 4th place. Jones losing a couple of places with that slide. Pulling out there driver and past 27, Darren Banks back in the midfield. Start to string out, sort themselves out. At the back of the field there, Spencer Hirons in the 65 car. They go up towards the left-hander at Hamilton's. Very busy in the lower reach of the field, but it's Goodwin who leads through Williams corner for the first time onto the Bentley straight. Rocket in second place, that's Rocket Senior. The rest of them start to string out behind. Flowers the red car. Michael Evans has dropped back a bit, as has Paul Lorry. Stuart McLaren with a bit of smoke there. Well, Mark Dickin, as I said, that car's previous owner is watching. I think that number 12 car of McLaren got a wallop as it came off the grid. We've got a bit of a contretemps there at the back. I think somebody's, yes, there's been a coming together there. Oh dear, that's the 38 of Darren Ford. He's crashed into Andrew Holmes by the look of things. There's more problems with the Ford. That's Johnny Rocket on the grass, trying to avoid the recovering Eddie O'Kane. I said this would be frantic. There we see, oh, Andrew Holmes spun and wallop. Oh dear, Darren Ford nowhere to go into the side bin, but he'd already got caught up with somebody else there. That's end of game for Andrew Holmes and for Darren Ford. And look at this, James Goodwin's not hanging about. He's pulled away from the rest of the field, trying to create some breathing space, ready for the restarts. Come down towards the start-finish line, the green flag about to be waved. And here we go, up towards the line. They can't pass until the line. Shane Stoney's already trying to position himself. They head down towards Rich's corner. What will be the 5th time in this Carbon8 Lighting Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres race. James Goodwin has held his advantage, chased by Wayne Rockets. Shane Stoney having a look. They go up towards Wilson's hairpin. 4th place is Dendy, then it's Mitter, Jones and the rest of them. Look at Shane Stoney, that's a brave move right up the outside. He's going to try and take 2nd place. He won't get past James Goodwin, who's run wide. He had to lift off there, Shane Stoney. He's on the bumper of the race leader, but Rockets is there alongside him. 3 of them for the lead. They head down towards Palmer's. Stoney trying to squeeze past both, but they could be 3 wide into Palmer's here. This is going to be interesting. Side by side for second. Goodwin has held his lead. Stoney forces Rocket to go wide towards the curb. Dendy's there to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong behind them. The rest of them go streaming through. Rockets has the widest Hyundai Coupe in Britain right now, holding that 2nd place. That's allowed Goodwin to escape into the lead. Look at Dendy around the outside of Shane Stoney. Can he get the car stopped in time? The 2 Gen 3 cars side by side, and Rockets run wide on the exit. They're going to be 3 wide up towards Hamilton's here. Caught in the middle is Alistair Dendy. He's trying to go through the middle as they come up towards Hamilton's, then on to Oggy's. James Goodwin has the lead as they come up towards the right-hander. Who's going to appear in 2nd place? They were 3 wide on the way in. The slippery surface flag being displayed by the marshals because of the clear up from the incident there. Who's going to appear in 2nd place? Dendy's got through the middle. That's brilliant for Alistair Dendy in the 69. Stoney 3rd. Rocket is down to 4th. Oh, Dendy's run wide as I say that, coming onto the Bentley straight, onto the mud. That's going to lose him momentum. Bit of rally crossing there, and through will go Shane Stoney into 2nd place. Wayne Rocket says, I'll have some of this as well, and forces his way into 3rd position. He's going to go for 2nd now on the inside at Brundle. This is brilliant racing for 2nd place. Rocket goes through and he's back to 2nd again, or is he? Or is he? Because Shane Stoney's there. Oh, there was contact there, I think. Very slight, but it was enough to send Rocket out wide onto the curb. Dendy back at the inside. They're going to be 3 wide again. This is terrific stuff. This is like touring car racing. And meanwhile, James Goodwin is saying, well, while you're all squabbling for 2nd place, I'm going to clear off, put my foot down and pull away into the lead. Rockets held that 2nd place now. It's Stoney in 3rd place. 4th is Alistair Dendy. Stoney looking a bit shaky there in that 3rd place. It's still slippery out there. Meanwhile, Matt Mitter is still 5th. Mark Jones 6th, and Mark Brunning is 7th. Then it's Neil Hurren, Darren Banks and Dan Fletcher completing the top 10 as they come through to complete the lap. Over the line they go. 5 laps completed. 1.6 seconds is the lead for Goodwin over Wayne Rockets. Towards Williams. Head onto the Bentley straight. Then it'll be the braking area for Brundle where attacks can be made. Are we going to see any slipstreaming here? The leaders run a bit wide there. You see the bit of dirt being kicked up. And yes, he's lost momentum. He's going to lose the lead because here comes Wayne Rockets. Up alongside him. Goodwin needs to keep it to the inside here, but no. Rocket's got the overlap and he's through, and so is Shane Stoney. Wayne Rockets has the lead then. Goodwin, he just ran a bit wide there as they came onto the Bentley straight. Very easy to do, and he's gone from 1st to 3rd. Wayne Rockets in the half and half. Oh, he's run wide again. Coming out of Nelson's there into the bomb hole. and Shane Stoney is poised to attack now for the lead. Through the bomb hole up towards the right-hander at Coram. It's long right-hander round into Murray's, the final corner of the circuit. Some racing still to come, just over 8 minutes to go in this Carbon8 Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres. Solo race of the weekend. Dendy is up to third, now he's got ahead of James Goodwin. Rockets runs wide through the exit of Agostini. This is Shane Stoney's opportunity, he's surely going to go through. Wayne Rockets a little bit eager there through Agostini, he's lost the lead. Through goes Shane Stoney. There go the leaders over the line. Stoney ahead of Rockets, then Dendy, there goes Goodwin. Dropping away now, his lap time's about 3 seconds slower than 3 ahead of him. 5 minutes to go. Forward Shane Stoney is run wide, he's under the grass, so is Rocket, they both go wide. Wayne Rocket's heading for the Farmers Field. What's happened there? He just suddenly seemed to hit the wet outside line. Now Stoney has held his lead. Dendy is up to second. Rocket, who went right off onto the grass, is down to third. These cars now really do look like they've been rally crossing. Here's the leader coming into Brundle, Shane Stoney. From Dendy. Wayne Rockets, after his mud plugging up at Rich's corner. As I said, you don't want to go into that Farmers Field next to the circuit. You won't get out from there without the help of a tractor. Through towards Coram. Looks like they will get one more lap out of this. There's just over 30 seconds left on the clock. Now for Shane Stoney, he's pulling away in front. Looks like he'll be plain sailing on this last lap. On his own in fourth now is James Goodwin, the early leader. And there is 27, his bumper now stuck under the car. Darren Banks. Over the line they go, and yes, Stoney pulled away by over a second on that last lap. He's heading for victory. We're into the last lap now. Clock just about to count down to 0 as they go through Riches. Goodwin on his own in fourth, then Matt Bitter still there in fifth. One of his best results in the series so far. Matt still raging for second, and still allowing Shane Stoney to pull away. Alex Kersley is now up to sixth. He has come through well, and if it hadn't been for the safety car, he'd probably be up there with the leaders now, given his pace. Mark Jones down to seventh. It's Mark Brunning eighth. Neil Hurren and Barney Francis. He's going well, rounding out the top 10. Battle for second still not resolved, though still Dendy versus Rocket. Dendy was a little bit wide, he always does there. Rocket not able to capitalise then. Where's Rocket Jr. back in the pack, he's in 16th place. Doggies for the last time. Next flag will be awaiting them next time around. Here's the battle further back. That's Barney Francis in 10th place. He's got Michael Evans behind him. And then Darren Banks in his now lightweight coupe. Dendy and Rockets are heavyweights because of the amount of mud they've picked up on the cars. Through towards the bomb hole for the last time. Here's a fight at the back of the pack. Nick Flowers, Eddie O'Kane, Tommy Taylor, and at the back Roger Owens. Final second won't be resolved till the very last corner, but it's going to be a win for Shane Stoney. He bobbed down off the line but was able to fight back, aided by the safety car. Round Coram they come for the last time into Murray's. It's going to be the second win in the series for a Generation 3 Coupe in the Carbon8 Hyundai Coupe Cup with Toyo Tyres, and it's going to be a win on his debut for Shane Stoney in car number 89. He comes through to take the win. Looks like it could be a photo finish for second place. Look at this, it's going to be Rocket or Dendy across the line. It's Wayne Rocket who gets there on the drag to the line. Cracking finish between those two. He got the better exit from Murray's, takes second by 0.2 of a second, and got the fastest lap on the last lap as well. Well, a great win for Shane Stoney on his debut in the Carbon8 Hyundai Coupe Cup. finishing just over 3 seconds clear of Wayne Rocket. The second win of the season for a Generation 3 Coupe. Alistair Dendy going well to complete the podium ahead of James Goodwin and Matt Mitter, with Mark Jones rounding up the top 6. Alex Kersley moving through the field to take 7th ahead of Neil Hurren. Michael Evans and Barney Francis rounding out the top 10 ahead of Darren Banks and Dan Fletcher. Young Johnny Rocket taking 13th place ahead of Paul Laurie, Nick Flowers, Eddie O'Kane, then Tommy Taylor, Roger Owens, Ursula Jordan, Spencer Hirons rounding out the finishers. Mark Brunning was a late retirement on the last lap, and of course we lost Stuart McLaren, Darren Ford and Andrew Holmes early on.
But Jenkins leads now across the line, so Jenkins has taken him through. The slower car stays out of the way, so the top 5 or 6 are through. But Jenkins now at the front, and an advantage of what, half a minute now?
So about 2 centimetres. We've got the rest of them filtering through.
Looks like Coombs is trying to have another little look. Those two just still got a little tiny bit of a gap, 2-3 cars length between them and the chasing pack.
I think Slark has just had a go at Grindle as well to try and take 4th position. Slark obviously not in his usual car, so he's not got this sort of dominant pace that he usually has. He's incredibly fast in these cars. Now Hayward has flung it up the inside of Baker as they get towards the final chicane. There's no other word for it. He's all over the curbs, doing a bit of rally cross there as he goes across the red painted area. Then you've got Roberts in 3rd place, who's actually not too far off the back of them. Now, I hate to say this, but I've not seen Susie Inch for a lap or so. The red number 12 car, she's not come through. She
No, no
Roberts.
sign of Susie down here either, so she's out on the circuit somewhere.
Has she completed
2 notable non-starters, David and Nevin Kirkpatrick. Unfortunately, their father died earlier in the week, and that's the reason they're not with us. So our wishes go out to them and the family.
Yeah, indeed.
A little bit more rain, so it's going to get interesting for the last few minutes. How long we got to go?
We have 3 minutes to go, and Rideout leads the race. Grindle's up to 2nd now. Coombs has gone down to 3rd. Jenkins has gone down to 4th. And Slark has got the best seat in the house to watch all of this, minus us 2.
Yeah, Rideout at the front now. Slark at the back of that 5-way pack. And as you say, 3 minutes. So what we're going to get 2 more laps. I mean, this and one more as they go down through Allard. Oh, there's a little battle in there. Coombs. I think Coombs has gone down to 4th.
Coombs is having a bit of a nightmare with this at the moment. Still great racing.
Well, he's certainly 3rd or 4th as they exit the complex.
It's never-ending battles. This is why we love the racing. It's a shame there's no other mini races today. This is their last race of the weekend. They had a qualifying session and a race yesterday. I know that a lot of the teams will be grateful for the fact that they had at least overnight to fix the cars at least, because some of them were a real mess after yesterday. Hayward's still leading Baker. These two have to be careful here because Roberts is on a real charge here. He's 5.2 seconds off the back of them at the moment, so no immediate threat. But if they do battle any harder and lose time to each other, or at least on aggregate, then Roberts will be right there with them. Let's see what the gap this time is. It was 5.2.
Raining at the back of the track, Chaz, just around this front edge. So if that's still the case for the trucks, then that's going to make interesting racing.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very focusing. I think, to be fair, I was expecting the weather to come over a little bit later on, but I mean, you can see around the circuit now, everywhere you look, really, we're in the middle of a lot of very heavy rain. I mean, out to our left-hand side here, it's almost like the sky has gone blurry in the background because it is that heavy rain over there. We've missed the worst of it at that point, but I think there's still a bit of it to come from behind us as well. So make sure that if you can, everybody, I know you may think, oh, it'll pass, it'll be all right, but if you're not in a position.
In the paddock with Jock Borthwick, what's going on, John?
Oh, loads going on. Problems with the turbos, the sump off last night, checking the baffles. They maybe had an oil starvation on some of the fast left-handers and just doing the turbo. Check that, everything seems okay. We've done different feed pipes, we've run them different. We're struggling for a turbo. Luke Garrett's got, I think his dad going to try and get a turbo about 40 miles away, bring it up and we'll try and get out for the last race and give it another run. And
I was going to say, we've not seen you in race 3, we won't see you in race 4 by the sound of things.
No, definitely no 4, maybe 5 if we get it on in time. But
I mean, that just shows the community spirit in this sport. Isn't it great?
Absolutely brilliant. But we've not got to the bottom of the trouble. We've not really found what the trouble is, which is a bit of a concern. We've got to keep trying and rerouted oil pipes, run different oil pipes, put different oil in it now, you know. So, and everybody's been great giving us their advice and their help and different views on it. So we'll just have to put one on and keep trying and get to the bottom of it.
It would be a long journey back without getting out for race 5.
I know, we'll try and we'll just give it a go, and if the turbo goes, the turbo goes. We just need to get to the bottom of the trouble there.
Well, we've all got our fingers crossed for you, John.
Thanks very much, thanks.
Hope to see you in race 5.
Thank you, cheers, thanks now.
John Newell in the paddock, winner of race number 3. When that happens, what do you do ahead of race 4? Just relax?
Yeah, just got to relax, just go and have a chill out for half an hour and get ready for reverse grid when we're starting at back.
No, that must be a lot of fun starting from the back.
Yeah, we just have to see what happens in front of us to see what decisions we're going to make.
Now, race number 3, it was baking hot, rain's coming in.
Yeah, make it even more interesting. Hopefully they'll all get tangled up at front and just leave me a big gap to come through.
Best of luck with race number 4.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Craig Reed about to go out for race number 4. We've had a couple of wins already. What do you do in the meantime when you've just won a race? Do you just sort of sit back, relax?
Yeah, just relax. To be fair, my left arm's giving me jip. It's quite physical on the steering wheel, especially around the back here. So to be fair, I just relax, have a little bit of a nap. The team service the truck for me, which to do a great job, and then on to the next one. So I'm fully focused.
Now the truck is literally ready to go. It's just about to start raining. You can't make changes now, can you?
No. To be fair, we will make them on the grid if we need to. It's only a rear anti-roll bar change. But to be honest with you, my truck is right smack bang in the middle anyway of wet and dry, so to be honest with you, if it does rain, I sort of hope it does, to be honest.
We got a couple of thousand in watching today. What does it mean as a driver, your experience, to have the fans back watching regularly?
Oh, amazing. That's why I'm beeping to them like mad, you know what I mean? No, it's great to see them, I'll be honest with you, especially after last year. It really gives everyone a massive boost, and not just that, though, the fans, the marshals, everyone, you know, it really makes the place great when you're coming down the start-finish straight, and that's why we do it.
Best of luck for race 4, Craig.
Thank you.
Cheers, mate. Some of the cowlings around the body. Of course, that's very confused with the TGA, which is the slightly older model. But essentially, to the spectators out in the grandstand and on the banks, MANs look like MANs, and this is the easiest way to tell them apart.
Right then, we have O'Rourke and Taylor starting at the front of the grid, which is an interesting front row because O'Rourke, you know, he's not been on the pace with everybody else. He had a bit of an issue at the end of the last race, but...
Well, he actually got a penalty in the last race as well. So the last race yesterday, which did knock him back, which is why he started so far back this morning. So I think because they obviously got away so quickly at the beginning of the race, he struggled to catch back up with the rest of the group. But yeah, Tom O'Rourke, Mark Taylor, another opportunity for Mark Taylor to see if he can find his groove and keep those doors well and truly shut tight to the second row, of course, of Martin Gibson and Dave Jenkins, which will be a serious tussle on the first corner. Back there we've got Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver, and of course John Newell finishing first in the previous race, now obviously at the back. Moving back to the Division 2, we've got at the very beginning again Craig Evans, Simon Cole, hopefully will do a bit better in this race, then back with Bradley Smith, Stephen Powell, Adam Bint, Craig Reed and Jock Borthwick at the back. So yeah, obviously Jock Borthwick not taking part in the previous race, he'll be joining this race now if can you see him out there?
No, he's not out.
Oh dear, that is a shame. Now I heard a rumour that we were supposed to be having Paddy Mack joining us for this race, as I did in fact hear his engine running in the paddock earlier on during our little break. But perhaps they've discovered some more issues, or perhaps he just wants to watch the rest of them.
To be fair, I don't blame him if he wants to watch.
It's still raining a little bit down here, so Paddy's probably taking cover.
I don't blame him. I know he had a very good table and view of the football last night when I walked past the paddock bar. So yeah, maybe that's what he's prioritised.
And if you've got your pens ready, I can tell you again, it's a man 26,640.
26,640.
Now I told you once, I'm not going to tell you again.
Write it down.
Okay?
26. We're both writing it down.
Excellent,
there we go.
because I'm not telling you again.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
Anyway, apart from wipers being used on the trucks, everybody seems to be A-OK down here. Maybe a little bit of work right at the back with Craig. Is there? I don't know. No, Toolkit's walking away now, so looks like we're going to be ready for a race start very shortly. Well, the Toolkit's not walking away. Yeah.
Cheers,
the
Toolkit.
mechanic's walking away with the Toolkit.
One thing I wanted to point out though is, again, like we had at the end of yesterday, we had an issue with Cole not getting away from the chicane here when they all waited for the incident that happened at the end of the race. When the trucks were just pulling up to the start-finish line there to line up on the grid, Cole sort of came to a stop and then everybody sort of went to fan around him. He really struggled to get going again.
Guys, we've got the 1 minute signal already. We're clearing the grid, but the rain is getting harder. It's going to be an interesting first lap.
Indeed, I can see a lot of umbrellas coming out. Of course, all the people on the grandstand to the right of us looking very cushy. But yes, lots of waterproofs and, of course, the breeze picking up as well. So looking behind us, we can see quite a bit of cloud rolling in over the tree line, which could, of course, in 15 minutes cause quite a lot of traction issues. I see now down on the pit we've got the 30-second card out with the green flag waving from the back, so I do believe we are very soon about to go racing. Just before we do though, just to let everybody now that is paying attention know that the show truck results that all of the public have been voting on with the QR codes this weekend will be handed out at the Lenham trailer down in the show trucks at 3 o'clock. So that's show truck results at 3 o'clock, hosted by a good friend of mine, Sean Taylor. So we're back on circuit now. As we look, everybody ready, the pit lane clearing, the green flag is out and the pace truck pulls away as we hear the roar of engines to start what is the fourth British Truck Racing Champion race here this weekend at Thruxton Circuit. But with weather on the way over, that first corner into Campbell could be where a lot of people get caught out, Chaz.
Yes, indeed, it can be. Yeah, there's a lot of momentum needed to be carried around there, and the exit of the corner, from when you get into the corner, the exit of it is actually blind to you, so you really need to be able to judge the momentum well, and if you need to adjust your line, get off the throttle, get on the brakes, or vice versa. You know, if you want to put your foot in it a bit more, you need to be so careful through there, because you're already doing a lot of speed anyway. I mean, over the time of me watching any sort of racing, there's been a lot of big offs at the first corner here at Thruxton. It's a very difficult corner. It doesn't look it on paper,
no,
especially
indeed.
when you see it on the
this
map
is it.
here.
Well, the problem with it is there's just enough of a straight between those two very tight bends, the Campbell to Cobb, that you do have to actually bring your steering back to central before you can then line up to take that corner. And of course, if you're just trying to find a good line, that's fine, but under race conditions, you've got people inside of you, people outside of you. Everyone's trying to get that good line going into Cobb, so they're on the inside for Seagrave. But of course, if you make one mistake going into Campbell, you've got to kind of make your bed and hope it's comfy when you get in there.
Oh, definitely. I can't wait to get back to my comfy bed tonight. But either way, it's a very, very challenging circuit that, like I say, on paper, Thruxton doesn't look like a huge challenge. It just looks like there's the odd little chicane just to catch you out. But honestly, with the amount of momentum, the amount of camber that you've got to carry around here, and the speed that you do at Thruxton, it's known for being such a high-speed circuit, simply because it is, and it's an absolute joy. But I mean, even as we stand here, as we look over at the trucks at Goodwood now, there is a rise halfway around Goodwood, so when you're going around there, you'll get this immediate turn-in that's great, but then the grip goes away mid-corner. It's horrible feeling.
And of course, quite the camber as well, just coming out of Church as you come down the hill, curving into Brooklands. Again, on the circuit map, it doesn't look as tight as it is, but in real life, I can see from here, there is a lot of track unseen behind that tree line there.
Yeah.
We can see now in the distance, though, the pace truck just slowly edging towards us now. Again, the brollies are still out, waterproofs are still on.
Of course, these days, guys, it's not raining anywhere near as hard as when they left the grid.
That is good news. So perhaps if they can all get through this first couple of laps, then we'll have a bit of a drier track that they can all start to dig down and find a bit more speed. We've got the red lights on the pit straight now, so they'll be.
I think Adam Bint's coming in.
Oh dear. You heard, we've obviously, you've obviously got better information than us being down there. I wonder what's wrong with Adam Bint. That is a shame.
Don't know at the moment.
Certainly seems to be flagging at the back at the moment.
Yeah, he's hanging off the back.
So the question is, will they be able to clear him out of the way and the race can go ahead? We've still got green flags from the marshals down here underneath the commentary box. Quite the tight bend, already cooling brakes for Jenkins now. He's obviously preparing them for heavy braking, late braking on that first corner. Red lights still on, and they go out. The roar of engines, Division 1 power away, very closely followed by Division 2. Who have we got at the front now? Tom O'Rourke.
Taylor second.
That's it, Taylor second, Martin Gibson
Cole leading Division 2.
Yeah, Cole got a great run out of the final chicane. He really hung back and made the most of it. He knew that they'd be able to get a good run, and it looks also as well like in the Division 2s, we've got Smith having a great first couple of corners. Actually, sorry, Stephen Powell having a great first couple of corners.
Whatever Adam's problem is, sorry to interrupt, but whatever it is, it's terminal because he's took it straight into Park Furman.
Oh, that is bad.
I met Adam this morning, had a great chat with him. Such a lovely lad.
They are nice guys, yeah, they're a great bunch. Of course, massive unfortunate issues yesterday with a few of the drivers having penalties. There was a bit of a rejig of trophies which I've got to re-hand out after this race over in over by Park Ferme. But looking back now to the front of Division 1, we see Tom O'Rourke still, Martin Gibson looking for a gap up the inside line of Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor's got some cowling damage there, whether it's damage or just a bit of a flappy loose section. Tom O'Rourke really putting the power down here, trying to pull away from Mark Taylor, and Martin Gibson looking for that gap. Brian Smith in fourth, Dave Jenkins on his tail in fifth, and Stuart Oliver, John Newell just sitting back, waiting for the opportunity, seeing how the track is going to unfold. Martin Gibson here looking for the outside line around Mark Taylor. Is he going to be able to switch it onto the inside? No, it's a tight train there. John Newell taking quite the wide line as they come around the bend here. Back onto the grid straight. Brian Smith tailgating and slipstreaming just past Stuart Oliver. Can he get past him? Oh, I don't think he's going to make it just yet.
Powell had a really good run on Cole out of the final corner. Again, sounded like Cole just misshifted or something. There was a spike in the revs and he lost momentum, but Powell not able to do it in time. But yeah, O'Rourke holding on well at the moment at the very front. We've seen that he's not quite on the pace of some of the other Division 1s this weekend, being completely honest, but he's holding them off well at the moment. It's that battle between Taylor and Gibson that's going to back everybody else up, isn't it?
Indeed it is. Right at the back there, we've got Craig Evans and Bradley Smith. Look like they're actually having a bit of a race at the moment, which is nice to see. So back with Division 1s now. Mark Taylor has actually closed that gap on Tom O'Rourke, and he is right on his tail as they go around Church into Brooklands. Very, very tight racing from all of Division 1, but of course I think they're just maybe feeling that greasiness on the tarmac. None of them want to make a mistake too early on.
I think you need to watch Ryan Smith this time, guys, because he had a little look here last time through when the door was shut, but I think he's going to make a move this time.
He's just tried to get a cut back down the inside on the exit of Church now. He's going to the right-hand side of Gibson. It's not worked. He's still behind him, but I think Taylor is having to defend now. He was attacking, trying to get past O'Rourke, but now he's suddenly on the back foot. Jenkins is in this as well.
Very, very tight here, I tell you what, my goodness me. Tom O'Rourke's nowhere near it, but Martin Gibson holding back Ryan Smith. Will we have Ryan Smith-Gibson contact? We've seen it a lot before. Jenkins right on the tail. My goodness, they're literally nose to tail as they come out of club, down the pit straight.
Oh, Gibson drifted it, and now Smith's got down the
Smith
inside.
is down the inside. He's not quite made the move yet though, because Gibson's around the outside as they go down through Allard. And can he hang on as they go into the left-hander of the complex?
Oh, it is neck and neck
It
between
is.
Gibson and
You
Ryan
can
Smith.
see it on the TV, I'm sure, guys.
Unbelievable, yeah, it's so close that this track is not designed for two abreast in most of the bends, but we can see now that Martin Gibson's still just about holding his own under pressure. Quite shaky on the camera feed here, unfortunately.
Yeah,
we can't quite see where the trucks
Smith's
are.
actually got up to second. He's got past Taylor, or has he? Taylor gets the run on the exit. Looks like he's going to try and do it back down towards Noble. Yes, Smith goes in front, and now I believe it's going to be Gibson that has a go at Taylor as well. All this time, Tom O'Rourke still holds on to the lead here, pointing.
Indeed, yeah, as you said earlier on though, not quite pulling forward as fast or as quickly as the other Division 1 drivers would do, but as long as he can stay there, that's what's most important. Let these guys behind him fight it out between themselves, but of course now Ryan Smith is going to be... Oh, no, Jenkins is off, Jenkins is off. We have Jenkins onto the grass. He did come out quite wide, just coming down the grid straight here. Mark Taylor and Martin Gibson right next to each other. Gibson still looking for a space. Ryan Smith definite second. Very, very close now. It could just be the difference of some late braking. Martin Gibson in fourth, right on Taylor. Stuart Oliver and John Newell at the back here. Will Martin Gibson make the move up the inside? Yes, a beautiful move through the club chicane there, as Ryan Smith is literally hanging off the back of Tom O'Rourke. Martin Gibson now in third place, Mark Taylor in fourth, Stuart Oliver fifth. Smith making the move up the inside of Tom O'Rourke, using all that experience. Martin Gibson follows him through. He left the door open there for him. And it looks like a party that everyone's invited to up on the second row. Neck and neck again. Martin Gibson really showing his stamina and guts really for going side by side around those bends.
It looks very wet out there on the back.
I'm just going to say, guys, it's dry here along the start-finish straight. We've got no rain, but look at the far side of the circuit, and it's wet.
It's terrifying how quickly the conditions can change, and of course, being quite a long circuit as well, it's completely different over there than it is over here. Some of the Division 1 drivers obviously will have gone out on a dry setup, hoping to keep that sunny weather, and of course some of them might have gambled on the rain, so it really is a 50-50 chance for all of them up there at the top. Division 2 though, looking further back, Steve Powell powering ahead now as Simon Cole's hot on his heels. We'll see what the standing is. Craig Reed for Simon Cole, so that's Craig Reed in third place now.
We've got Oliver attacking Taylor now as well as they go through Church side by side. Taylor sideways, has a bit of a moment and loses out.
Taylor does have a bit of a twitch onto the rumble strips there, but there is definitely no contact with Stuart Oliver as he sits between and just behind Tom O'Rourke. Ryan Smith now miles ahead in first place. He looks comfortably ahead. Again, using all of that track.
now second and third, but it looks like O'Rourke is having to defend again here from Taylor, and then he's got Newell behind him. Now I was going to ask you earlier on about the difference with Newell's truck to the likes of, say, O'Rourke or Taylor's, who have a bit more bodywork lower down, almost like a splitter on the front. Newell's truck doesn't seem to have that. He gets a hit from Jenkins on the way into the chicane, so he's going to have less bodywork on the back of it now, but there doesn't seem to be any sort of splitter on the front of Newell's truck. I wonder if you could just explain that very briefly, as Jenkins goes on the
These
inside.
may be the small nuances that are the TGX from the TGA. It's just the difference in the body shape and again the bumpers that they fit to them. Although they look aerodynamic, other than feeding air into the turbo, there'll be very little difference. John
Newell and Dave Jenks through here, through Allard and down into the complex side by side. But John Newell's got the advantage as they go into the first turn of the complex.
Yeah, it looks like Jenkins climbing around all over the back of him here, Pointy.
Jenkins struggling with traction, I believe. Yeah, I'm not sure whether he's got an issue with perhaps springs. I know that the springs on these, the leaf springs on these...
Driver trucks, warning for Dave Jenkins going out.
So I think that might be track limits. I mean, he has had a little bit of grass action.
I think it's up with you by those bales.
Yes, he's cut it wide, and he has come in very tight on the entrance to club. So
yeah, the bale has actually moved. It was in line with the yellow curbs earlier, and now it's been pushed back. I noticed one of them clipped it before, but I didn't recall who it was, so it must have been Jenkins. 5.5 minutes to go already, though. Time flies when you're having fun. We've got Smith from Gibson and Oliver. Those positions look safe, but everybody else is piling in behind Tom O'Rourke.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a three-truck race at the front in Division 1 at the moment. There's huge gaps between the top four. You know, we're talking several seconds here. 3.4 seconds behind on the last lap. Gibson was back from Ryan Smith. But of course, under no pressure at the moment from Stuart Oliver. Is Stuart Oliver biding his time? Is he going to look for that second?
Oh, Newell down the inside and Taylor contact.
Taylor wide.
They hit the tyre bale and then
Jenkins contact. John Newell brings it back on. Manages not to lose it as they come out of club.
Jenkins has hit the tyre bale into the road because with the two in front of them side by side, he couldn't see where it was.
Newell's got front end damage. The front bumper wrap around is hanging on the floor.
We've got tyre bales in the track. We've also got some fiberglass body panels looking right in the middle of the exit of Club Chicane. Bradley Smith narrowly missing that, so fantastic there. We will be getting that cleared off. Is it anything to worry about? We still have a green flag at the moment.
Slowing a bit.
Maybe John Newell having an issue then with the damage, but yeah, he was side by side with Taylor. The two of them got together. Taylor went across the grass and then Newell was on his outside, and it seemed that just Taylor couldn't get it turned in enough as he came back on. He just understeered back into the road, clattered into the front of Newell, but they both continue. But as John alludes to there, potentially a bit slower for Newell. We'll keep an eye on the stream to our right.
I'll be honest, I was expecting a much bigger incident there, so I think it shows great skill from Newell and Mark to be able to pull themselves back on. Mark, of course, coming across the grass, coming back out wide then, and essentially moving a lot of vehicles out of the way. So now we've got Mark Taylor in front of the digraph truck of Dave Jenkins. Back from there, Tom O'Rourke. Back from there, John Newell. At least we're all still on the track. Back at the chicane now, though, Ryan Smith again, miles ahead. Back down there to Martin Gibson in the 11th. Third place for Stuart Oliver. No change there, but Dave Jenkins on the warpath. We've got damage now and he wants blood. He is looking at Mark Taylor. He will take any opportunity as he comes down through the complex, going over the inside line. He darts across, makes it stick. Is he going to be able to get far enough in front?
Sorry, Cole, very out of shape at the chicane there, manages to save it. Let's face it, that's not the first time we've seen that this weekend. That tyre bale, by the way, it may have been moved, but it's in a similar-ish sort of line as to where it was before, and it's actually meaning that people have to go around it and they're automatically avoiding the bodywork, so I don't think there may be a stoppage for that.
Yeah, it has.
Jenkins didn't quite make the move down here, guys, but trying hard still as they go through the complex, so he's definitely on the case.
It is getting very bump and grind, as I like to say, between Dave and Mark. Of course, Mark really holding his own at the moment against the much more experienced driver of Dave Jenkins. But of course, with just 2.5 minutes left of this race, it really is a race against time, no pun intended, to make the moves they need to make.
Oh, Taylor's off. Taylor's driven off at Goodwood.
It looks like he just lost his beans a bit there. Forced off, more psychologically, I'd say, by Dave Jenkins. Nice big drift around there for Mark Taylor as he drops back into the back. I wonder what for.
Red flags, guys. Red flags.
maybe for the tyre bail.
I wouldn't have thought for the tyre bail.
Nobody else has disappeared off the road. We've still got a Raw.
Coming round, Craig Evans, yes, a Raw, Taylor, John Newell.
That will be a result as well, guys, I'm being told.
Right, I see.
So
I'm surprised at that.
Yeah, I'm a little bit
personally.
confused, I'll be completely honest with you. So we've had no major incidents. We have got a red flag. We've got a small amount of fiberglass on the track. Massive round of applause, of course, from the spectators for the race they did enjoy.
Dry conditions all the way round as well, I think.
Yeah, so we've got dry conditions, we've got a little bit of damage. I'm not sure whether the clerk of the course decided to call it quits because it started to get a bit physical. I'm not sure, but obviously time will tell. We'll hopefully be...
I'll see what I can find out, guys.
Get some more information off who you can down there, John, because at the moment, up in the tower, it's a complete mystery.
Yeah, there may be a bit of fiberglass in the road, which I must say Gibson's just run all over. But to be fair, I didn't really see where that bail was being an issue, because it was only moved a little bit further back from where it should have been before. So I don't see why that would have been stopped personally. But
I
at the end
can
of the day,
sense some
their
very
decision.
angry drivers out there at the moment.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
be completely honest with you. Of course, only 2 minutes cut short, but that would have made quite a bit of difference depending on what was going on for third and fourth at the back, because of course all points do make a difference over the championship. So we'll see where they finished up. Even though at the moment they've called the race and of course brought them into the pit lane and making their way into Parc Fermé now. We had Ryan Smith, Martin Gibson and Stuart Oliver in the top three for Division 1, and then down into Division 2 we've got Steve Powell, Simon Cole, Craig Reed.
Well, I'm down in the pit lane. Just had a word with one or two of the guys with radios. They're not aware of the reason why it was red flag. They just had it called. So it's obviously come from up above somewhere, and we'll try and find out. But, of course, we've got truck drivers to interview first as we go into our lunch break.
Just to point out as well, we just had an official up here just saying there's been a Samsung phone found in the car park, by the way. If it is yours and you want to retrieve it, there is a BARC office behind the second grandstand at the final corner. That's the grandstand. If you're looking at the front of them, it's the one on the right. So if you want to retrieve said phone,
huge chimney coming out of Simon Cole in the pit lane at the moment. I'm not sure whether he was just venting his air tanks, but
well, is that
like
out of his
water
ears?
feature that was. Now, regardless what's going on down the track right now, I of course am needed in other places. So just another reminder to all the guys, spectators and show trucks alike, we will of course be doing the show truck results at the Lenham trailer at the top of the show trucks at 3 o'clock. That of course was a public vote for the several classes, and I'm now going to go down into the paddock and hand out some silverware to some probably rather grumpy drivers.
Thank you very much,
Cheers,
Pointy.
Chaz. Cheers, John.
I'm going to go and grab some lunch as well because I didn't get a chance yesterday, unfortunately. I ran out of time. So we'll have some interviews with John in a moment, I believe, with some of the drivers once they get out. But then it will be the lunch break, and roughly at 20 to 3 we'll have the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship? Sports and Saloon Car Championship. Thank you, everybody. See you in a few.
Well, I've got Martin Gibson down here. There's some heated conversation, so we can have a chat with Martin. Martin, strange race with the weather conditions and all that, but you brought it home.
Yeah, I was on a wet setup, and I was just a bit worried about the tyres, to be honest, but it was all right. Got it back.
And any real problems with the truck, or is everything okay?
I think there's more problems with me than the truck, so we'll go and sort that out.
Oh, well, you've got another hour, or a couple of hours now before you've got to do it again.
Cheers, bud.
See you later, Martin. Well done on that second place. Stuart Oliver's in here. Stuart third. Stuart, good team result, second and third.
Yeah, it was good, Dad. Yeah, it was. It was. Once we got sort of through the pack, it was. I was reeling Martin in as well. I was gutted when the red flag came out, but no, it was a good result for the team and all the hard work the boys have put in over the weekend. You know.
Not sure why the red flag came out yet. Have you got any idea?
Yeah, there was the marker bales were out on the track just as if coming out of the chicane on the last chicane there, but judging by the truck behind me, I think that maybe got something to do with it, but. It was a shame. It was a shame that we didn't get a full race duration, but safety comes first.
It was a couple of minutes again, so it wasn't really the end of the world. Probably another lap.
Yeah, well, that's not too bad. Yeah, but it's always good to go to the checkered flag, as you know. So, but no, it was good. It was a good result.
Congratulations on third. We'll see you later on.
Thanks very much, John.
Well, that's our top second and third. Simon Cole. I'm not sure, but he's here, so I'll have a chat with him. Simon, where'd you end up in the end? Was it second?
Yeah, second. I was catching Steve at the end there, and I'm a bit gutted at a red flag, but we done well.
Yeah, I was only a couple of minutes short, but that would have been probably another lap and a half, another lap at least.
Yeah, we would have come over the line together. I think we would have been pretty tight. We'd have a couple of times here come over the line together. It's been good racing between me and Steve.
Well, you got one more chance to do it later on.
Yeah, the truck seems good. The boys have dialed it in. Hard weekend, but that's over the moon with that. Second, good.
Just got to sort the driver out now then.
Yes,
Race
mate.
4, back to your best round. First of all,
Well done,
congratulations
Simon.
on the race from your point of view.
Second place for Simon Cole.
Slowly.
Is Steve.
Take us time, get in single file, pick them off one by one, and do what we can do. Get the lead, save the truck, save the tyres. Guys have worked fantastic. Again, the crowd's been on the banks. Everybody watching at home, you know, sponsors are here. It's been a good day so far.
Can't help but not avoid the emotion running behind you. Could you any sort of information on that?
Do you know what? I like that because it shows that people have got the willing to win, the heart, and you know they're taking the sport serious. It's just two drivers that are having a bit of disagreement. I'm hot-headed myself, so you know, seeing them two just got in the middle of it, split it up. 10 minutes, they'll be friends and they'll talk, and that's what happens. You get out the cab. You worked up, you're still a bit hot, and friction and tension.
Any idea what caused it?
Well, I'm being told that another driver went up the inside of another driver, the first driver, turned in and he had no apex, the truck was there, and really nasty collision. But, you know, like I say, in 10 minutes it'll be over and it'll be history. We'll go home to us family tonight, everybody healthy, everybody happy. There's more worrying things in the world going on than two drivers having a bit of a tiff over a corner, so they'll calm down, you know, they'll talk, and everything will be fine for the last race, I'm sure.
We do get the atmosphere that it is a family in the paddock mainly most of the time.
Well, it is, but any form of racing, we're competitors, and I tell you, listen, half of the stuff I don't say on camera because I don't want to go into detail, but you know, it's ferocious out there. People don't understand because they're so big, they look slow, and people don't understand what 5.3 tonne can do when it's in contact with something else. But you know, like I say, we're all drivers, we're all competitors, we're all one family. But when we're out on the track, this stuff's going to happen, and they'll calm down, they'll reflect on it, and everybody will get along for the final race. We're a championship, we're a team as one, and that's what'll happen.
Bit of damage front left. What caused that?
That was in the last race with the almighty Stuart Oliver. You know, the king of defending, the king of, well, he's 10 times British champion. What more can I say, or what else can I say about him? He knows how to defend. That's the most bit of damage we've had all weekend. We'll take that going into the last race, relax and enjoy it.
He's 10 times, you're 5 times, on your way to make it a 6, it looks like.
Well, I don't know if I'll catch him up, but I'll not be here that long. Hopefully we'll be trying to do the transition to Europe. We're just waiting on a bit of budget, but what Stuart's achieved in the sport is remarkable. What I'm achieving in the sport I think is quite good, so we'll just keep his head down, see what we can do this year, but our transition period's got to be to the FIA. We want to be there.
I think you're quite good. It's a bit of an understatement. Congratulations on your race win.
Thank you for your time, sir. Thank you.
We're going to try and speak to Stuart Oliver and Martin Gibson. Guys, if we can have you both in at the same time, that'd be fantastic. A second and a third, Team Oliver, back on track.
Yeah, that's right. Over an interesting weekend, and we're back on track, and obviously we've been better first and second, but you know, we've just got to keep working on it, and you know, I think we've got the ability. It's just the machinery we just need to work on a bit, and then we'll be there. You know, so he's got the ability anyway. I just follow him.
Martin, not at the best weekend, but that was pretty good.
I thought it was all right. Sorry. That was a lot better. I struggled this morning. I really enjoyed that, and I could see this guy catching me towards the end. So when I saw that bale in the road, I was quite happy about that.
How did you catch Ryan?
I don't know yet. Too early in the game for me to work that out. So we'll see.
So one more race to come. I'm going to be starting near the back of the grid again. Always lots of fun going through the grid. What happened to the atmosphere behind you? Are you aware? Because we asked Ryan, but he was too far ahead. But in the paddock here, emotions running high after the race. One more race to come. What do you know about it?
I don't know anything about it. Obviously it was red flag because there was bales on the track, whether it was something to do with that, but obviously there's damage on the trucks that's connected to the emotions, so it's racing, you know, 5 or 10 minutes time everybody will chill down, cool down, and they'll be all laughing and joking, but you know, it gets to you, you know what I mean? You're really pumped up, you're really, you know, it's a very, very fast adrenaline ride you're on, you know, it's going around there at 100 miles an hour, I don't think there's a great lot you can sort of compare it with.
We had quite a unique experience where at one point half the track was in rain, half of it was dry. Is it just pure concentration?
pure concentration. That's right. You know, when you're going down the hill towards church there, you know, you're looking at the clouds, you're looking at the track, and you're thinking, do you turn in early and drift out? Do you just take the normal line and drive through? You know, you've just got to do a quick calculation and hope that you've done the right one and turn in at the right time. You know, I think Dave Jenkins, I think on 3 or 4 laps in, you know, he got it wrong, and it was just purely because there was just a bit of grease, and he went on the dry line, but he didn't have enough exit area you know, fine for us. I'm not complaining, but that's just what happens when you get it wrong, you know.
And Martin, fans back in the arena here, what does that affect as a driver? Can you hear them? You can obviously see them. Does it affect your race performance whatsoever?
Yeah, it's created atmosphere, and you want to put on a show and let them all have a good time. They've paid a lot of money to be here, and it's good to see them, so that's what we want to do.
Congratulations. See you in race 5. Right, let's see if we can get, I'd love to grab, if we possibly can, Simon Cole. I did see him at one point. Where is Simon? His truck's here. Is Simon around? Where's he gone? Oh, he's over there. Oh, he's a very popular boy at the moment. Okay, I'm going to try and grab Simon because that's his second podium of the week. Simon, can I grab you for 2 seconds? Is that all right? Oh, on our wires. Sorry, mate. Simon, second podium of the week. Congratulations. A lot better than Brands Hatch.
Yeah, loads better. Yeah, we seem to be getting used to the truck again now. She's performing well. And this weekend we've had loads of issues as well. Even yesterday, power steering pump, got done for overspeed, but he's finished every race, so we're happy. We're happy.
Because I know there was a bit of frustration earlier on in the morning when we weren't quite sure about race number 2. You've got over that now, gone past it.
Yeah, it happens. It does happen. It's quite because the older trucks are quite hard to limit the speed to them. They're not like the new trucks. They're all built in. So we managed to sort that out. So away we went.
Managed that perfectly. Managed the fluctuations in the track sort of wetness dryness.
Yeah, we seem to find our rhythm in the middle there a little bit. Steve's truck handles far superior to mine, but we could catch him in certain places, and I think we could with another lap and a half. I think I would have caught him right at the last.
Fantastic! Congratulations! Great weekend so far. One more race to come. Look forward to watching it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers,
Thank you, Tom.
We've got about 45 minutes now. Really pleased to be here with Ben Taylor, Chief Exec of the BARC. Ben, thanks for your time on race day morning.
No problem.
A few questions for you. I'm sure you know where we're going to start. It's the question everybody's asking. And for yourself and the BARC, how has the last 18 months been?
Challenging, I think is probably the best word for it. Look, it's been a really difficult time for a huge number of people across the whole country, in fact across the world. So, you know, when we talk about the troubles that we've had as a racing club, we have to put that into context and really understand that a lot of people have been affected a lot worse than we have. At the end of the day, we exist to go racing and bring pleasure to people through their leisure activities. Yeah, it's been difficult for them that they haven't been able to do their leisure activities. It's been difficult for us commercially, but at the end of the day, it's not a matter of life and death. So yeah, we try to bear in mind that the reality of the situation. Last year we struggled to put anything on. We had a race season that was condensed into about 3 months, which we managed to get done behind closed doors. So clearly the venues all suffered as a result of the lack of spectators. And it felt really weird racing behind closed doors. I mean, the competitors have probably still enjoyed themselves, but not as much as they do when they're racing for a crowd, and they weren't necessarily able to bring their families with them, and we didn't have as many marshals as we could possibly have. So yeah, it was a very different feeling last year, but we managed to recover a degree of what should have gone on in 2020. And then obviously we thought we were going to come into 2021 and it would be back to normal, or maybe we didn't really think it was going to be back to normal, but we thought we didn't necessarily anticipate a lockdown in the winter. But honestly, the winter months are the months where we probably don't do very much in terms of commercially sensitive activities. So if we lost January, February, March as we did, it gave us an opportunity to get ready for this year, for the 2021 season, and we started pretty much on time. Lost a couple of events, which we managed to reschedule for later in the year, and now it feels like we've never been away.
We heard the MD of Silverstone a couple of weeks ago mention that without the Grand Prix going ahead, Silverstone was going bust. As simple as that. How close did Thruxton and the other BARC tracks get to that edge?
Well, we didn't get to the cliff edge, but that's because we worked very hard to make sure we didn't. And I think the whole sport, and the whole of business across the country, whatever sector you're in, but the whole sport sort of looked at what are we doing and how can we modify or change what we're doing. But we exist in the experience industry, and when people can't come to do an experience, whether it's racing or driving Ferraris around our circuit, or come and have hospitality or have business conferences in this building, there's nothing we can do. You know, the market wasn't there. We weren't able to do what we were doing. So furlough was a godsend. But fixed venues, the grass still grows, the maintenance still needs to be done. We still need to keep up with the painting and the decorating and the maintenance and the water and the power and everything like that. So, you know, it never really stops. It could have been a lot worse.
You mentioned commercial activity. How hard has it been to retain and find new sponsors when they didn't really know what they were going to get?
Everyone's been very pragmatic and very realistic. And that means sponsors, it means competitors, teams. Everyone's just had, and other circuits, everyone's had to just understand what the situation was. It was very unique. We've all been very grown up about it, and what's been very encouraging is the fact that last year, when people had contracts that by the letter of the contract would have led to penalty clauses or suing or litigation or something, everyone kind of said, well, we're all in this together. We've got to work together to get through it in order to make sure that we've got an industry and a business that comes out for 2021 and beyond. And so that everybody taking a grown-up stance on that has been very important.
And through adversity we grow. And what is the BARC going to take away from the pandemic to be a stronger, better, faster organisation in the future?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are things that we do when we have to, under sufferance maybe, that we wouldn't necessarily force on ourselves in the normal course of events. I think one of the things that we've learned, and that the whole sport has done probably, is to look at the digitisation of what was a very analogue product offering. We've had manual signing on and lots of paperwork and administrative burdens for many, many years, and we've just done it because that's the way it's always been done. Last year, we couldn't do that. We couldn't have people in person signing pieces of paper to say they were here and that they'd read the rules. So that all moved online and electronically. I think that will stay with us now. There's no reason to go back on that because it's a significant step forward that we, as you say, we probably wouldn't have taken if it hadn't been for the pandemic.
We're here at Thruxton, but you also operate Croft, Pembury, Gurston Down, Harewood Hill venues. How have they been affected individually?
All different, actually. Gurston didn't do anything at all last year because of the lockdown, and it wasn't worth opening it up again because that exists on private farmland. So we discussed with the landlord, and so we didn't run any events there, but they're running again this year. Croft had a reasonable season last year. Club racing up in the northeast was fantastic, but the touring cars, which is the big payday up there, didn't happen. Well, it happened, but behind closed doors. Pembury really struggled because it's in Wales, and the Welsh government has effectively kept the country pretty much shut for the last 18 months. It's only just opened up again at the beginning of June, and that was really difficult. So Pembury probably hit harder than any other venue in our portfolio, and Harewood Hill had a reasonable season of hill climb thanks to the hard work of the team up there.
We've just seen the Caterhams qualifying, trucks are about to go out behind you. Just how good is it to be finally back racing?
Yeah, it's great. This is our fourth event of the year here at Thruxton, and It's the second one with spectators. We did hope that we would be after the June 21 cut-off date and we'd have a full house here. We haven't got that, but we are keeping the crowd here under 4,000 for the weekend. But it's great to see people on the banks, to see the kids back, to see people milling around and enjoying what we put on, because that, as I say, we're in the experience industry, and that's for spectators, for marshals, for competitors. Everyone likes to do it in front of the crowd.
And this isn't just a race weekend, this is the Convoy on the Plain, it's a festival of truck racing. How did that come about?
Well, it took the inspiration from the Convoy in the Park, which runs at Donington in August, and the media company behind that we had plans this year, in fact we had plans last year, to run Convoy here at Thruxton and also at Pembroke. We weren't able to do the Pembroke one because it was cancelled for the Welsh Government. But it's about trying to bring a truck fest atmosphere here, so lots of shiny trucks, lots for everyone to see. The industry, the haulage industry is doing incredibly well at the moment. They are the biggest problem I think for the haulage industry, talking to the people here, is that they can't find enough trucks to buy and to sell. So it's a big industry to be in at the moment, and to enable all of that industry to come together behind truck racing, because all the truckers and the haulage folk, they love the truck racing because they love to see these big 5-ton mammoth machines racing around the circuit. It looks a bit incongruous, and it's all a bit mad. So the idea of the Convoy is to try to appeal to a broader audience, a bigger crowd.
So that's where we've been and this is where we are. What does the future of the BARC look like now?
Well, I think at some stage at the beginning of, or the middle of last year, we might have thought, well, what does the future of the BARC look like? Does it have a future? I'm really pleased to say that halfway through 2021, I'm pretty confident that the BARC has a really bright future. It's been a challenging time. We've taken some financial struggles and hits as a result of what's gone on, but so has everybody. But we're still here. I think one of the advantages that the BARC has is that we don't just organise race meetings.
And what about the membership and the lifestyle card I've heard all about?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all part of being a membership club. At its heart, BARC is a membership club, but obviously operates the commercial venues as well. But we're always looking at what we can give back to our members to make it more interesting for them to continue to be a member of the BARC, because without their support, then we don't exist. So.
And back just onto this weekend, plenty of classes involved, fans in attendance as you mentioned, the Convoy on the Plain. What are you most looking forward to this weekend?
Well, I'm really looking forward to the trucks not making the mess of the circuit like they did in November last year. It was really dark. It was the last race meeting of the season. We crammed it in, and we had a couple of shunts in the last race which left their mark, let's say, I think on the competitors and also on the infrastructure of the circuit, which has been repaired over the winter. What I'd really like to see on Sunday evening is everyone goes home with a smile on their face, and all of our Armco and barriers are still intact. So message to the truck drivers, keep it on the black stuff, and we'll all have a good time.
Ben Taylor, Chief Exec of the BARC, I know you've got a really busy weekend, so really appreciate your time. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks.
Well, nice to hear from Steve McDermott there, and he's also got pole position for the second race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Number 77 lines up alongside the 6 of Steve Darby. Second row 66 of Will Sharp, and the number 83 of Phil Walker. Third row 24 Jack Woodcock, and 53 the first of the MGFs, that's Mark Baker. Fourth row will be Stuart Plotneck and Simon Kendrick, a pair of MGFs, numbers 5 and 42. On the fifth row, number 3 Adrian Olsen in his ZR, and number 8 Paul Wisby MGF. Sixth row Andy Robinson, number 30 David Amphlett at number 14 in the first of the MGBs. Row 7 is Chris Pollard and Mark Grant. Chris Pollard in MGB, Mark Grant in a ZR. Row 8 Chris Millard and Nick Golhar. They line up next. Rear of the grid slightly wrong there, apologies for that. Chris Millard and Nick Golhar, followed by Anthony Bate in the Maestro, Matthew Dorr in his MGB. Then we've got George Howarth and Darryl Davis. And the two cars at the back, they were excluded from qualifying. So Fergus Campbell, number 1, and 71 Carl Bate, they have to start with a 10-second penalty. Their cars were found to be underweight at the end of qualifying. So ZR's filling the top 5 places on the grid then. The first of the MGFs being Mark Baker, number 53, won the class in race 1. Class A for the Abingdon built cars was won by David Amphlett, number 14. That's the black MGB with the white stripes. We're missing one car. I think they're alongside Chris Millard. It's Nick Golhar. He broke down in race 1, so that car a non-starter. I think everybody else is there, though, possibly. No, Daryl Davis is not there, 75. We saw that car in a cloud of smoke and after only one lap of the first race. Here's MGF. Daryl Davis, a former champion in the days of the Maestros. Hi to Matthew on YouTube, who says MG Maestro and the Citroen 2CVs the best cars here, in my opinion. Don't forget Paul Haylett in his Maestro estate. I think you might mean Montego estates, Matthew. To my knowledge, they didn't make a Maestro estate. There were a couple of Montego estates that raced out there, including Andy Campbell. His Montego estate was an occasional winner with this series. Quite a few people asking which car is Jack Woodcock in. I think a few fans for him on YouTube. He's car 24, the white car you can see there, 5th on the grid, the white ZR. So the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship then, a 20-minute race. Steve McDermott looking to continue his dominance of this championship this year. The man from Buckingham began his racing career on motorcycles. Alongside him, the number 6 of Steve Darby. Been with the MG Owners Club since 2018. Second place in both races at Castle Combe on Bank Holiday Monday. Steve McDermott looking to make it 7 wins out of 7 for the season. 3 wins at Mallory Park on opening day, 2 wins at Castle Combe. Second row of the grid, Will Sharp. We normally see him in the classic MGs, an 83 Phil Walker. He's been racing since the early 80s in MGs. Began with an MGB GT back in 1983. Into position then this fine grid of MGs, young and old. David Amphlett at the front of the classic category. Defending classic class champion. Not many people have beaten Jim Bainham to that title over the years. The green flag waves at the back of the grid then. This will be a 20-minute race. The Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Red lights are on and away they go. And not the best of starts for Steve McDermott. I think he was trying to stop the car creeping there. The 2 cars with a 10-second penalty wait patiently at the back of the grid. And it is Steve Darby who has gone into the lead. I think we might have had a bit of a contact there towards the back of the pack, and we have now. Yes, Adrian Olsen has clipped the back of one of the MGFs. That's Paul Wisby that has gone off there in the number 8, I think, the red MGF. It's Steve Darby who's got the lead. McDermott in second place. There's Wisby with some damage to the back of the number 8 car. He's got it going again, but there's a bit of a bottleneck in the field there going into Paddock, and he was the one who got spun aside, unfortunately. They start to sort themselves out then. Jack Woodcock in the 24 in among the MGFs. It looks as though Simon Kendrick has come through as a result of that little schmozzle at Paddock into the class lead. Stephen Darby always run wide there, coming into clear ways. Can he hold the lead ahead of Steve McDermott, looking to continue his unbeaten run? He's won all 6 races so far this season. Third place, Will Sharp. He's raced in Porsches briefly as well a few years ago alongside his brother Henry in Porsche 924s. They complete the first lap. Darby from McDermott, then Sharp, Walker, Simon Kendrick and Jack Woodcock side by side for 5th position. Simon Kendrick's been overall champion on a couple of occasions. McDermott dodging about there behind the number 6 of Steve Darby, the man from Halstead in Essex. Down the hill. McDermott has a look. He's not going to get through there. Darby covers the line. Sharp in third. It's MG ZR's running 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 24 of Jack Woodcock in his first year of racing. Made his debut in round 1 at Mallory Park, so he's going well up there. He's had a couple of podiums so far this season. There he is, the white ZR. They've broken clear of Kendrick, who leads Baker in the battle of the MGFs. That's Adrian Olsen up there behind him. returned to racing 2 years ago after a long gap, and somebody's kicked up some dust there on the outside. Didn't see who that was, one of the ZRs. There's the MGF battle between Simon Kendrick in the Tiger striped car and Mark Baker, number 53. Overall champion back in 2014, Mark Baker with his MGF. The Classic class is being led by David Amphlett ahead of Chris Pollard. Now Class B car, Anthony Bates still going further back as well. There go the MGFs, there's Adrian Olsen through behind them. And there are the Classics, led by David Amphlett, number 14, the Oxfordshire driver. Began racing in 1998 with his MGB, has rarely missed a meeting since then. There's Chris Pollard, number 28, previously raced at MG Midget. He won the class in 2015 in this championship. So proving that Jim Bainham is fallible. Not racing this weekend, gentleman Jim Bainham in his famous MGB. He's busy on the organising side of things. Over the line come the 5 ZRs. Derby from McDermott, Sharp, Walker and Woodcock. In fact, I think Sharp has got through, hasn't he? Yes, the similar liveries there confusing me. Will Sharp has got up into second place. There's the Maestro, number 70, the BS Motorsports run car. He's ahead of one of our classic cars, Carl Bates, number 71. Love to see some more Maestros and Montegos out there with this series. There's one other Montego racing in the UK, an MG Montego, races with another club. Here come your leaders. Steve Darby still leads it from Will Sharp. McDermott back in third place, and he's going to have to work hard here. He's going to keep up his unbeaten run this year. He's going for second on the inside there. Will Sharp holds him off in the 66. He's raced Maestros, Midgets, then the ZRs. Would have been out in his MG Midget this weekend. That had engine trouble at Castle Combe on Bank Holiday Monday. The meeting's running very close together because this weekend, of course, rescheduled from earlier in the year. There are the MGFs. Number 42, Simon Kendrick, local man from Beckenham in Kent. He's got Mark Baker, number 53, the man from Ipswich, all over the back of him. Stuart Plotnick, third in the class. Has been class champion a couple of times. Shows what a friendly and pleasant club this is, that drivers spend so many years racing with them. A lot of very long-serving drivers out there. One of the newcomers, Jack Woodcock, challenging there. Here's the MGF battle, and Mark Baker wants a second class win of the day. He's all over the back of Simon Kendrick. Chased by Adrian Olsen in number 3, the ex-Maestro racer. Phil Walker, number 83. He's raced historic single-seaters as well as MGFs, has raced a couple of Lolas, including a Formula 5000 car, the big Chevrolet V8 engine beast. Very different to that MG ZR. David Amphlett is still leading the Classic division ahead of Chris Pollard, but only just. They're coming through onto the Brabham straight now, and they have just been passed by Fergus Campbell, coming through from the back of the grid in car number 1, another ex-Maestro champion. There's Phil Walker in this procession of MG ZRs at the front of the field. There's the Classic class leader, David Amphlett. He's currently running in 11th overall. Coming through Druids at the moment. Chris Pollard second behind him in the 28. The gap has opened up slightly between those two now. Here are your leaders, and Will Sharp runs a little wide. Dermot thought about having a look there, but the gap closed. McDermott tight to the inside, down towards the Brabham Straight. 14 minutes of this race to go, so still a long way to go. Steve Darby, number 6, continues to hold the lead. There's a challenge on the outside there for the lead of the MGF class. I don't think Mark Baker's going to get through there. The leaders lapping one of the back markers, Matthew Dorr, there as they go through Druids. Will Sharp thought about having a look for the lead there, but he wasn't close enough coming into Druids. And we have had a change round the outside coming out of Paddock. That's a good move by Mark Baker. Has got the MGF up into the class lead now ahead of the later MGF VVC of Simon Kendrick. Coming up to lap Matthew Dorr, number 47, with his MGB. He's a newcomer this year. He's only his second or third race meeting. You can see the novice cross on the back of his car. So Mark Baker, very impressive in his older shape MGF, the newer VVC being left behind, and Stuart Plotnick's version in third place. In among them the ZRs of Olsen and Campbell. We've got some big names from the old MG Maestro days here. Darryl Davis we saw briefly earlier on, Fergus Campbell, Adrian Olsen. They've all been with this series for many, many years now. There is David Amphlett. Closing on George Howarth, was due to share the car with his father Adam this weekend, but George ending up doing both races. Adam regularly races in a BMW in other series. Here come the leaders. Steve Darby, number 6, the Essex driver. Steve McDermott looking determined. He's got the headlights on now as we come up towards half distance. Jack Woodcock has lost a little bit of ground there on Phil Walker in the 83 car. There is Amphlett, continuing to press on in the lead of the Classic division, looking to retain his class title this year. He just beat Jim Bainham to the Classic category title last year. Swing their way through Druids Bend, down towards Graham Hill, through the trees at this very scenic little circuit. Steve McDermott is in danger of losing his unbeaten run for the season here. Let's wait and see what happens. Will the commentators curse work in reverse now I've said that? Well, Will Sharp having a look there in the 66. He can't quite get up alongside Steve Darby. This is a good drive by Steve Darby in number 6. Been with the MG Owners Club since 2018 in his ZR. He's had a win at Snetterton last season. Looking for another one here as Will Sharp goes to the inside of Paddock End. Big lock up from the 66 car. Has he done it on the brakes? Yes, he has. Good move, Will Sharp. He runs wide on the exit. Can he get back across on Darby? Yes, he has. Great move by Will Sharp. That was a brave bit of driving on the brakes into Paddock Bend. He was lucky not to run wide into the gravel there on the exit. But Will Sharp, who's normally seen in the Classic class in his MG Midget, has brought out his ZR and he's leading the way. Steve Darby in second. They're starting to pull slightly clear now of McDermott in third place, I think. Couple of car lengths clear. Then it's Walker and Woodcock. Sharp again runs wide. He always does there, going into clearways. Gets a slightly better exit as a result, I think. First 5 still clear of Mark Baker, who's leading the MGFs. Then Simon Kendrick is 7th. Fergus Campbell from the back is up to 8th, having had his qualifying times disallowed. Adrian Olsen is 9th, and Stuart Plotnick in the third of the MGFs is 10th. Then we've got George Howarth in his ZR. Then Amphlett and Pollard in the 2 Classic class leading MGBs. Here they are, and Pollard's right with David Amphlett now through clearways. Behind them, Paul Wisby, recovering from that incident on the first corner with his rather battered MGF. Next in the order, Mark Grant in the 46, then Andy Robinson, Chris Millard, the Bates family, Carl ahead of Anthony, MGB ahead of Maestro, and the final runner is Matthew Dorr. 20 cars still running in this Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship race with just over 9 minutes of it to go. And Steve McDermott is getting aboard now. He's all over the back of Steve Darby for second place. The 2 Steves battle it out, but it is still Will Sharp in the lead in 66. The man from Radcliffe-on-Trent in Nottinghamshire. There's Chris Pollard. He's lost out to Paul Wisby now. The MGF has got ahead of the older MGB. That could hamper Pollard's chances of catching David Amphlett. Further back there's Mark Grant, the orange ZR. Now the leaders are coming up into back marker traffic now. They're going to lap the Maestro. It's effectively the predecessor really in the model line of the MG ZRs. Taking a look at their ancestor there. Adrian Olsen in the number 3 still going well with Stuart Plotnick on his tail. That's for 9th. This battle is for 9th place. 2 different classes, of course. Stuart Plotnick 3rd in the MG Midgets category, the MGF category, I should say, sorry. Well, spiritual successor to the MG Midget, really, those cars. Stuart Plotnick been with this series for a number of seasons now. He got the better exit there from Graham Hill Bend. He could draw alongside here. Yes, he's going through. Plotneck passes Adrian Olsen. Behind them, George Howarth in the Howarth Homes number 93 ZR. Here's the leader in the MGF category, Mark Baker. He hasn't shaken off Simon Kendrick. They're separated by about 3/4 of a second. Fergus Campbell closing in on them from the back of the grid in the number 1. Here are the leaders. Actually, in all 3 categories, all 3 main categories, of course. Sadly, Anthony Bate in his Maestro has got nobody to race against, the only entry in Class B. I'm fairly sure the Golhar family have still got one of their Maestros, so we might see that out later in the year. Sadly, Nick Golhar unable to start this race. Problems in race 1 with his ZR. Derby has a look. Derby determined to get that lead back again, and McDermott's closed right back up now. Just over 7 minutes of this to go, and they're going to be line astern, the 3 of them. What's Steve Derby going to do here as they head down the Brabham Straight? Is he going to try and slipstream Will Sharp as they go into Paddock Hill Bend? They've got MGBs ahead of them to be lapped. Carl Bate in the number 71. The man from St Albans in Hertfordshire is all set to be lapped. Another MGB ahead of them as well. It's our novice Matthew Dorr. They're not sure where to go. Meantime, I can tell you the lead in the classic category has changed. Here they are. Chris Pollard has just taken David Amphlett. So a new leader in Class A. That's Chris Pollard in the 28s. Been racing since the late 90s. He's been a class champion as well. David Amphlett, the current class champion, but it's Chris Pollard, the Suffolk driver, who now leads. Back with our overall leaders. Sharp from Derby. Starting to take them clear of McDermott now, just over 6 minutes to go. Phil Walker looking on from 4th. Jack Woodcock has dropped away a little bit as David Amphlett tries to get his class lead back again. These two outpacing the ZR of Mark Grant, which is impressive. Mark Grant, another newcomer this season, made his debut last weekend at Castle Combe, so giving a good account of himself as a novice here in 15th place. It's a wonderful mixture of drivers of different ability, aren't there? Drivers that have been with this club since the 1980s, in the days of the Maestros and so on, and you've got drivers who are just making their debuts this season. Proof what a friendly, pleasant club this is. Motorsport for all in their MGs. 47 Matthew Dorr, another of our newcomers, being lapped by Simon Kendrick. He's trying to catch Mark Baker back up again, the 53 car leading Class F for the MGFs. Less than a second covering the top 3. They're coming out of Clark Curve now, and the pursuers have got their headlights on. They're trying to put Will Sharp under pressure now. They'll know there's only 5 minutes to go. McDermott goes wide towards Paddock. Is he going to try and get the cut back on the exit here? Steve Derby holds the line in number 6. There's a daring move down the inside into Paddock that won Will Sharp the lead of the race in this Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, second race of the day. Roundrums. Phil Walker looking on in the 83, the grey and green car. Jack Woodcock, one of our first season newcomers, up there in 5th position. Still Chris Pollard leads Class A ahead of David Amphlett. They've had a good scrap today. Still leading Class B is the solo Maestro of Anthony Bates. Oh, and Steve McDermott a bit out of shape there, coming through clearways, and Steve Derby's getting aboard. Look at this, he's closing right up on Will Sharp now. He could get past here with a bit of luck. He's going to try and play Will Sharp at his own game into Paddock possibly. Here they come, over the line. Nothing in it between these two. They're coming up on an MGB. Chris Millard going a lap down, the number 11, so he won't get through there. Number 11 of Chris Millard. Second and third in the championship over the last few seasons, a consistent racer. The ZR still do battle up front. Still Will Sharp. Can he end Steve McDermott's run of success this year? 3.5 minutes to go. Along the bottom of the circuit they go. Jack Woodcock's dropped back into 5th place now, but a safe 5th place, about 7 seconds or so ahead of Mark Baker. Sharp a little bit wide there, again through Clark Curve. Here comes Steve Darby again. He's right into the slipstream this time. What's he going to do? Into Paddock Bend. Could this be a move for the lead coming up here from Steve Darby? He's going to go to the outside, under braking for Paddock Bend. I don't think he's going to get round there. No, he's not. Here they come. Down the hill, then up into Druids, up the rise. Darby is lining him up. He's lunging now. He's not holding back. McDermott's trying to go around the outside as well. Right on the bumper there. There was nearly contact between Sharp and Darby. Will Sharp soaking up so much pressure here. This is great racing. Well, the Wayside Adhesives sponsored car leading the way. And you could say that Steve Darby is almost glued to his bumper here. Here he comes, having a look as they go down towards Surtees. He could get alongside here. No, Sharp again holds him off. He's got to be mindful that one false move, Steve Darby, and McDermott's going to be through, and he could have a chance here. This is terrific racing, and Phil Walker's trying to get a piece of this as well in the 83. The man from Toaster near Silverstone. One false move from Will Sharp, and Steve Darby will be straight through into the lead, but Darby gets his foot down and actually ekes out a bit of a lead there over the line. Couple of laps to go. They're lapping in the 58-59 second bracket. There's the classic class battle. Chris Pollard still ahead of David Amflett. All eyes on this fabulous lead battle at the moment. Here they come, up into Druids. Steve Darby really pressuring the 66 of Will Sharp now. Down the hill, Darby, is he going to have a look there on the inside? No, he's not. There is number 42 of Simon Kendrick. He's still second in the MGFs. It's still Mark Baker leading that class. There are the leaders. Here they come into clear ways once again. Darby again takes the tighter line. Just over a minute to go. I think they're going to get 2 more laps out of this. It might be close though. Here they come. There's the classic battle. David Amflett's fighting back. He's closing back up on Chris Pollard. Over the line go the leaders. Round the outside goes Steve Darby. I think we're going to get 2 more laps out of this, including the one they're on. There's our MGF leader, Mark Baker. He's just come over the line now as Darby goes to the outside. He's trying to set the car up. He could get a run on him here. Down into Graham Hill Bend. Has he got it? No, he hasn't. Again, Sharp moves across, takes the line. He's got the better exit from the corner. And McDermott is shadowing them both too now. He knows it's now or never, Steve McDermott. He knows he's about to lose his unbeaten run this year. Unless he can get past the 2 in front of him. Here they come, into clearways. Sharp defending as if his life depends on it here. He wants that race win. Steve Darby doesn't get as good an exit there. Look at McDermott up the outside as they go up the main straight. 53 Mark Baker we see still leading the MGFs, and going round the outside is Steve McDermott. There was a back marker there. That's why Darby had to back off, and McDermott's through into second. I think there was a back marker there on the inside. No, there wasn't, in fact. I thought they were encountering traffic, and Darby just didn't get as good an exit from Clark Curve. We're on the last lap now, and it is the 66 of Will Sharp. McDermott, can he rescue this? Can he keep up his unbeaten run? He's got to attack as hard as he can on the back of Will Sharp. There is a back marker ahead now. Andy Robinson, number 30. They'll be hoping he gets out of their way. Here they come down the Cooper Straight. Robinson moves aside. Here they come into Surtees. What can McDermott do? Is he going to go for a last bend lunge? He goes to the outside. He's going to try and get the cutback on this final corner. Darby is there as well. It's going to be a drag race to the line between these two. Sharp, McDermott, Darby's in behind them. It could be the 3 of them going for the win. I don't think Steve McDermott's going to do it. He's going to be beaten for the first time this year in the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Will Sharp wins it. McDermott second, Darby third as quickly as that. 4th for Phil Walker and 5th for Jack Woodcock. What a magnificent race. 6th place and winning the MGF class, a double class win for Mark Baker this weekend. He'll be pleased with that. 7th over the line is Simon Kendrick. 8th is Fergus Campbell from the back of the grid, echoing the position he took in race 1. George Howarth, a good 9th place in his ZR. And rounding out the top 10 will be Stuart Plotneck, although I've had notification he's got a penalty, so we'll wait and see how that works out. And in the classic category, they're racing for the line. Chris Pollard, it looks like, is going to stay ahead of David Amflett. Amflett under threat from 46, one of our newcomers, Mark Grant, but it's going to be Chris Pollard, number 28, to win Class A for the classic cars. Over the line they come. good race between those two. They finished less than a second apart, and Class B, of course, won by Anthony Bates at the wheel of his Maestro. There is the winner of Class B. Well done to Anthony Bates and his Maestro. Shame we didn't have any other Maestros for him to race against this year. Last raced, we're told in our notes, last raced 15 years ago, that car. Okay, a very enjoyable race from the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Their second race of the day and a first defeat of the season for Steve McDermott as Will Sharp takes the win. Ian Waterhouse is down there with the drivers in Parc Fermé.
Hello everybody, welcome down to Parc Fermé, and what a cracking race we saw. We're going to move over here. Actually, we've got Stephen Darby. Actually, let's grab a quick word with Stephen. Stephen, that was pretty intense, wasn't it, between all of you guys right at the front? I couldn't call it right until the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely felt the weight of them all behind me, piling up. It's not the quickest of cars, this one, so we did well to stay out for as long as we did. The wheel was amazingly quick, and a very tough man to hold back, to say the least. So. No, it was respectable. Pleased with the third anyway. Stayed on the track.
It was fantastic to watch. Congratulations, anyway, because it really was great. Here he is. Here's Will Shot.
Hi.
Will, do you want a hand?
I think we got it.
You got it. Oh, whoa, hang on, Steve. So you've just won the race, an incredible race, and then they tell you you have to push your car.
Well, you know what? I'll push it all the way back to Nottingham if I have to win a race like that.
That was insane, by the way. I mean, 4 or 5 of you right in the mix. It's such good racing, isn't it?
It was amazing racing. I made an unbelievable move to get the lead down Paddock Hill, so I upset myself, but it was mad. And then my steering wheels got loose. So the slow corners, I was having to turn once and then twice for it to turn. And I was using second gear here, but I knew if I could just get onto the straight, nobody would get me down Paddock Hill. But I was going around it having to turn twice, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
But you know, love it.
Well done, Will. That's fantastic stuff. Congratulations. That really is. Let's grab a quick word with Stephen McDermott. We did speak to him a little bit earlier we spoke a little bit earlier, didn't we? And here we are again, back on the podium. Tricky race. That was insane to watch.
Yeah, that was close all the way round. Obviously, we were slowing each other up because we couldn't get on, but. Brilliant race.
I don't know how you guys breathe. It's 20 minutes and you're just wheel to wheel, bumper to bumper stuff. How do you stay concentrated for that long?
Well, it's hard, and then one mistake and you can be right out of it. So you've got to keep your eye on the ball. But it's close racing, and that's what it's all about.
Brilliant stuff. Well done. Congratulations. Right, I am going to hand back to your commentator, Dave Goddard, to let you know about what is coming up next.
Right, let's check out the results. Thanks, Ian. We'll check out the results of that race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Will Sharp hands Steve McDermott his first defeat of the season by 0.227 of a second, and only a couple of tenths further back was Darby in third place. Steve Darby, a cracking race from him as well, leading a portion of it. Fourth place going to the number 83 of Phil Walker. And rounding out the top 5 was Jack Woodcock in number 24. Winning the MGF class was Mark Baker in 6th place, ahead of Simon Kendrick by some 5.4 seconds. Fergus Campbell 8th from the back, ahead of George Howarth and Adrian Olsen in their ZRs, rounding out the top 10. Stuart Plotnick, he got a penalty for exceeding track limits, drops down to 11th place, ahead of the recovered Paul Wisby after his incident on the first corner. And then Chris Pollard, the winner of the Classic Class A, finishing less than a second ahead of David Amflett. Mark Grant rounding out the top 15. 16th behind them was Andy Robinson, then Chris Millard and Carl and Anthony Bates, with Matthew Dorr completing the 20 finishers. Unfortunately, Darryl Davis and Nick Golhar, after their problems in race 1, didn't take the start.
Thruxton in the dry is a different track. Good living, Chris.
Different ball game altogether, as you say.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, congratulations on the second place, and you've got to do it again later on.
Yeah, thank you. Well, hopefully it stays dry.
Indeed. Well done.
Yeah, apologies for the getting the meetings mixed up. I've got on my sheet, it literally says September 26 Pembury.
Yeah, that's where I
October.
read it from, but they're now telling me it's Donington. And I'm just looking for Damien Longatano at the moment. I've got his car, but I can't see him around. Here we go. Damien, good run again in the Westfield. It was like we've seen you do it so many times before. You can't quite stay with the those super sports cars at the front, but you always give everybody else a good run for their money.
Yeah, well, it's just the back section of the circuit he was pulling away, and need a bit more power behind it, I think, to get a bit more speed in it to keep up with him the next time.
Any plans for an upgrade? Because you've had this one, what, a couple of years now?
Save a bit more money, I think. Seem to be spending money everywhere else at the moment.
Yeah, indeed, and but we're just saying Donington next, so you've done 3 rounds out of Wales for the Welsh Championship, and then it's back to Pembury in September, I think.
I look forward to Pembury. The bigger engine cars, I think I can keep them honest there.
I think we're back up there with the trucks in October, so you'll probably have a round there as well, so we'll see you again then.
Yeah, will do.
Excellent, well done Damien, 3rd place. Right, back to you for a moment or two, Chaz.
Yep, we have the grid for the MGs then. This is going to be a wonderful little race, this. I'm very excited for this one. It's going to be 20 minutes long, and then we have a 25-minute Caterham race after that with all of the Caterhams together on track. William Sharp then lines up on pole position in the number 66 MGZR alongside Steve McDermott in car 77. Then it's Jack Woodcock in 24 alongside Mark Grant in car 46. Then we have Simon Kendrick in the F class. He's going to be in the Tiger Striped MGF ahead of Phil Walker in car 83. Then it's Mark Baker in car 53 alongside Paul Wisby in car number 8. He's going to be driving in the MGF VVC as it's listed. Then it's Jim Bainham in car 2, Chris Pollard in car 28, excuse me, ahead of David Amphlett in car 14, Andy Heitman in car 60. He's sharing that car with Fergus Campbell, who's going to be doing the second race later on at the end of the day. Then it's Nick Golar in car 12 ahead of Anthony Bate in number 70, Chris Millard in car 11, Greville Dare in 63, who had some issues unfortunately during qualifying, so I'll keep an eye out and see whether he is with us. He is on the grid, which is good. And we have Christopher Flukes in car 9, and at the back of the grid we have Alan Forster in the Maestro, and it didn't look like he was going to be out earlier on after he had an issue, but he has got it fixed and he is back on the grid for this one. So a great mix of machinery here from all sorts of different periods. We have, of course, the MG ZRs and the MGFs at the front, early sort of 2000s, those cars. And then you have the beautiful MGBs and the Maestros as well. One of the most retro-looking touring cars I have ever seen. That number 39, especially at the back, with the red and white livery and the blue stripes up the side as well. I absolutely love that car in that livery. It looks really cool. Really good bit of kit. Got the Gulf colours as well of car 63 being driven by Greville Dare. Good to see him out after he pulled over early in qualifying earlier on. A nice compact grid here at Thruxton. The green flag is waved at the back of the field, and the 15th race of the weekend is underway. Fantastic launch from the MGBs in comparison to the ZRs. Pole sitter gets a nightmare of a getaway there for William Sharp.
I think it was, is pole sitter on the outside here or on the inside?
On the inside, it was McDermott that got an absolute belter.
Yeah. And I think Sharpie's down to about 3rd place, if not 4th, as they go down to the complex.
Yeah, I think he had a bit of pressure there from Mark Grant as well. And Woodcock getting through up into 2nd. Looks like Sharp has dropped down to 4th. The MGBs filter through near the back end of the field. Doesn't look like we've lost anybody as of yet, so everybody keeping it nice and tidy, but a great start for the guys at the very front, minus Sharp, who didn't get a clean getaway at all. As they head now down towards the back part of the circuit, Sharp looking very, very closely at trying to get past Mark Grant. Or at least I believe it was Grant. It might have even been the 83 of Phil Walker that was up there with them. They come down through Church for the first time, and it's the 24 car of Woodcock in second place. Sharp looking very, very racy indeed, though. Climbing around all over the back of him as they come up towards us now. They're nearly side by side. I don't quite think he's got alongside him yet. He has actually later on the brakes down the inside, goes up into second place. Beautiful stuff from Sharp then. And McDermott leads them at the end of the first lap, and it is the 83 of Phil Walker that has gained a bunch of places on the opening lap. Car 46 that started fourth on the grid, Mark Grant, is way down the order. The orange MGZR properly dropping positions there. Where's he ended up at the end of the first lap? He's actually made a place back up now as he crosses the line, but he was down in 15th place. He goes ahead of Bate to go to 14th as he crosses the line, but nightmare first lap for Grant.
Where was Simon Kendrick? Where did he go through? The car 42.
Car 42, Kendrick ended up in 6th place. He started 5th.
Yeah, keep an eye on him. Normally starts to improve as the race goes on.
He's second in his class at the moment as well, only to Baker. He was the fastest in his class in qualifying. As at the front, Sharp is looking down the inside of McDermott as they go through Goodwood. It's not normally an overtaking opportunity, but if you're very, very brave, you can get it done. But Sharp has been fantastic already in just the opening 2 laps. You know, he had a poor start, and it's how you bounce back from it. Looks down the inside at Church. He's all over the curb. I think he maybe lost a bit of momentum there. We've got 4 classes, as mentioned, A, B, F and Z. It's the Z class at the front, then the MGFs, which are the F class. Then we've got the A class cars, which are the MGBs, and then the Maestros have their own class, which is Class B. So McDermott, Sharp, then Woodcock still in 3rd. The 83 of Walker started 6th on the grid, up to 4th. He's got the 2 leading MGFs behind him. MGB leader is car 2, being driven by Jim Bainham.
Yeah, Jim's Mr. MG. He's been in this club for many years now, and that car has done so many racing miles over the years and taken so many victories.
Well, it was apparently, in the information we were given, it was raced for the first time in 1976 by Jeff Gear, and it's been raced every year since then.
Yeah.
And it's done 24-hour races and everything. It's done over 400 races, over 120 wins, and I'm about to bring some bad news, and it is that the Maestro, the number 39 machine from the back of the field, Forster, is back in the pit lane, I'm afraid. It's a real shame. Not quite sure what the issue is, but it looks...
No, it's there's some fluid all over the front of it, so it looks like something's blown inside the bonnet, and it's poked it out through the top. In fact, steam coming out of it, so it's presumably cooling.
And Sharp has retaken the lead. Sharp has got ahead of McDermott. Now he's under pressure from Woodcock. It looks like the way that Sharp's got it done, he's lost McDermott a lot of momentum. He's now dropped back a little bit. There's a battle for the lead in the MGFs as well. We've got the 42 of Kendrick trying to go round Baker, but the dark blue car with the white sports stripes holds on. Or the go faster stripes, as I should correctly identify them. And he's certainly going faster at the moment than the 3rd placed MGF, car 8 of Wisby. In 3rd, he whizzes by. And then you've got the rather out of place number 60 car of Heitman, and he's sort of sandwiched between the 2 MGBs. It's not a bad place to be, but it's not exactly where he wants to be in terms of the race. You've then got Grant down the inside, has to get on the brakes through Allard to make sure he doesn't hit the MGB in front of him. We've got 2 of them that have dropped off the back of the field a little bit here at the moment, just waiting to come through. It's Flukes and Dare, but they're still right together. get into the final couple of corners. Flukes in the MGB GT. Actually, they're both MGB GTs. 63 obviously in the Gulf colours. But the battle for the lead is getting very feisty once again now. It looks to me like Sharp has actually lost it on this lap, and McDermott's back in front again. So suddenly Sharp may be pushing a little bit too hard out in front on his own, dives down the inside as they go through Church. There's a bit of braking going on from McDermott, and now Woodcock's gone to his right hand side, tucks up behind Sharp into the club chicane. McDermott now looks back down the inside, but these guys don't need to fight behind Sharp because they know that he will drive away into the distance if given the chance, Will William. And the MGF battle changes round. The 42 machine of Kendrick goes ahead of Baker to take the class lead there. They were fighting behind Walker a little bit earlier, and I think Walker's back to on him. Yeah, indeed. Tiger does not change its stripes, it seems.
Just looking yesterday, we had son getting out of the car and mum taking over, and you mentioned Chris Flukes with the MGB. Well, that was raced by his daughter originally, Natalie Jarvis, and she now has given that over to Dad. So
that'll explain the sticker on the
son to mum
window.
yesterday, and we've got daughter to Dad today.
Well, that explains the sticker on the window. It does say Nat's dad on the window rather than actually Chris Flukes. So fair play to him. And we've had a change for position a bit further back, by the way.
Former pilot for BA.
Oh, nice. Not a bad job.
Yeah, but not going quite as quick as he used to.
Yeah, he's not quite. Almost breaking the sound barrier over the Atlantic. But we've got Flukes now behind Dare as they come into the chicane. Dare maybe overdoing it a little bit on the curbs, but these guys may be a long way off the field, but they're having a really good dice between the pair of them, and that's what it's all about. They'll be absolutely loving it. Now, our leaders, by the way, who've just come back through Church Corner, Sharp has absolutely checked out here. He has really disappeared up the road from them because the two of them fighting behind, as I mentioned, holding one another up. McDermott goes back down the inside of Woodcock into the chicane, gets the job done, but they need to work together here and focus on going forward, because if they just battle amongst themselves, it's not going to do them any favours in the long run. Then we've got Kendrick still ahead of Baker. Oh no, he's missed a gear. Oh, Kendrick missed a gear.
Kendrick's got a major problem. Car's slowed drastically. He is going through the gearbox, but obviously couldn't find the right one. And I think he might be underway again now, but it certainly cost him dearly. Baker's gone way off in the distance, so Kendrick's got to do it all again. Jim Bainham still leads the MGBs through in Class A.
We had a nice little battle actually there between the number 12 of Golar and the number 46 of Grant. The two of them nearly came together here at the chicane, but they sorted it all out.
Nick Golar, another one that's been in the championship many years now.
Very strong at the moment. 11th position, although the cars actually, Grant and Amphlett around him are the ones that swap places on that lap. Golar actually stayed where he was. And Dare is now opening up the gap ahead of Flukes a bit further back, but there's soon going to be traffic for the leaders. A little puff of smoke out the back of the 63 machine as he came through the final chicane there. Not sure how much that is to worry about. Now the lead gap was 1.3 seconds last time round. There's no position change between the three of them here. I'm going to see what the gap comes out to this time. It's 1.358 seconds to be exact last time. This time it's 1.1 seconds. So maybe McDermott has thought now, right, I need to go after this guy. I need to get on with it.
It looked like a little bit of smoke coming from McDermott as well. So.
Oh, another gear change issue as well, by the way, for Kendrick. He's just done it again.
Whether he's got a problem as well, I don't know, but he's still on the pace for sure at the minute.
Here comes the battle from earlier. Golar still on the back of Grant, but Heitman is the car ahead of them in the ZRs, hoping not to get in the way of the MGB. Just around him. And here comes the Maestro, the only one remaining in the race, of Bate, car 70, making his way across the line to complete his 6th lap of the race. This is now lap 7 with 9.5 minutes left to go. Now the leader's coming up on traffic once again. Sharp still leads. McDermott's got his lights on, and again, yeah, I just saw a puff of smoke actually on his way up to the final chicane here. It wasn't a section where he was under the brakes either, so not quite sure what's caused that. He's gone a little bit deep into the chicane this time round, maybe just focusing on the traffic a bit. The gap was 1.1 seconds last time, maybe a little bit less than that actually here. Yeah, it's 1 second now, so he's only gained a 10th on that previous lap, but it's the fastest lap of the race by McDermott, so that shows you how on the pace Sharp is as well. Woodcock was only 1/10 of a second off both of them, so that's really, really good pace from all of them. And again, Kendrick misses a gear twice. You could hear him spiking the revs, he can't get it, maybe the gearbox or the clutch is going. Here comes the rest. As the number 2 of Bainham still leads his class, but he's surrounded by these pesky, what there would be classed in comparison to his car as boy racer MG ZRs around him. Gotta love it though. The other MGB.
Kendrick again back under his own steam proper, so he's obviously got a selection problem. He has to change down for the chicane, so he needs to get it stuck in 3rd or 4th and just leave it. So.
Yeah, just bag it off the limiter around the whole circuit. Be a pretty entertaining way of approaching a lap. Now the leaders are spreading out a little bit more this time. Sharp has definitely opened the gap up to McDermott, but in all honesty, it's nothing for McDermott to worry about too much at this stage, because Woodcock's not really closing up to the back of him. Trying to keep it nice and tidy through the final chicane again. Let's see what it is this time. It was just over a second last time. I think it's a little bit more than that now. Yeah, 1.3, fastest lap of the race from Sharp. Woodcock is 1.5 seconds off the back of McDermott. Potential change in position here between one of the MGFs and the ZR. No. Baker decides he doesn't need to make that position, so he doesn't need to fight it. Here comes Kendrick. Let's listen out for the gear change. Or the lack of. Yep, he does it again. Still has that continuing problem. And here now is Heitman ahead of Grant. Good battle between those two. With Bainham and then Goller just behind them. And we have Pollard and Amphlett just crossing the line. Millard just coming through now. The number 11. It's a good branding opportunity there, using the 2 1s as L's in the middle of the name Millard. I'll send him an invoice later. We've got Bate then just coming round as well.
Chris Millard, wildly old character, he's been in motor racing a long time, used to run the Porsche 924 Championship many years ago.
Oh, nice. Love a 924. I like a 944. Oh,
well, there used to be a series for both 944s and the 924s. When we're talking about probably 20 years ago.
Fair play. The leaders have closed up, by the way. Across the line, it was 1.3 seconds last time. McDermott now, as he does the fastest lap of the race, is within a second. It's only 6/10 now, and they've really cleared off from Woodcock. So it's McDermott making the big moves here. 1:33.1 he just did. Last lap from Sharp was a 1:33.8. And the position has changed just behind as well. Baker now ahead of Walker. Here's Kendrick again. Oh, Kendrick gets in gear this time. There we go. Lovely stuff. Right then, looks to me like Grant is now ahead of the number 60, but maybe not for long if he continues those antics. He way overdoes it as he gets to the chicane. Car bounces around all over the grass, but manages to continue. Who's this in the MGB? Absolutely flinging it around. That's Amphlett really attacking the curbs at the last few corners there. Great to see. Millard says, yeah, you like that, do you? Watch this. It does the same as well. Really going for it through there. fantastic attacking driving, because you'd expect, you know, with some of these older cars to be a bit more sort of cautious and aware of how fragile they can be, but these drivers, you know, they're proper race cars and they're proper racing drivers, so they're just absolutely going for it. It's great to watch as our leaders come back to us again. Still Sharp leading McDermott. It looks like Sharp maybe starting to open up that gap a little bit again. Woodcock still in third, but not able to advance on them as much as he'd like. But he's doing a good job holding station there for a podium position. The gap is now 0.8 of a second. It's a personal best from Sharp, but it's not the fastest lap of the race. 1:33.2 from him, 1:33.4 from McDermott, which explains the 0.2 of a second increase in the gap. Here comes Kendrick round the final corner. Again, not able to get it in gear, is he?
No, well, the last couple of laps, it seems to have sorted itself. It's dropped in again now, but he's lost out of that place to the MGB.
Grant's still ahead of Gola. Sorry, ahead of Heitman and then Gola. And then still Bainham leading, but Pollard is the next car back. The gap is quite the distance at the moment. Well, actually, I think Pollard has lost out to Amphlett. He has. Pollard now right under pressure from Millard here. So we've got Pollard and Millard. Not sure what's happened to Pollard on that lap.
Oh, the car sounds okay as he goes through here, so he must have had a little moment because.
Oh yeah, his first sector was 10 seconds slower than the car in front.
Must
So
have had a spin or something because Millard is not making any further impression at the moment.
leaders again coming back through, 2.5 minutes and a little bit more left to go of
Now
the
then,
race.
they've got a slower car in front of them. That could affect them because they're going to get that slower car around about the chicane into the complex.
Now the lap times have come down again. Another personal best for Sharp and another fastest lap of the race for McDermott. Another 1:33.1. So he's really on the
They
move.
both pass the tail end up.
Nicely done. McDermott actually gets a better run though. Sharp held a tighter line and McDermott was able to really open the corner up as they come out of the complex then, out of Seagrave, down towards Noble. And McDermott is right in the slipstream now, so he's maybe going to stick with him, wait till they get out of church and then try a manoeuvre there. So we can promise that something will definitely happen around here, although to be fair, McDermott using a very different line there. He takes a weirdly wide entrance into Goodwood, but he's just going to try and get the slingshot out of the corner, I imagine, by the time they get down to church. He's just trying everything he can now. He knows he's got the slipstream, so he may as well use whatever line he wants, knowing that he's just going to get dragged along behind Sharp. Headlights ablaze. We've got Pollard flinging his MGB around the final corners. Here come those leaders back towards us now. They're well and truly cleared away from Woodcock at the moment. We're only going to get one more lap after this, so if he's going to get it done, he needs to get it done pronto, does McDermott. Sharp still leads him. What's the gap and what are the lap times looking like? 1:33.5 and a 1:33.4, so both of them pushing hard, not doing their personal bests that time round. Oh, we've got a car off, by the way. I think maybe two cars off as well. There's some very fresh tyre marks there. One of them is the leader in the MGF, so I'm just getting a feedback on the stream. Oh, and it's a huge moment for the number 53 of Baker. He's had a long slide round to the right before he gets to Noble, and he's ended up in the wheat field. I think he's managed to continue. He has, yeah, he's just come round into my view now. And his gap was that big. He's actually still leading his class as well from Kendrick, so he's got away with that as Baker. But it was a very scary moment before Noble. Very scary indeed.
Last lap board is out, by the way.
Cracking stuff, thank you. Right, our leaders are coming around Goodwood now, and they're still in the same order. Sharp leading McDermott. McDermott's going to be tucked in the slipstream. I'm not sure he's going to get that much of it. Just heading into church now, turning in through the apex, just clipping the exit curb, the runoff area. They've got a bit of traffic in front as well, which could be very focusing. McDermott's not close enough to make a move, I don't think. Sharp goes down the inside of the traffic. McDermott tries to be as late on the brakes as he dares. Keeps it tucked to the inside. Sharp takes a bit of a wider run through the chicane, but it's a great drive and a great win for William Sharp. Comes over to the pit wall, very close to the pit wall indeed, nearly hits the start-finish line man with the checkered flag there. Great stuff from those two though. McDermott second, third goes the way of Woodcock. And then we wait to see the number 83 of Walker, who's had a bit of a lonely race at the moment, unfortunately for him. But a great start though, he started very well indeed, got up to third place on the first lap from sixth on the grid. He's now going to finish the race in fourth position. A bit further back, by the way, we've got Wisby being attacked by Grant. That's an MGF against the ZR, and Baker just comes into the final chicane now. He's going to take a win in the MGFs, just ahead of Kendrick, who's pushing very hard indeed. Baker, despite that moment out of Noble, manages to take the class win. Very well done indeed. And then here is that battle between Wisby and Grant. Grant gets a good run out the final corner. Is he going to beat him to the line? He's going to get close, but it's not going to be enough. Very good stuff. And we wait for the winner in the A class, which is going to be Bainham. Bate has crossed the line already, by the way, to win the B class. And here is the MGB of Bainham. Wins his class, finishing 11th overall. And when the field makes their way round, John will be ready to try and catch a few of them for our chat. I'm just going to quickly nip to the loo, and then we'll be back with you for the next race of the day, which is going to be one of the liveliest ones we'll see all weekend, where we get all three categories of Caterhams, the Sigmax, the Sigma 135s and 150s, all on track together. I'll be back with you in a few.
I can tell you there's about 28 of them in the assembly area, so it's going to be fairly exciting.
Oh, I think there'll be more than that probably. We had about 20 from each class earlier.
Yeah, but don't forget a lot went home yesterday.
Yeah, that's true. Anyway, I'll be back in a few.
Well, we got the first few cars into the Parc Ferme area, so we'll get a word with the first three, and then hopefully all the class winners after that. And we'll see how we get on. So Will Sharp out of the car. Let's attack Will first then. Will, congratulations on the win. Wasn't the start that you wanted though.
No, but it's more fun when you start like that. Yeah, brilliant race. Steve, we've raced in ZRs together a few seasons, and he pushed me all the absolute way, and I was hanging on for dear life. The tyres were just... There was a stage in that where when the F1 driver said there's a cliff and everything, you don't normally get it in our kind of racing, but they went off the edge of it. But then they suddenly came back just enough at the end of that last lap to hold him back, so really delighted with the win.
Car was obviously running okay.
The car was running really well, so touch wood, it's going to be like that in the second race as well, and I'll get a better start.
Yeah, because you've got to do it all again yet.
Yeah, we have. I mean, that's the nice thing. You kind of get a woman under your belt, and you just want a good race now, because I'm not in the championship or anything. I'm just out here to have a good fun, and that's it.
Oh well, good luck, and hopefully we'll speak to you later on.
I hope we do. Cheers, mate.
Well done indeed. Second place then, Steve McDermott. Steve, a little bit of a puff of smoke we saw from the car, and then all of a sudden you seem to close the gap down again.
Yeah, hopefully it was nothing bad. But yeah, I got on it, but I'm new to Thruxton, so I knew it was going to take a little while to get to grips with it. And following Will, then you sort of get to grips pretty quick.
I'm going to say it's big and fast out there, isn't it?
It is faster. It's faster than I thought, and it's literally on the limit, 3/4 of the way round. And yeah, it is seat your pants moment.
Nevertheless, you're there, second place, and I've got to do it again later.
Yeah, and hopefully I'll be one place further up the grid.
I reckon you can get him because he didn't have a really good start. So if you can do that again, we'll laugh.
That's it, and now I know the track, and I am quicker on 2 little spots than him that I've found. So if I get the chance, I'll be off.
Good luck anyway. We'll speak to you later on.
Cheers.
And I'm looking for third place man, Jack Wilcock, the 24 car, wherever that's gone. Jack, I was looking for your car, not you, but then you disappeared. So third place, Jack, happy with that?
Over the moon. It's only first season, so anything in the top 5 or 6, I can't really moan at all.
Bit different here at Thruxton. Obviously, it's very fast, very quick.
It's a brave circuit. I mean, I hung on to the 2 guys for a while, and then they were gone. Nothing I could do. I thought, keep it to the end, and go again.
Well, a big learning curve for you this year, then, I guess, if it's your first year in the championship.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's been hard. There's only one track in the whole calendar I've ever driven before. So 90% of the time I'm learning and qualifying. So we'll see how it goes.
Well, congratulations anyway on third place today.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
See you later on. And I think we're just going to release the cars, so we're probably not going to get a chance to talk to everybody else. Caterhams are still in the assembly area, and the cars are being released. I might get a chance to talk to my old mate Jim Bainham. So Jim, another win?
Yes. I sort of got away a bit there. I don't quite know how, but yeah, no, I got a good start, led in the first sequence of corners, and us MGBs do get a little bit compromised by the slower ZRs, but they've all got their race to run, and we have to deal with them, and they have to deal with us. So I got away and had a bit of a steady old cruise, really.
Yeah, you look like you were enjoying it, really. I mean, you got away. I think that somebody was catching you just a little bit towards the closing stages, but it wasn't ever going to be a threat.
No, indeed. You don't intend to back off, but I think subconsciously, when you've got a 300-yard lead with 2 laps to go, I didn't consciously back off, but I suppose you must do, really.
Yeah, you do indeed, I'm sure, and you've got to do it all again later, though, Jim, because you've got 2 races this afternoon.
That's right, yes. So we'll have another go. Hopefully it stays dry, but no, it's good stuff. I think everyone enjoyed it. I think we had a good day. So yeah, more of the same in a short while.
I think most of the cars came back. That's the main thing. So it should be a good run for the second race.
Well, that's always important. We've had a bit of bad luck today. The grid numbers are a bit down. We've had all sorts of problems with COVID and damage and engines and goodness knows what else. But hey, no, we'll be out there. All the cars made it home, so hopefully they'll be out.
Well done, Jim. Anyway, congratulations on the class win, and again another win for the trusty old steed. Hopefully you can do it again later.
Oh, we'll give it a go. Thanks, Tom.
Well done, Jim. Well, the Caterhams are on track, and the MGs have cleared the Parc Ferme area. So back to you, Chaz, for the grid. Oh, is Chaz taking a little pop out the door, I wonder? Can't see him up there in the box at the minute. So the Caterhams will be round onto the grid very shortly. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of the grid, so I can't help you with that one.
Right then, time for potentially the most lively race of the day. And yes, it can be just as lively as the trucks were earlier. I'll get you your Caterham
I'm
grid.
glad you're back, Chaz.
Me too. I just had to leg it up the stairs.
Just looking for the entry list myself, so if you're back up there, no doubt you can run through the grid quickly.
I'll try and be as quick as I can.
You've got one.
We have 30 cars in this one, so Gideon Wilkinson is going to be on pole position. Jonathan M's alongside, that's cars 99 and 83. Then it's Richard Lambert in car 26 alongside Jonathan Moore, car 47. Excuse me. Colin Laughlin is in car 85 in 5th, ahead of Aki Hussein, car 92. Then it's Neil Sturgis, car number 9. Robert Appleton, car 93. Kevin Barrett, car 1, alongside Paul Fielder, 101. And it's Jamie Winrow, 46. Daniel Hamilton, 84. 21 Roger Ford lines up alongside 34 Neil Evans, and it's Simon White in car 57, ahead of Martin O'Haro. 112 is Andrew Whitten with Lydia Gold in 65. Simon Griffiths in car 16, he's back out after damage yesterday. James McCall in car 50 is next up. And it's Ben Winrow in 24, Merton Wood, car 13, ahead of Harry Kramer, 121. Robert Warner, 58. Alaric Barney in 60. And it's Richard Clegg, car 76. We then have Mark Treadwin in car 4, ahead of Keem Raymond in car 15, followed by Barry White in car 66, and John Benfield at the back of the grid. We've got a yellow flag being waved on the pit wall. I think someone's maybe stalled it or something, or had an issue. Not 100% sure why. Got a quick response from the marshal to get the flag waved. They might send them round again, you know, because of that. But we're a few minutes ahead. The race was due to be green flagged at 3:45. We're currently at 3:42. Trust me, those 3 minutes make all the difference. 25-minute race this one as well, so it's going to be full of action, very lively. Now this is a non-championship race, so this is literally, oh, there's a car actually, it's managed to drive through, and is going to go into the pit lane by the look of it. Now, I thought the car had had an issue and wasn't able to move, but under its own power the driver has managed to get it off the grid, which is a very interesting one. I think that might have been, trying to figure out who's alongside them, from the 5th row.
Car number 1 from the Sigmax.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was from the 5th row of the grid. It was on the right hand side. We've actually lost the car number 9 as well, that would have been starting in front of them, which is Neil Sturgis. So we're already 2 cars down. But yeah, as mentioned, this is a non-championship race, this one, so it's literally just for fun for these guys. So they've paid to be in an extra race for the weekend. They're already here on the day. You might as well, hadn't you? Now we've got marshals approaching drivers, telling them something. Probably just walking along, whispering into the roll cage, it's coming home. They've gone through the Sigmaxes now. Probably just telling them the start procedure or something, maybe saying, although I don't think they'd do that if it was the Sigmaxes, because they'd just say the lights will go out and you can go. So something being communicated here. 135s at the back of the grid are also being told as well. So just to recap, everybody, we have 3 classes in this race. We have the Sigmax cars, the 150 cars, and the 135s. Now they can all be identified by different stickers that they have on their roll cages, which aren't all completely easy to see. Sigmax ones are red, and the 150s are yellow. Not 100% sure on what colour the 135 stickers are. I can't see any from where I am at the moment. Either way, the green flag is waved at the back, and we're ready to get the race underway. We wait for the lights to come on. They're being given a green flag lap, that's what they would have been told then. So it's not the actual race start here, they're just being told to go around, although some of them at the front we're definitely under race pace there. They're certainly racing each other at the very front of the field. Now, I hate to call on this, but we had a similar situation last year here with the Caterham Academy, where they were told they'd have a green flag lap, and then they'd come back round and they had marshals in the middle of the grid ready to line them up. But they are racing away, and the timer is ticking down as well, so I think the race is officially underway via the green flag, but I'm not sure that all of the cars completely understood the instruction there. I'll wait for them to come back round and see what happens, I suppose. But yeah, last year we had marshals ready to line the cars back up on the grid again, but the whole field came round on what was meant to be a green flag lap at race pace, and the marshals had to very, very quickly run out of the way last year, which was a very difficult situation to be witnessing. Yeah, it looks like we're all good. There's definitely cars further down the order that think that this is a warm-up lap, though. They're weaving and going slowly at the back of the field. I can't see marshals. Yeah, we have yellow flags in front, but there's green flags everywhere else. That's a very, very odd situation that has come about. And yeah, like I say, very, very odd one indeed. So I think they're being told to line up on the grid again. The 83 has come around the final corner, probably unsure what to do. And he's just driven across the line. We've got the cars now stopped on the start-finish line. Take your pick, everybody. What do you think's happened? Is this a good time to get our Mexican wave going in the grandstand? Oh, well, it's not the first time I've seen Caterhams do something like this, which I must explain. We've now got even the officials coming back up at the tower. I don't know what's going on. I've got no clue whatsoever, boys. No clue whatsoever. Should we just roll the dice and see who wins?
Well, I thought I'd just nip out the back and take a little break, and look what you've done to it. Chads, what's going on?
I've just been told by an official here, thank you very much, mate, that they were going to send them on a green flag lap and they were going to come back and line up on the grid again. But the guys at the front, for some reason, I don't know why, they were told by the marshals, we're going to wave the green flag and you're going to come up and line up again. They started racing. So the people further back were doing the right thing.
I guess that's what they were being told.
Yeah, but we've only had one car go through, I think.
But the race never starts on the green flag lap. So,
no, well that was it. They were told the timer was going to start when they started the green flag lap.
Which is normal. Sometimes I've seen that before, because they have an allocated space in the timetable, so that would run regardless.
I just want to say, I feel very sorry for the driver in car 83 right now, which is Ems, that's just come back around after doing a full lap at a reduced pace to find that everybody else is now sat on the grid. There's a big bit of FOMO right now, which is fear of missing out.
He thought he had a fantastic start when he looked in his mirrors and he couldn't see anybody.
The other driver is Moore that started fourth on the grid. Now, they're going to feel very, very silly right now, I have to say. But, you know, like we've said, that's what they would have been told. You know, we're going to give you a green flag lap, the timer's going to start, come and line back up on the grid. They told everyone else. The message clearly got through to the majority, but this is one of those wonderful and strange little moments that you get in motorsport, everybody, where it doesn't quite go to plan every single time.
The big telltale is the green flag, of course. So, because the race would never start on the green flag, it would start on the lights going out, or if the lights had failed, it would start on the union flag. So,
exactly.
There's no accounting that the race did actually start, really.
Yeah. Oh, Caterhams.
Never mind.
Yeah, oh well.
Boys will be boys.
Well, we've still got a massive amount of fans out here as well, which is great to see. You know, there's everybody all the way around the bank and all the way to the grandstands to my right. The clouds have certainly moved in. There's a little bit of rain in the background. I'm wondering, we're going to get, we've got a 30-second board now. But the timer is continuing to tick down. That's the important thing to note here. So the race, no matter how it gets underway, Now the green flag is waved, so that means green flag lap. So they will come back round to line up on the grid again. And you can see a lot of them at the back aren't really sure, are we racing again? Are we doing this properly now or not? But like you say, they should know the green flag lap is the green flag lap. They will not start the race with a green flag.
Well, our man in the pit lane has now joined the back of the grid as well. Now, whether that should have happened or not, I'm not sure, because surely from the pit lane you start at the race start, not at the start of the green flag.
I think maybe he's just going to join the back of the grid.
Well, I guess that would be the obvious thing to do now, is to park him up on the back of the grid,
Yeah.
regardless of where he is on the grid.
Oh well. It is what it
Or
is.
be revealed later.
We'll find out. There's going to be a race at some point, everybody.
Look on the bright side, it's not raining.
Yeah,
Yet.
that's very true.
Yet.
That's very true. Well, it does look like there's a bit of rain behind me here at the back of the commentary box over the hills, but doesn't seem to have
Looks
got
like
here
our
yet.
show trucks are starting to depart. We're getting a lot of excited air horns and various things down here, so hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've had the good look round those. One or two of them putting their lights on and various bits and pieces that they've got. But as they depart Thruxton after a great weekend.
I imagine a lot of us will see them on the journey home later as well, which will be a good sight. I've got quite the journey back up to Cheshire, only a few miles from Alton Park. I'm wondering, for a bit of fun, if I can get the attention of everybody in the grandstands at the final corner over here at the commentary box, and whether we can actually give a
We're
Mexican
just
wave
wondering
about.
what's happening again, because marshals have now just run out onto the grid. They weren't on the grid, so
Yeah, they're just going to line them
we're
up on the
going to
grid.
line them up now on the grid, and then we'll start the race, no doubt.
I'm wondering whether we get a Mexican wave going at the final grandstand.
Go on,
for a lap.
just get
Why
on
not?
with it.
So if we go from left to right, can everybody see me in the commentary box? Anybody give me a quick wave? Right, are you ready for this? Now
You
I've got
don't have
pretty
to
much
stop
everybody's
either.
attention. We're going to have to do this pretty quickly. So from the left to the right, ready? Go! Do it. Big Mexican wave. There you go. That's why it's good to have fans back. Thank you
Can
very
we get
much.
it right down the bank or not?
Oh, let's try. Yeah, everyone on the bank. Can you see me in the commentary box up here in the tower? Yep. Right. Let's go from right to left with you lot, shall we?
Well, there's
Ready?
a few hands
Go.
going up in the air.
Go
There's
on.
not many
From
jumping
right
up
to
and
left.
down and dancing. There we go. Look.
This is part of the fun
How
of
far
it.
did it go? Did it go around the other side through Allard? I don't think it
I
did.
don't think it
You've
went
got to,
all
you've
the way
got to try
round.
harder.
Let's do it again, right? All the way round Allard.
Don't
Can people
forget
at the
Allard.
first corner see me as well? Give us a quick wave, if you can. I'm over here in the White Watchtower on the very far side. I don't know if they can see me. We'll give it another go on the bank. Go on, from right to left. Go on. We're not quite as coordinated as we would be in a football stadium, but apparently we're allowed less fans than them, so stuff them. Right
Good
then.
to see everybody enjoying themselves.
Yeah,
anyway.
exactly.
That's the main thing.
it. Thank you for getting involved, everybody. Oh, they're all ready for me to do it again on the right here, I think.
Oh, go on, get on with it. One more. You'll get it in before they start this race. It could be another 3 laps yet.
You know. Well, the time is ticking down, so it was going to be a 25-minute race, now 15 as we tick under that. But yeah, it's the number 1 car that you mentioned before that's actually rejoined the race again now, which is good to have. So, we'll finally get this race underway. The green flag is waved at the back, not the front of the grid. 5-second board is shown. The lights come on.
And we got a race.
And we've got a race. We're underway. All the
83
Caterham's
car it
jumping
is
to
that
life.
get away, but a good start off the second row from the 26 car. That goes up into second position, and the pole sitter down into third.
They all just jump into life, don't they, Caterham's off the line. Huge pack of them flying down towards turn 1. There's a blackbird sat on the fence right in front of the camera.
I think it was
live
Elwood,
stream.
was it, on pole?
I don't think it was Elwood. No, it's a different front end on Elwood's car. He's
Ah.
got the neon orange round it. I think he's a bit further back in the field. He started. Actually, I don't even know if he's in this one. You know, because there's only a few from each class in this race. They only they sign up to this one as part of their weekend. But yeah, it looks like Elwood maybe not in this, but it's a very similar car because it's black with the roll cage in fluoro orange. But yeah, it doesn't have the orange grille on the front like Elwood's car did. Still, the whole field streams their way round Goodwood, down through Village towards Church. Don't forget, everybody, after this we still have 3 races. We've got the British Truck Racing Championship, last race of the weekend, Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, then the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. But the Caterhams will provide the entertainment right now, as there's a battle for the first number of positions. Now I've got to figure out which class is which. It's obviously going to be the Sigmaxes leading the way. Bit of argy-bargy on the way into the chicane. And it's the number 26 machine of Lambert that leads them from the 99 of Wilkinson, then Ems in the 83. There's a bit of shenanigans here at the chicane as there's a humongous train of them all together coming down towards you, John.
Yeah, they're going past here 4 abreast, some of them. Oh, there's someone going through very quick indeed. And I know the car, it's a light blue one, but I can't think who it was.
Yes, is that Winrow?
Yeah, it is Jamie Winrow's car, I think, the 46 car.
He's getting 12 places in the first lap.
Blue with an orange roll cage, not quite as bright as the one we know from the race. Oh, there's a lot of brake dust, a lot of brake smoke down at the complex, but I think everybody's gone through there, believe it or not.
We've only lost one car so far, which is the 101, but I think Fielder was one of the ones that didn't start the race, potentially, although, yeah, I had him alongside Barrett on that 5th row of the grid, so not quite sure what's happened there. But yeah, 12 places gained for Griffiths, 12 places gained for Winrow. Absolutely flying at the moment in the Sigmaxes. Now, they started further back by the look of it, so it looks like the grid was a little bit mixed up in terms of their times, which is rather interesting. I'm not quite sure what the criteria was for the grid, but we've got 135s ahead of 150s and Sigmaxes as well, so it's just an overall race for a bit of a laugh, this one. Lambert still leading it, but it looks like Wilkinson's going to try and go around him. It looks like he's already got it done, actually, by the time they get into the braking zone for the club chicane. And Griffiths is now up to 4th in the white, black and yellow number 16 car. He was incredibly quick in the earlier races yesterday as well.
Well, it's still the 99 car from the 26 car as they go across the line here. So I'm looking further back. That is the 58 car going through now, which is Rob Warner.
Yeah, he's gained 6 places on that previous lap as well. Winrow didn't actually gain any, but he's at the front of that train. He just needs to break away from it now. We've got a car coming around the final corner slowly. It's the number 13 machine of Wood, seemingly having a difficult time of the chicane, but gets back underway. I think he was a little bit off the pace yesterday, so just getting some time in the car at the moment to improve his pace. But the number 24 of Winrow, which is the yellow car, there are 2 Winrows, there's Jamie and Ben Winrow. Ben is in the yellow car, Jamie's in the blue car, which is number 46. And the pair of them incredibly quick, like very quick. Both really exciting to watch in their respective categories. It's an awesome train of them all together for the lead. Once again, it's all compacted back together. 10.5 minutes left to go. It's hard to pick who's going to win this one. Griffiths in the white car down the inside on the way into the final corner. Gets it stopped beautifully. Hits the apex. Takes it through the chicane. Griffiths leads the race. Wilkinson 2nd place in the 99 car. Then it's the 46 of Winrow up into 3rd place already.
Not anymore, he's up to 2nd. I think they're side by side as they go round Allard. Maybe not quite just got the advantage as they come down towards the chicane, but they're still side by side and keeping the foot right flat on the floor.
Ben Winrow is the one in the yellow car as well. He's actually in that train already now. He's got away from one train, caught up with the next, and he's into what position is that overall, actually? Ben Winrow's 7th at the moment, 2nd in his class, only to Griffiths, who's leading the race overall. Oh, we've had cars off actually on the way down towards Noble. We've had a bunch of them off together. I've just seen the images from the live stream. Unfortunately, it's McCall that's lost loads of ground, and he was a very dominant winner.
The 60 car back, 50 car, sorry.
That is McCall. Yeah, he dominated the race earlier.
I don't think he's been involved in an incident, but certainly the car sounds okay.
He's had a big dent in the exhaust on the right.
Oh, yes, he's had a little bit of contact, you're right.
Yeah, he went. I think it was off before Noble. He was on the very, very long, fast right-hander after Seagrave. But your race leader at the moment, Griffiths, doing a fantastic job. Ben Winrow in the yellow car is flying through the pack. He's just behind Wilkinson right now. Gets up into 4th spot overall, so the 2 Winrows going very well indeed. Look at that yellow car go, John. He is on a mission now, and he's got the other Winrow in front of him. And then
he's
Griffiths.
up to 3rd. He's gone through to 3rd position, so the chase is on now for the pair in front.
Cracking stuff. We've got another train of them a little bit further back here, headed up by, I think it's Barney in the number 60 machine it is. And then he's got 68 just behind, which is Noaro. They're all running single file through
the number 1 car as well now drops in between those 2.
Yeah, he's running well actually, is Barrett. He started at the back of the grid, he's now to 15th.
Kevin Barrett, so he makes up another place. But the thing is now is the chase from Winrow on that pair in front.
Yeah, the other Winrow and then Griffiths. Now, interesting to note, Griffiths is in a Sigmax. The first of the two Winrows, which is Jamie Winrow, car 46, is in one of the 150s. And then Ben Winrow is in a Sigmax. And we know that the Sigmaxes and the 150s are very similar in terms of performance. Sigmax is about 145 brake horsepower, 150s, guessed by the name, 150 horsepower. Other than that, they're not too different underneath. That then comes down to the driver. So Ben Winrow trying everything he can to stay ahead of Wilkinson. They're side by side into the chicane, but now it's Jamie Winrow that leads this race in car 46. But him and Griffiths are going to have an almighty battle for this one. Two very, very potent drivers in two incredibly quick cars.
Yeah, Ben's not making much headway at the moment on that, but as you say, it is Jamie that's gone to the front and hangs on to that as they go down into the complex.
Back into the final corner, the number 1 car, I believe, has gained another position here. There's Moore behind him now with Barney. Then, actually no, Moore is his transponder had a bit of a delay on it there. Barrett has gained 2 places on that lap. Benfield has done the same. Barney and Noaro have both dropped 2 each, so a big shuffle round there near the front of the 135s. It's Moore that's leading those at the moment, car 47. But great stuff by the top 3 so far, really enjoyable to watch. It's Jamie Winrow from the 16 car of Simon Griffiths, and then Ben Winrow. They're all right together now as they head towards Church Corner, hitting the apex now. The blue car, Jamie Winrow. White car, Simon Griffiths. Yellow car, Ben Winrow. Griffiths pulls out to the right hand side as they come up towards Club. Oh, I think Ben might have been in the middle of the two of them for a moment there. Backs out of it. Any wise person would. Jamie turns in, tries to get the car settled before he flicks it the other way through the chicane. This is lining up to be an almighty titanic fight between these three. This is going to be great.
And it's the white car back at the front, so Griffiths now leads from Winrow and Winrow. And Ben is still on the back of that trio. Someone comes through there, engine not sounding too great, missing a little bit, or maybe even hitting on the rev limiter as the leaders go down to the complex. And I think Griffiths still got the advantage. It just looks like the white car at the front.
I was just thinking earlier, where is Kramer in all of this? Because Harry Kramer was supposed to be in the race, the 121 car, but seemingly he didn't start the race, I'm afraid. Oh, we've got a big plume of smoke from one of the cars at the back, actually, just a big lock-up at that moment in time. That's the number 92, I think that's Aki Hussein. It is the 92 machine just behind Clegg and White at the moment. We've just hit the 5-minute mark left in this race.
And we've just got a few spots of rain, so
oh heck, just ahead of the truck race as well.
Could be an interesting finish these last 5 minutes.
Could indeed. We've got Pointy just out the back of the commentary box at the moment, assessing the weather and the situation. Still got his sunglasses on his head though.
Trucks are forming up in the assembly area down here. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's watch this last couple of laps.
Yeah, we're 3 wide with the leaders now. Ben Winrow's gone through the middle of the other two. Beautiful stuff. Jamie Winrow now clings to the back of him, but they've got to be careful because Lambert and Wilkinson have been brought back into this fight as well. They've got traffic in front of them now. That's the 13 of Wood. But these top 5 are starting to become one train.
Yeah, Ben Winrow leading now then as they get that tail end, as they go through Allard. Well, they disappear behind the Hospitality Thruxton Centre here, and I can't tell you much about it. Or as we go down towards the complex, well, let's see if we can pick them out. Can we? I've got a feeling it's still the no change in the order. The first 3 are through. Ben Winrow leads with Jamie Winrow and then Griffiths in 3rd.
Yep, staying in the same order. I'm getting a replay on my feed right here, and Ben Winrow just after Church just went clean through the middle of the pair of them. It was a great manoeuvre. He just saw the gap and just went for it, and then they all filtered back into single file from that point onwards. Awesome stuff. Very opportunistic by Ben Winrow. Jamie now sitting in 2nd, but that train has got longer now. There are 5 of them together. Griffiths is still in 3rd. Behind them, I think Lambert is still just ahead of Wilkinson as well. Yeah, they are. They all hug the right-hand line as they come up towards the club chicane then. And it's Jamie that takes the lead, and Griffiths is trying to go around the outside of him. Tries to outbrake him, doesn't do it, slots back into the gap. Now you've got Wilkinson right with Lambert as well, but the 5 of them come back past once again. Still single file. Then we've got a fight behind them, which is Ford, Ems and Lachlan. Ems now at the front of that one, Ford in second place there. And then Lachlan still just watching from the best seat in the house.
Yeah, Griffiths still in the middle of that windrow sandwich as they go down to the complex yet again, with a couple of minutes left probably on the clock now, so we're getting towards the closing stages. They've got to make their moves, and it's Jamie Winrow now that leads them down towards the far end of, down towards Noble. Can Ben fight back? We saw what he did a lap or two ago.
We did indeed. And it looks like he's really been caught by Lambert actually as he's gone round to Noble. There was nearly contact between the pair of them going on the back part of the circuit. Looks like Jamie Winrow starting to fly away. Ben Winrow's car looks a little bit out of shape at the moment. I'm not sure if he's having a tyre go down or something, but he's really having to catch it a lot. It's wobbling around quite a bit, at least from what I could see on the feed as well, especially at the back part of the circuit. It wasn't behaving.
Mark Naoro's out of it as well. He's into pit lane, so
no.
that race is run basically at this late stage.
I should say oh no, or oh Noaro.
Yeah.
Now Griffiths.
Never mind. Keep going.
Griffiths has gone back through into the lead, but Jamie Winrow stays
last
alongside.
lap this time. Last lap.
Oh, Lambert's looped it. Lambert spun it around. He's just been missed by Wilkinson somehow. Wilkinson did a fantastic job there, but Lambert's car is now stationary, not quite in the middle of the road. He's getting going again. Yeah, he's creeping it away now, and he continues racing.
And Griffiths has gone back to the front, so Griffiths now coming under some heavy pressure through Allard from Jamie Winrow. It is Ben Winrow still sitting there in third, just looking to make the move when he can. And I think we've got to change. Griffiths gone back into the middle of that Winrow sandwich. So Jamie Winrow leading, having seen the last lap board go out, and they are on their way to the bottom end of the circuit.
Yeah, he has. I could just see them go between two of the buildings from here. And he's got back into the front as Jamie Winrow. Griffiths has been fighting so well in this one. Let's not forget though, Jamie Winrow's in one of the 150 cars, and the other two around him are the Sigmaxes as well. They're very similar in performance as I've mentioned, but still they do have their differences, and it's great stuff from all three of them at the minute. Still leading the 135s is Moore in car 47, 15th overall, but he's got Barney and Treadwin, the next two cars behind, albeit some 6 seconds back. So I'll keep my eye out the window now for the leaders to come through Church. And they're with us once again. Jamie Winrow leading Griffiths. They all tuck into the slipstream. Griffiths moves over to the left. Winrow, Ben, moves very far over to the left. I think he's going to have the pair of them by the time he gets to the final corner. He's in front. Griffiths is sideways, turns in on Jamie Winrow. They've just completely swapped around with Griffiths in the middle. Ben Winrow leads them out the final corner, and it's going to be a win for the number 24. What a fantastic race that was.
Yeah, Ben Winrow takes that punch in the air inside the little cockpit there. He's more than happy with that.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I mean, he started what? I'm just going to get the grid back up. Ben Winrow started that race 21st on the grid, and he came through and won that. That was absolutely awesome. And let's not forget as well, that was a race for fun, essentially. That wasn't a championship round. That was just more time on track for these guys. They're here for the weekend. It saves them having just one race today, and it means that they can all have a lot more fun out there. The number 47 of Moore comes through to take the win in the 135 class. Let's not forget as well that Winrow, Jamie, car 46, still wins the 150 class. Awesome racing. Barrett didn't really make any more further progress once he'd got through the order, but even still I don't think he's going to mind. That was an absolute hoot. I loved that. Really good stuff from the Caterhams again.
Well, trucks are being prepared. I can see those. You can probably hear them in the background. We'll have a quick word with the Caterham guys, especially Ben, because well, I think we've spoken to him this weekend so far. So Ryan Smith, I can see standing in the assembly area, looking to get another victory in this one if he can. The UFI Filters sponsored truck. Steve Powell's truck over the far side. So looks like we've got a fairly good entry for this final race. They're all coming through. The pace truck now comes into the assembly area as well, so it'll be very quickly they will be back out on circuit with you for our final truck race of the weekend, I think, Chaz. But just waiting a moment or two for the guys to get their helmets off. Well, Ben, what a race. Great little race from the three of you at the front. You put it over on your brother in the meantime, but there was this man in between you that was causing you a few problems.
Yeah, it was a strange one, really. Obviously, starting 21st on the grid, I had quite a lot of work to do before I got there. And then yeah, at the end, with the slipstream, I knew probably being first at the end, onto the last lap isn't optimal. Second or third is probably the place to be, and that's where I ended up and managed to take the win.
And then a few spots of rain as well with about 4 or 5 minutes to go. So did that make much difference to you? Did the adhesion start to disappear?
To be honest, I started to see them on my visor, but it was more confidence rain, as they call it. It doesn't really affect the grip, it just sort of gets in your mind a little bit. So it was okay in the end.
Yeah, indeed, and a bit of a strange start. 3 warm-up laps or whatever it was. I'm not too sure what was going on.
Yeah, same. I was confused. I didn't think anyone knew whether the race was about to start or not. But no, it was, yeah, a bit shorter than we'd all liked, but no, still a good race.
Excellent, congratulations on that one.
Thank you very much.
Well done indeed. Simon Griffiths next up. Where's Simon? Simon. Good little race there. You're in the Winrow sandwich for most of the time, but you seem to stick it out on them a couple of times to get it to the front, but then they got the better of you in the end.
They did, yeah. It was, like I say, a game of chess again, but we was in there and good race. Very good, interesting race.
Car going okay?
No, I'm actually done for it.
I did the press
In Park Fermé with the Winrow brothers. What entertainment. Well done, guys.
Thanks, yeah. No, that was a great race, starting 21st and then managing to get to the front by the end. Yeah, can't ask for much more than that.
I mean, we knew it was going to be slightly chaos, but can either of you explain the start for us?
No. 3 green flag laps, we were meant to have 1, I think. I really don't know what was going on, to be honest.
And what did the stewards say to you? Because it feels like maybe people got different messages. What did the stewards say when they came down the grid?
The message I got was there was going to be 1 extra green flag lap, and then, but at the end of that, I was expecting the lights to come on. So everyone half went for it, not knowing what to do, really.
Because I think the leader of the race went racing at that point. But you both had to come through quite a few number of other races.
Yes, no, you're right. The start was very chaotic, trying to work out who's in the slower car and who you're going to approach quicker. But yeah, when I saw Ben in my mirrors, I was like, oh god, that's not ideal. So I was hoping to be halfway down the road by that stage, but no, it was a brilliant race, and me, Simon and Ben had a great battle in those last few laps, so yeah, brilliant.
Just explain the difference between the two cars for us.
So it's the kind of the numbers, kind of the horsepower, the brake horsepower, and these are virtually the same. So the 150 and the Sigmax are pretty much the same. The 150's got slightly more power, but they've got slightly more weight as well. And then the 135s are, again, slower, considerably slower. So at the start, it was really chaotic trying to get through the slower cars.
And the grid was drawn out of a hat, which it just is absolute bedlam, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I mean, that was brilliant fun, like really was. And everyone's here for fun, and especially this race was, a bit of a laugh, and that's exactly what it was.
And you've had an absolutely sensational weekend. Is it 2 wins and a second place?
2 wins and a bit of a lower down one. 2 wins and an 8th, yeah. But yeah, very happy with the wins.
So when you reflect on the weekend, what did you take away?
I think it's I'm very happy, obviously, and I think, yeah, I learned some things, but yeah, no, very happy overall.
We've got about 2,000 fans in and around the arena today. Entertain them all as well.
Thank you, yeah, hopefully.
Well done, guys. Have a safe journey home.
Thanks.
Trying to get number 16 if we can. Just stay with me for a second. Simon, grab you a sec. That was fun, wasn't it?
Yes, entertaining race. Come from the back to the front, near the front, so yeah, good.
I've just spoken to the Winrow brothers. Can you explain the start at all? They couldn't?
somebody broke down on the grid, so then they had to reform the grid on another green flag, and then everybody messed the restart up, so we had to do another green flag.
Everybody but you, yeah?
Pardon?
Everybody but you.
Well, I don't know, I'm second, so it's not quite first.
How many overtaking manoeuvres did you take part in that sort of 15-minute race?
I think I came from 17th to second, so not too bad.
It's great fun, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We ought to do that more often.
Favourite race of the weekend?
Oh yeah, most certainly.
And I think it would be the same for all the fans watching as well.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for the entertainment, really appreciate it.
Cheers.
Well done.
Thanks
Cheers, Simon.
Cheers.
Trophies back out once they've been disinfected, of course. Yeah. But so we can see the marshals now out on the grid. They're just doing a last little walk around. I can't see any Caterhams left in sight, but we have now had the tyre bales reinstated on Club Chicane. So I should hope that soon we will get the nod from John and we'll have some trucks out on track, John.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long. I'm just wandering around the assembly area here. It's fairly tame and fairly quiet. Drivers all in the cabs. You can hear the engines running in the background. So we will be away very shortly. And just wandering over towards Adam Bint's truck. If we get a chance, I'll have a quick word. I don't know whether he can be able to hear me in there or not. Adam, I don't know if you can hear me, but what was the problems?
We had a cracked oil cooler. They noticed on the when we was gridding up, so we just done a formation lap and come back in, save the engine.
And presumably you've changed that now, so you're ready to go again?
Yeah, we've changed that, we're ready to go. Hopefully we're starting from last position, but we'll see what we can do.
Well, we've seen you come through the field before, so good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well done, Adam. There you go. You heard it from Adam himself there, Pointy. So
indeed, so that just confirms suspicions. One person, unfortunately, who wasn't able to make those all-important repairs to his truck was a firm favourite of the spectators, Paddy Mack, who I just saw pulling around the paddock, probably getting ready for an early leave. He's had no luck at all this weekend getting his truck out.
Great weekend, John. In Park Fermi with John Moore. Fantastic weekend in the Caterham 135.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's been brilliant. Best by far results. Never been better than 16th before. So third yesterday, fourth in the first race today, and I think that's best in class today.
That is a win officially in the 135. Congratulations.
Thank you. Cheers.
It was madness out there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was one of the ones who messed up on the start. I misheard it completely as start on the green flag lap, which I thought was weird, but assumed the lights had stopped working or something. So. Yeah, then had to sort of do the walk of shame back to the start of the grid.
You're the first person to admit you did something wrong. Everybody's trying to sort of blame everybody else.
It was really obvious. I was driving around thinking I know I've done something wrong here, but yeah. Luckily they regridded us, started again, got swamped by all the faster guys first couple of laps, but settled down and held my position. So
well, look, all you can do is win your class. You've done that. Fantastic weekend. Congratulations, John. Thanks for talking to us.
Guys.
Cheers, thank you.
Bulky if he lost, so I said, remember, it's the taking part that counts. Now, I know that you get bad losers and sore losers. I feel he was a bit of a bad winner in the way that how much he was boasting about the fact that he won the obstacle course race.
Hey, look, it's good to have a positive outlook on life.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, just keep them propped up until they're old enough to realise. That's what I'm saying.
Then he can pay rent.
Yeah,
right.
This is it. So let's have a quick look at how these trucks are going to line up on the grid for the last race of the weekend. Starting in pole position, we've got John Newell, next to him Tom O'Rourke again at the front row. Behind John Newell, which could be interesting, the 69 truck David Jenkins, next to him Mark Taylor. Behind David Jenkins is Stuart Oliver, next to him teammate Martin Gibson, and at the back of the pack with lots of work to do for a change, Mr. Ryan Smith. Down into Division 2 then we've got Craig Evans starting at the front with Bradley Smith next to him. Behind Craig Evans we've got Craig Reed, next to him Simon Cole with quite a bit of success this weekend considering he didn't really achieve anything at Brands Hatch. The number 3 Stephen Powell behind Craig Reed, Adam Bint next to him, and hopefully Jock Borthwick at the back of the pack. And let's hope really that he might be able to get some track time this weekend, because again he's still struggling with his turbos.
Yeah, fingers crossed, because it's always good to see them out there at full capacity, and especially when the truck is in full working order. You know, it's nice to have them out there, but if they're straggling at the back of the field with power issues, then it's not good. But we have the grid making their way round now. Jenkins isn't quite formed up at the very front though. They're just going to line up on the grid this time round.
They're being led round by that man truck again, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And I can tell you, it's a 26.640.
It is,
yeah, TGX to be precise. There we go. All three of us, team effort that was.
Lovely.
Fantastic team effort. We see, obviously, the last race of the weekend, some lasting panel damage to some of the trucks, as of course sometimes they will really push their trucks to the limit of the rules and the limit of ability sometimes for those all-important last few points at the end of the weekend. So we see them lining up now. Dave Jenkins behind John Newell, though, I think that could be exciting. We saw just before they red flagged that last race, it was getting rather close, wasn't it? It was getting a little bit physical. It was getting quite highly strung, and you could sense that tension on the track from watching up here in the Crow's Nest. That, you know, those 2 minutes, we could have seen some serious action out of those two. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I think that there's a number of drivers out there that could really surprise us. We've seen different results from them all weekend. You know, Tom O'Rourke in that last race was really strong at the front, and he held on very, very well throughout that. He may have dropped off a little bit towards the end, but he's still getting used to the truck. He's still getting his time in it. Obviously, these races aren't very long.
Tom O'Rourke this weekend actually joined by previous Division 2 driver Luke Garrett, who's been assisting him with some driving training and some look at driving data as well, so where you can shave off some seconds. Another driver actually I've noticed around the paddock earlier on was Brian Burt, who's here with his family. Brian Burt, of course, for those that don't know, used to race his pink and white Volvo American White in the Division 2 as well quite a few years ago. But we've actually got a special trophy to hand out for the Division 2 trucks at the next presentations down in the paddock.
We've got the 1 minute board out, guys, and there's a little bit of work going on the Dave Jenkins truck still under the engine bay, so that will be finished very quickly. Jenkins also is missing the front offside lower quarter bumper, so that if you see him come by, that's not new damage, that's old damage.
Okay,
yeah?
we'll make a note that's already missing.
Yeah.
I can hear the buzzer going off. 30 seconds board we see put out now at the marshal's post at the start finish line. Just waiting now. I see a couple of umbrellas starting to pop up. John, is there anything we should be worried about?
Yeah, no, it's I think this is going to be a wet race, dare I say it. It is quite a bit of light rain at the moment in the wind, but I think it's going to have an effect, because looking across the sky, it's the same colour for the next 10 minutes.
Indeed, we are slowly losing the light over at Goodwood Village.
This, I think, could be an interesting one.
Yeah, we've got the green flag now then as the trucks start their outlap. Ryan Smith a bit slow to start his engine there. Holding up the Division 2 trucks. Do we think he just wasn't paying attention, or is that an issue with the truck? Something certainly to keep an eye on.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. Some of them do have their rain lights on, so they do have them blinking away.
I think Ryan's problem was probably Ryan, because there was no activity going on really on the grid with him, and they were all very calm around that truck in the assembly area as well.
Just put the key in and take it back out, Ryan. We'll see what we get for the last race of the weekend. Quite exciting times for me as well, as I do believe I've just had word from home that my 2-year-old son Henry is watching on the live feed. So shout out to Henry if you can hear me.
Lovely stuff.
Clouds rolling over the hills now, though we are almost losing Noble Bend at the moment. It's almost like a fog forming over the track, which is obviously going to create a lot of issues with traction. The surface is going to be quite cool. It's going to affect those tyres, even though it might not necessarily be as slippy. There's definitely not going to be as much grip as they would probably like. And not that I know much about flying, but that windsock is definitely picking up as well.
yeah, it is for sure. I think the rain is actually, we're quite lucky because we've missed that bit at Noble. That's missed us, let's face it. We're not the ones moving, it is. But behind us there is definitely a blanket of rain about to make its way over in, I'd say, the next 15 minutes.
Quite windy, guys, as well. Playing havoc with my hair.
Oh no. We'll have to get you a new hat, John.
I'll bring you a comb down in a bit.
That one here, yeah.
Yeah, I have that trouble as well, John, don't worry. It's the same. Yeah, it's either sunburn or a perm. There's the only two choices I have.
Burn or perm.
So just a quick look at what's left on the circuit today. Straight after British Truck Racing Championship, we'll have a slightly earlier start, of course, to the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, and then finishing off the day just before curfew, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. A lot of very nice MGBs and ZRs in that. We had a little ride around the paddock earlier on. Brought back memories of my old Rover days. Yes, I actually organise a Rover enthusiasts group, which is quite a few cars. It's amazing how much time and effort people spend on keeping Rovers and MGs alive. Actually,
well, you've got to put all the time into putting new head gaskets in.
Well,
every
this is
week.
it. Yeah, the phrase "slogging a dead horse" does come to mind. Anyway, back to Thruxton Circuit now. We've got the pace truck making its final journey through the club chicane. The red lights are on at the start-finish line. The marshals are out of the way. We've got a little bit of wind, a little bit of rain, and some seriously pumped truck drivers who wait for the red lights to go out. Dave Jenkins already on the back. John Newell, away he goes now next to Tom O'Rourke. Jenkins straight up the side of Tom O'Rourke, closing the door as they head round Allards towards Camborne. Division 2, Craig Evans early lead, but Craig Reed right behind him, neck and neck to the side of Bradley Smith. Division 1 all over each other, but
Craig.
John Newell pulling an early start away from Dave Jenkins, I can see, with almost half a second gap already.
Yeah, Craig Reed leading Division 2 into the chicane.
We've got a slightly wide bend from Mark Taylor there as we see Stuart Oliver pull up into third place. So we've got John Newell now ahead in first, Dave Jenkins. Stuart Oliver all over the back of the 69 truck of Dave Jenkins, looking for every opportunity. And of course, will we see Dave Jenkins and John Newell behave and stay away from each other in this race, or is it going to get a little bit close to call later on?
I'm just intrigued actually. No, sorry. Newell won the first race of today, and then he was reversed after finishing.
The reverse grid does catch
I was going to say,
people out.
I was thinking, I'm sure Newell just won a race. Why is he in front of him again? But no, it was the first race of today. This is the third of the three.
That's it. Stuart Oliver all over the back of Dave Jenkins as he looks for the inside line. Can he make it past? We see out into the distance as well. Ryan Smith all over Martin Gibson, but Martin Gibson still managing to keep the locks on, not letting him through at the moment. The top three though pulling away from the pack quite nicely as Ryan Smith looks for a gap up the inside of Martin Gibson there. We've got Mark Taylor, but Tom O'Rourke dropping right the way to the back again, unfortunately. Joined, of course, by the very quick Craig Reed, who's almost catching up with the Division 1s again. Through club then, so far first, second, third, cleanly through a lovely train of 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th, again followed very closely by Division 2s. Ooh. Division 2 comes through as we see Simon Cole just twitching around those tyres. Adam Bint next to Steve Powell though, battling for the third place position as they make their way out of Allard. And of course Craig Evans, Bradley Smith further down the back.
Ryan Smith's actually trying to have a go at Gibson as they go down towards the complex. I'm going to wait for him to come to view. He's had him. He's done him as they go through there. And Jenkins is actually under a lot of pressure from Oliver, isn't he? I would have thought that Jenkins would be right on the tail of Newell, but Newell's been great. You know, he's one of those drivers that if you do put him in front, he does not blink. He just cracks on with it, doesn't he?
Indeed, and obviously we also noticed in the previous race of today that if he does get into the thick of it, he's not going to back down. He's not going to just get out of the way. And that's, of course, where these trucks do end up, unfortunately, coming together sometimes, is because both drivers think they're right.
Oh, yeah, racing drivers are always right.
Indeed. Lots of sideways action from Simon Cole as he races to stay ahead of the position 3 of Adam Bint at the moment.
Adam's just gone through with his offside as such, not the driver's side, but the other side. The netting's all hanging down now. Whether someone's poked a mirror in there or not, I don't know.
That's not ideal. That's not ideal. Will we be bringing him in for to the pits for that or not?
No, I don't think so, not at the moment.
You need to get him a loyalty card for the pit lane by the end of the week.
Yeah. John Newell just clipping the rumble strips there as we see him still holding quite a nice lead as we see them cross the start-finish line. We'll have a look at the timings now as they refresh. We are 0.8 of a second ahead of Jenkins, so Jenkins now pulling that 0.3 closer to the back, so lap by lap Jenkins is actually gaining on the race leader of John Newell. Stuart Oliver still back in third, Martin Gibson and Ryan Smith still tussling further back down in the pack.
Yeah, they're having a fantastic fight further down there. It's absolutely awesome to watch. All of them were just trying to get on the power out of this chicane as early as possible. The rain has definitely sort of fallen over the circuit now. It's not heavy rain, but it's just drizzling enough for it to gradually soak the circuit bit by bit. As here is the, well, on our feed, I must say, the lead battle getting closer and closer together through Noble.
Yes, I can see Dave Jenkins starting to look for those gaps now past John Newell. We could see some action as they come round for the lap with just 10 minutes left to go on this race, the last British truck race. Go on, John.
Adam may have made a mistake, I think, because I've got a feeling Steve Powell went past him. But
Oh dear. No, it looks to me like Ben's still ahead.
no, he is, yeah, he was, but it looked as if someone got very crossed up then on the exit of the complex, just going down towards Noble. So that race is still very much on, but Powell definitely on the chase.
Yeah, he's actually really close to the back of him as they come into Church. I think they may even be side by side through there. Looks like Powell is down the inside. The lead gap has closed up, but yeah, Bint and Powell a bit further back. Really hanging their elbows out here. Jenkins is all over the back of Newell for the lead. Newell sideways, very drifty out of the last corner. Well, I'll give him 500 points for that one, but still, it doesn't help his pace, does it, Pointy?
It does not indeed. Dave Jenkins still trying, but Steve Powell just cutting across in front of Adam Bint there. We both see them roll across the rumble strips, but Steve Powell keeping Adam Bint back. Can he pull it back past Steve Powell now as they head down the pit straight? Bradley Smith actually still keeping with the back of Adam Bint and Steve Powell. Maybe that bit of silverware has maybe put him up a couple of gears.
Him on. We're talking about Bint and Powell, but of course, don't forget, a few yards up the road in front of them, Simon Cole.
Yeah, crazy behaviour. Craig Reed and Simon Cole, again, they're flying away from the Division 2. It just goes to show that you know, with enough skill, these Division 2 trucks can still hold their own in a mixed division race. Of course, in the past, we've seen the Division 2 trucks start ahead of the Division 1 trucks, and the Division 1 trucks have had to race through them. Of course, that did cause a few more incidents than the marshals were willing to deal with.
I can tell you, chaps, it is now raining officially.
It is officially raining,
yeah,
right.
It's pouring
Somebody
down.
send a towel down for John, and we'll continue to commentate on the race where Dave Jenkins getting ever closer in the last 9 minutes to the back of John Newell. But John Newell still holding his own. This is where, of course, the pressure is on. But now Ryan Smith joins the party, looking at third place behind Stuart Oliver. Stuart Oliver pulling it back away from Ryan Smith, though Ryan Smith backing off just in time.
I was going to say, just by looking at the feed then when they were on the back part of the circuit, I don't really know how on earth he held it, but Oliver was so sideways round Noble and then Goodwood as well, as the weight shifted one way then the other. He's sideways out the final corner now as well, and Smith's going to get a run. Look
sideways to Martin Gibbs in the number 11 truck as Mark Taylor follows him through. We can definitely see
Cole's drifting it like mad through the chicanes. That's a slam on the anchors. This is getting very slippy out here, but look at him on the exit, complete drifting.
My goodness me. And Steve Powell as well. Bint almost had the tyre wall. We've got a rear end slip from Bradley Smith as well. I think Craig Evans, if he takes his time, but the only person to sail through neatly through the club. But back at the front now. Oh, we've got sideways action from John Newell as Dave Jenkins looks for the inside line, and does he take it going into Campbell? Yes, he's made it stick. We've got a bit of panel damages. Oh my goodness, Ryan Smith and as well Stuart Oliver made their way through. I can't believe we don't even know where we stand now. I think we've got John Newell down from first into fourth place.
Yeah, he had a real issue through the complex, didn't he? Lost all of his momentum, maybe missed a gear as he went out of Seagrave, and now Smith is down the inside of Oliver as they go through Goodwood before they get to Village and then Church. But still, Newell not in the lead anymore, but the battle for second. Look at Smith now, right behind Jenkins as well.
Smith and Jenkins, this could be a recipe for disaster, both battling for that first place. Ryan Smith obviously moving up 2 places
he's
consecutive
clipped him
very
sideways. Sorry, they were sideways like mad through Church there, really slipping around. This is going to be lively as they come up to the chicane once more. They're side by
Dave
side.
Jenkins ahead, followed by Ryan Smith. We've got John Newell right up the side of them. We can't fit 2 abreast here as we see John Newell come slightly wide over the rumble strips for Ryan Smith. Dave Jenkins doing quite a smooth line through there actually, but it almost looks like Stuart Oliver's that close to the back that he's pushing Ryan Smith along as he looks for the outside, as they all power, still struggling with traction coming down onto the pit straight here. But Dave Jenkins still in first, just holding off Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver with probably the tightest top 3 we've seen all weekend.
amazing behaviour from all of them through here. We've got Bint drifting it through as well.
Yeah,
Smith keeps it tidy.
Bint has dropped back quite a bit now. As we look, here's almost a 3-second gap on the timings, which is quite a lot to make up. But Steve Powell now looking for a space past Simon Cole to take his second away from him. Craig Reed again though, Chaz, I mean, he's absolutely out of it at the moment. He's so far forward. He could, if there's enough bump and tickle going on in Division 1, you'd be surprised if Craig Reed didn't have an overall slightly higher finish.
I was going to say, yeah. He's absolutely loving it. Jenkins sideways out of Noble as he goes down towards Goodwood. These guys are absolute masters of keeping the momentum going while they slide. You see again, Oliver hanging the back end out just slightly round Goodwood. It's just oversteering like mad through there.
Does seem to be a slightly wider truck on those corners, doesn't it, Stuart Oliver? But Ryan Smith now all over the tail end of Dave Jenkins. The speed you can feel when they're this close together, slipstreaming, waiting for an opportunity. Is he going to pop it round? But of course now John Newell still, oh wait, no, we can see now perhaps a move from Ryan Smith. Is he looking for the manoeuvre of the inside line? Jenkins comes back across, but what are we going to see yesterday? Ryan Smith, is he going to make it stick? Forces Jenkins wide. Jenkins tucks him behind, loses his first place position as he's almost shunted along, loses a lot of momentum there. Stuart Oliver looks for a gap pass, but Ryan Smith is away. He's through, he's clear, and I do believe Jenkins has got a lot of catching up to do if he wants to take that first back. Holding back Stuart Oliver. We're back now in Division 2. Simon Cole managing to get through without going too sideways. Steve Powell as well, very comfortable through. Adam Bint catching up slightly, but a late breaking there, I think, to catch them up. Bradley Smith, I've got to say though, a bit of very impressive driving from Bradley Smith to keep this close to the Division 2 pack at the moment. But the battle for second place between Jenkins and Oliver, this is a clash of the titans that we've not seen for quite a few seasons here, ladies and gentlemen. Lots of experience between the two of them, but of course John Newell knowing all too well that if these two get close together, he can slip past both of them whilst they're having a rock on the side of the circuit.
Now he did have the left rear mudguard was hanging off Newell's truck before, but it's now actually come off. He's got a bit of bodywork in the front left, but it's not really flapping around or causing any issues, maybe even extra downforce, you never know. Look at him sideways though through Goodwood again. They really are floating around that part of the circuit. Like we said earlier, it goes over a slight rise as they go around there. The grip goes away from them, the traction disappears from the rear axle. Oliver looking down the inside of Jenkins as they go through Church, but this is all playing into the hands of the race leader at the moment, Ryan Smith.
Yeah, pulling very nicely away. He's going to let them fight behind him as ever more at the end of that lap now, where he obviously took that first position. He's pulling a very healthy lead. We'll obviously see when they come across the start-finish line exactly what that difference is. Stuart Oliver sideways takes second place away from Dave Jenkins as he slips up the inside, but can he keep it through the chicane? Yes, power down. Stuart Oliver down to the pit straight. Dave Jenkins, John Newell back together again now. John Newell looking for the outside line of Dave Jenkins as Martin Gibson follows them through. We've then got Tom O'Rourke for Mark Taylor, but at the back of the pack for Division 1 we've got a very comfortable looking Craig Reed, surprisingly. Simon Cole pulling away nicely with a little bit of a gap there from Steve Powell for Adam Bint, and then Bradley Smith dropping back a little bit now on that lap. We think he probably found a little bit of moist track out there. Craig Evans in the distance, unfortunately, seems to really be struggling with his pace at the moment. We think perhaps might be some technical difficulties that he's losing some power, losing some speed, and it is a shame. The battle continues in Division 1 though, as John Newell and Dave Jenkins too close to call once again. Of course, we saw some real action in the last race between these two drivers, and that could spell problems. We are 2 minutes left on this fifth race of the British Truck Racing Championship, so it is all to play for now. 3-second lead Ryan Smith has pulled on that last lap though, ahead of the pack, which means I don't think, unless he makes a big mistake, we're going to have any trouble handing the podium to Ryan. But of course Stuart Oliver must be absolutely thrilled with himself, managing to squeeze past Dave Jenkins, especially on such a tight bend on the chicane. Dave Jenkins probably got, shall we say, 1 lap left probably after this to try and make a difference.
Yeah, definitely. He's absolutely flying at the front. There is Ryan Smith. He's got that number 1 on that truck for a reason. But that move, like you say, from Oliver was really, really lovely. He was drifting the truck into that.
Four-wheel drift, I would say, as well, probably.
Got it stopped properly. Jenkins holds on to third at the moment, though. He's doing well there. Newell still holding on in fourth, very sideways out the final corner there. Now Reed is right with Taylor as well, who's also all crossed up on the exit.
Yeah,
these guys are trying
right over
everything.
the rumble strips for Reed there, really pushing his truck to the limits to keep up with the Division 1 lap time wise. There's barely any difference between them. We've got no side panel on Steve Powell. On the left hand panel has gone completely missing. Whether or not that just fell off or whether he had a coming together with Simon Cole, we'll have to find out off John at the end of the race. Bradley Smith still looking quite comfortable. I think Bradley's just enjoying himself at this part of the race, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think he is, because he seems to be in a higher gear than everybody coming out of there. He's not really spinning up the rears that much, not chucking it sideways or anything. He's just carrying the momentum in a lower gear to make sure there's no wheel spin. But
of course, this is a massive opportunity when you're not under direct pressure for position, where you can start to learn the track. I mean, again, very new to the sport, Bradley Smith, still spending very little time in the truck on track. He's going to have to learn these circuits one by one as he makes his way through the championship this season, which of course is a real struggle. So to be able to come home with a trophy this weekend is a true testament to his staying power.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing a really good job of it at the moment. We've got Ryan Smith absolutely flying at the moment.
Well, we've got checkered flag. We didn't get a last lap board for these guys. The checkered
right.
flag is being ready, so this might be the run to the line.
So it looks like Ryan Smith in first place still as he makes his final way through club. He's got a massive gap. But now, of course, Stuart Oliver has also got quite the gap ahead of Dave Jenkins. So Dave Jenkins in third place still. Will he make a last dash for that second place, or is he just going to play it safe? Stuart Oliver very neatly through, Jenkins neatly through, John Newell through, Gibson through, Tom O'Rourke with Mark Taylor and Craig Reed right on his tail. Yes, there we go. Ryan Smith takes the first, Stuart Oliver takes the second, Dave Jenkins in third, John Newell in fourth, Martin Gibson fifth, sixth is your Tom O'Rourke, seventh Mark Taylor, eighth is Craig Reed with first place for Division 2. Second place Division 2 of course is Simon Cole, and not too far behind third place is the number 3 truck of Steve Powell. Adam Bint obviously losing a bit of power in that, finishes behind Steve Powell, and then Bradley Smith finishing off, and any sign of Craig Evans? Yes, he's making his way round to finish the race. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I've got to say I think everybody was very well behaved then. Some very interesting racing and some fantastic undertaking, overtaking, some brilliant manoeuvres we saw from both the divisions there. It truly was a fantastic way to finish the weekend. Well, I'm going to head down now and hand out my last lot of trophies. So on behalf of Truck Sport, the promoters, BARC, and of course the British Truck Racing Championship, I'd like to thank everybody for coming out this weekend to see our event, and do hope that we will see you at the next truck racing event, which of course is Convoy in the park at Donington. Huge event, loads of live action to see there as well. We've got truck drifting, we've got supercars, we've got caravan smashing. It'll be a great event to see. So do bring all the family along to Donington Park at the end of August. And of course, thank you for having me here, Chaz. It has been a true pleasure. I'm going to head back down there now, so I shall hopefully see you at the next event.
Yes, hopefully so, mate. Thank you very much, Pointy.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Pleasure, mate. Loads of fun to have you along with us today. Obviously, a fantastic insight from Pointy on this incredible championship as well, and what a character as well. Really does bring a lot of life and fun to the commentary, and I really do hope we get a chance to have another laugh sometime in another commentary box somewhere. But what a fantastic victory that was by Ryan Smith. I'm expecting maybe a little bit of drifty poos here through the final corner now. He's sort of slowed it down a bit. Well, there's a lot of steam coming out the back of that truck, which doesn't look like brake steam to me. I think they're just all parading it round and giving the fans a bit of a show, just to say thank you to everybody for coming out. But what a brilliant weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Plenty going on, very entertaining all the way through there, and I would happily cover this again. It's been a lot of fun. I have the pleasure this year of commentating on the European Truck Racing Championship as well, in trucks pretty much identical to these. Tom O'Rourke, the number 86, does compete in that championship as well. It's an absolutely awesome laugh, really strong series, great fun all the way through.
Well, you can't see what's going on down there, but we've got Smithy just come into the Parc Fermé and lighting the back tyres up. Over the moon with that one.
Oh, I've just
So you
missed
can see the smoke probably.
Adam Bint has just drifted it like mad through the final corner as well. I was just filming them all on my camera here as well as they came around the final corner. Just as I turned it off, Bint lights up the rears. Typical timing, but brilliant stuff. Very entertaining. They love a showboat, don't they, these boys?
Yeah, they do, and especially on the last race, it's nearly always a good race for the finish. Once it's over, it's over. Ryan Smith being unstrapped at the minute out of his truck. We'll get a word with Ryan for the final time this weekend. But it's going to be another victory, and a tricky race that was as well with the weather conditions. Stuart Oliver behind and Dave Jenkins, so they're all in the row. Nicely lined up for me to have a chat with him. But there he comes, out of the truck. Ryan Smith. I don't know how many is that. Is that 4 this weekend? Yeah, 4 wins out of 5 starts. You must be happy.
Yeah, delighted. You know, I think you know us, John. We want to put performance on. We want to entertain. We want to be fast. I'm very driven. The fans are paying money to get here. They've spent the weekend here supporting us, so they deserve to get a kickback from what we're achieving. And yeah, the team's worked tirelessly hard, and we've had a fantastic weekend. And we go again. We were stuck in 8 low for that whole race, so on exit of every bend we were just getting massive wheel spin, but we managed to control it. The conditions probably helped us a bit. I adapted to them better than everybody else, but you know, solid performance, 5 fastest laps, 4 wins, we'll take that.
Not a bad weekend really in all, and difficult conditions in that last one.
Yeah, the conditions was changing, and as you know, I'm struggling to pass Stuart all weekend, and you know, where I put my truck is just there, so I think he come home in second. Stuart's upped his game, the other guys are up the game. It's all to play for and it's good fun.
Yeah, got Stuart here actually. We can have a chat with him in a moment or two. Well done, Ryan. Congratulations, any rate, and good points in the bag.
Just thanking everybody for coming out who supported trucks this weekend. Hope to see you again at the next event. Thank you.
Indeed. That's Ryan Smith, our race winner, 4 times race winner. There's Stuart, and what's he nicked now? He's nicked something off a truck. Hey up, it's Paddy Mack. Paddy Mack's on his way home. That's why he was waiting, was it? Waiting for his fuel cap back. Well done, Stuart. Second place. Difficult track conditions in that one, but as Smithy said, you made it wide as normal.
Yeah, well, that's right. You know, it's you've got to know your limits on making it wide. You know, you haven't got a block, but I enjoyed that. You know, it was had a cracking start, and then I knew it wouldn't be long before I saw him in my mirrors, and he was there. But I was battling with the ones that.
In Park Brother was Ryan Smith at the final time. Almost a perfect weekend, Ryan.
Almost. We just got held up in race 3, but you know what? You win gracefully. You lose humbly. You know, it's that's what we try and base yourself on. I'm a sore loser, so I have to train myself. But we're always pushing. We're always developing. That last race we were stuck in 8 low for the whole race, and I couldn't understand why we couldn't get it in 8 high. And the conditions was changing, so as what RPM was up, so I was getting more wheel spin. But no, I enjoyed going through them challenging conditions, and truck playing up, misbehaving, not getting gears, but we managed to get the 4th win of the weekend, which was the ultimate goal. We want to win 5 out of 5. It's not possible with the level of competition here, but great turnout. Well done to Truck Sport Promotions. They put a master event on with all the show trucks, so we're back. We seem to getting back to a bit of normality. Everybody seems happy, especially us. And yeah, happy as happy.
I've never seen synchronised truck driving before.
Well, you have now, right? But we just get into that zone, and we just concentrate on what we need to do, not what others. What I want to do is get in a single file, then we know what we can do. Let's get round turn 1, turn 2. We aren't causing a self-damage. We ain't got a big budget. We're on a tiny budget compared to others. So we need to save the truck, and we need not to create massive damage. But thank you to everyone at BARC. Put an amazing effort on getting fans back here. Been over on the campsite. Amazing sponsors. The team's worked tirelessly. So yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
On behalf of the fans, thank you to you as well for the entertainment.
Thank you very much.
Well
Thank
done.
you.
So, over to Stuart Oliver. No wins for Team Oliver, but plenty of podiums. It's a successful weekend for you.
Yeah, obviously the key and the goal is to have wins, you know, but successful, I would say. Yes, you know, Martin myself, you know, had some got some silverware, got on the podium plenty of times, but you know, just didn't manage to get them wins. But you know, points make prizes at the end of the day, and it's a big picture we've got to look at. We've just got to find a way of sort of getting up to Ryan's pace. You know, he's definitely setting the, you know, sort of the bar of where we need to be. So we've just got to go forward and get there. You know?
I thought we'd seen the best entertainment in race number 4, but I think at one point, about 100 metres from the last chicane, you're about 3 abreast.
Yeah, that's right. There was some, and the conditions changed so much because we've had most of a dry day. There was a lot of rubber down, and you know, once you get just a bit of moisture, you know, it's worse than probably a downpour, because it just makes it very unpredictable, very slippy, and so it's certainly challenging. You know, where your grip is and where you can do. You know.
Congratulations on a great weekend to Team Oliver. I look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Super. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Right, I'd like to try and get Simon Cole if we can, because he's had a fantastic weekend, 3 podiums. You might have to come back to us. Let's get John Newell as well, his opinion on what happened in race number 4.
Simon, another good result, mate.
Yeah, mate, we're getting there, aren't we?
It's coming. It's certainly after Brian.
With John Newell in Park Permit, a win in race number 3. How about your whole weekend?
It's been pretty poor, really. A lot of tangled up with other people and stuff. One good race, really, out of 5, that's it.
I mean, after race number 4, there was high emotions. Nobody's been able to explain really what happened. Can you let us know, sort of in your opinion, what the emotions were about?
Just drivers not doing what they're supposed to be doing, basically, and that's enough said about that point, really.
So what do you do now, moving on to the next round of the championship? Anything to learn from this weekend?
No, just get a bit more aggressive, that's all.
A bit more aggressive?
Yeah, 100%.
Can't wait to see it, John. Well done.
Yes, thank you.
In Park Fermi with Craig Reed, Division 2, absolutely storming away with it.
Yeah, great. Honestly, to be honest with you, I knew what I had to do at the start of that race. He did help me. I thought I was going to get stuck behind Craig Evans, but I managed to get through. And then as soon as I get it, as soon as I saw the Division 1 lads, I thought if I keep pace with him, it'll just keep me on a good rhythm. And then the rain come, and as the rain come, the Division 1 started coming into my sort of claw. And this is the thing round here. It's a fast track, but there's not a lot between us, and it was really, really good fun. So
3 wins, 2 extra podiums. It's close to perfection. I mean, how do you build on Thruxton now?
I don't know, to be honest with you. To be fair, I have done some work to the truck for this weekend, but Donington and Thruxton, even though it's quite a long, they're quite still fast tracks. So to be honest, the setup here will be very similar to Donington, to be honest with you. So I'll probably just crack on with the same setup, to be honest.
I think you've earned a rest on the pike. Congratulations.
Yeah, no, thank you, much appreciated. It's all, mate.
Cheers, Craig.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome back to Snetterton Circuit here in Norfolk, racing with the British Automobile Racing Club. More great action still to come. Cars are on the grid then, just moving off for their green flag lap ahead of this 20-minute race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, the Sigma 150 category, so named because they use Ford Sigma 150 horsepower engines. Let's have a look at the grid then, this first of two races today. And in pole position it is car number 46 of Jamie Winrow. He did a 2:42.417 in qualifying in wet conditions yesterday. Alongside him is the championship leader, car number 2 of Jamie Elwood. Second row we have 121 of Harry Kramer and 88 Adam Cottrell. On row 3, 38 Simon Goodwin and Andrew Whitten, car number 112. The fourth row, 66 Barry White and 110 of James Gilmore. On the fifth row we have 102 James de Lusignan and 42 of John Benfield. The sixth row, 3 Jim Earlham and 99 Gideon Wilkinson. Row 7, 85 Colin Loughlin alongside 83, which is Jonathan Ems. Then on the eighth row rather, we have 26 Richard Lambert. He'll race that car in this race. His son Matthew will drive that 26 car in race 2 alongside 58 Rob Warner. On row 9, 172, which is Mark Smith, and 22, Chris Buckley. Row 10, we have number 15, which is Kim Raymond, starting alongside 21 of Roger Ford. The penultimate row, 84, Daniel Hamilton, 27, Chris Savage. At the back of the field, 19, Mark Gibson, 93 of Rob Appleton. Identical Caterham 7s. Green flag is displayed at the back, so the red lights will come on and we'll be underway over 20 minutes of racing. The Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150s, away they go. The front row leap away. A little bit of a slow start from Adam Cottrell in the 88 car. They charge down towards Rich's corner for the first time. It's side by side between Jamie Winrow and James Elwood. Third place is Harry Kramer. It is Winrow who has got the lead in the 46 car around the first corner. Are they all going to make it round? Yes, they are. Up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Jamie Winrow in the blue and red car has the lead. Elwood second, Kramer third. Side by side fourth. Looks like Andrew Whitten there at the inside into fourth place. They have all made it round okay so far. Next into the left-hander at Palmer's, and Jamie Winrow has already pulled out a gap of about 3 or 4 Caterham lengths. They slide their way through on the edge of adhesion there. These rear-wheel drive Caterham 7s. 1600cc Ford Sigma engines, 150 brake horsepower, designed to be as equal as possible. The results down to the skills of the drivers. 88 Adam Cottrell, I say, made a poor start. He's dropped back into the pack, runs wide there on the exit of Agostini. Jamie Winrow with a clear lead in car number 46 up towards Oggies for the first time. Clear of Jamie Elwood in second place in the number 2. Been with this club, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, for many years. Cars also running on identical Yokohama tyres. Yokohama, a big supporter of Caterham Racing. No need for rain tyres today though. They stream their way towards the Bentley Straight down to the back of the circuit for the first time. Number 93, Rob Appleton, running at the back, the Nottinghamshire driver. Trying to close in on the rest of the field. Into Brundle for the first time, under the bridge into the left-hander. Then into the right at Nelson. Then on towards the bomb hole, so named because the circuit drops down into a bit of a depression. Jamie Winrow has the lead as they head round towards the bomb hole for the first time. Then it's through to the long right-hander at Corham, then into the left flick of Murray's. Barry White there on the inside in 66, side by side with the 42 car. It's John Benfield. Had a couple of spins in qualifying yesterday. Coming towards the end of the opening lap, it is Jamie Winrow has the lead in car number 46. We'll see what the gap is as he crosses the line. 1.3 seconds is his lead over Harry Kramer, who has got up into second place. Elwood down to third, Andrew Whitten is fourth, Simon Goodwin in car number 38 is fifth. Then we've got the 110 car, which is James Gilmore. He's made a good opening lap on the higher roll cage. Now, a bit of dust being kicked up there. Somebody's run wide. Down to the hairpin. The leader's run way wide on the hairpin. Harry Kramer could have chance to take the lead here. Barry White gets through in the 66 car with the red wheels. John Benfield behind the number 110, James Gilmore. Yes, Harry Kramer definitely able to close up there. Jamie Winrow, I think, pushing a little bit too hard into this second lap. Plenty of laps to go yet. Down towards Agostini. Harry Kramer, number 121, pulls out to have a look. Graduates able to take the lead this time. Elwood third, bit of a lock up there. They slide their way through the left-hander at Agostini. Elwood under pressure here from Andrew Whitten, car number 112 for third place. It's Harry Kramer getting ready to attack for the lead here, the man from Northwich in Cheshire, at the back of Jamie Winrow. Based not far away from him, Macclesfield, so a bit of local rivalry going on between these two. He's right on the tail of Winrow here. He could slipstream him as they come towards the Bentley Straight. Still Elwood in third place. Then Whitten, Goodwin, Gilmore next in the order. Back of the field starting to spread out. They could be side by side here going towards Brundle and Nelson. And Harry Kramer does pull ahead as they come towards the end of the Bentley Straight. 1-2-1, Harry Kramer, your new leader. Jamie Winrow down to second place. Wonder if he's pushing those Yokohama tyres a little bit too hard in the early stages. Through the right-hander at Nelson. This is great stuff from the Caterham Graduates, as always. Starting to get a little more spread out now, but not these two. What's Jamie Winrow going to do? He'll be on the outside for Brundle, but has he managed to slipstream into the lead? Yes, he has. So Jamie Winrow back into the lead ahead of Harry Kramer. Coming up towards half distance now. Through the left at Brundle, onto the brakes for Nelson's corner. Jamie Elwood going with them, the first three starting to break away now. Here they come, Simon Goodwin, the red and black car's got back ahead. There's a green flag waving there, we've got possibly a spinner at the hairpin. Try and work out who that was in a moment. We keep our eyes on this fourth place battle. Cottrell up to 6th, there's Earlham 7th. James de Lusignan slides at the inside. Barry White's dropping back in the 66 car, wide onto the grass there, under attack from Jim Earl, and that was Cottrell in 6th position. Losing track of this now, this is frantic. Superb stuff, 5.5 minutes to go. Less than a minute on the clock, it is still Jamie Winrow. Here they are, Harry Kramer, giving chase. Oh, Kramer's gone straight on. Disaster for Kramer. I think there might be some fluid down there because Elwood hit problems as well. Yes, there's some fluid down. Look on the outside, they're all going straight on. Simon Goodwin hits it, Jim Earlham's going to hit it as well. So somebody has dropped some oil. 102, James Lusignan has spun. Yep, there's fluid down, unfortunately, on Brundle and Nelson. They're all going off. Oh dear. Now, who has dropped that? I think I put the curse on that one because I said that we'd had no retirements. James de Lusignan spun there. He's lost a rear wing. There's loads of cars going through the escape road. Oh, what a mess. Leader is coming in now. He needs to be careful. He's hit it. He's gone. Jamie Winrow sideways. He's lost it. And it's Jamie Elwood who's come through into the lead. Oh, Jamie Winrow will be cursing inside his crash helmet. You can see the oil there on the outside, and Adam Cottrell's going to hit it as well. Look out, Adam. He's going to go straight on, I think. No, he's just about got it round the corner. Oh dear, oh dear. Yep, they've all made it round. The oil flag's waving. Barry White's going to go straight on. There's more oil round there. They can't see where it is. That's the problem. The 110 of Gilmore has spun. Barry White goes grass tracking. Right, who is going to win this? I think it's going to be Jamie Elwood. He's going to make it 3 wins out of 3 this year. He's only going to lead one lap of this race. It's going to be the most important one. He's going to lead the last lap. Here he comes up to the line, number 2, Jamie Elwood. Can't believe his luck. He inherits the win and by a very clear margin. Second goes to Harry Kramer. A gutted Jamie Winrow takes third. Fourth place will go to Adam Cottrell. It's Simon Goodwin in 5th. Result confirmed then, a win for Jamie Elwood, nearly 5 seconds clear of Harry Kramer at the flag, and Jamie Winrow having to settle for third place ahead of Adam Cottrell and Simon Goodwin. The midfield thrash topped by Andrew Whitten ahead of Barry White, with James Gilmore, Gideon Wilkinson and John Benfield rounding out the top 10. Just a couple of non-finishers further down the order, Jim Earlham and Rob Appleton not making it home after problems on the oil towards the end of that race.
GT V8. Reminding me it's a V8 from the one.
We are moments away from racing with William Sharp, pole sitter and winner in the first race.
Hi guys.
You looking forward to the race?
I can't wait. It's my favourite kind of race when you don't know what's going to happen.
You looking forward to the wet weather?
Well, it's a mixture, isn't it? It's a different. So we've got 2 warm-up laps to see where the puddles are. Hopefully there's no proper standing water because we hate aquaplane and anybody does. And we just got to get out there, take it easy, work it out as you go.
Have you changed the tyres between race 1 and 2?
No, I've only got these tyres and they were crap in race 1, so they're going to be even worse than this.
Look forward to watching you slide around.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, buddy. 77. Who have we got? Steve. Steve, how you doing? Put your window down. Come on, we need to speak to you. Second in race 1. Can you catch the man behind you on the grid?
Well, I'll give it my best shot. He is a bit die-hard, and so there's a good chance he'll make a mistake. It's wet.
And silly question, how are you anticipating the conditions to be?
Yeah, just a little bit damp. I think it's a bit slippery, so careful. He won't be careful.
Have a fantastic race.
I'll try.
Right, let's try and find an older MG. Here we go, number 53. So, F-class winner in race number 1. Can we get him to get his window down? Mark, can we get your window down? We can indeed, fantastic. Winner in the F-class in race number 1. Looking forward to race 2, slightly different conditions underfoot.
Yeah, a little bit different to race 1, and after my little spin in through Church in the dry, I'm not sure I'm really looking forward to this one, but we'll see how we go.
And tell us a little bit about the car quickly.
So it's a 1.8 MGF PVC. It's a 96, a bit like Trigger's Broom. So it's fundamentally the same car as when it came out of the factory, but had lots of different bits over the years. But I've had it for about 18 years now, I think.
Fantastic, Mark. Look forward to watching you around. We'll speak to you after the race.
Thank you.
Thanks a
Cheers.
lot. Jim, very much appreciate your time so close to the race. How are you getting on?
Well, it's going to be a little bit different to the first race, but I just hope everyone keeps safe and all the cars come home and we put the end to what's been a pretty decent day, really. As for me, well, I'll take whatever comes.
But you did win the first race in your class. That's a pretty good weekend already for you.
I got away at the start of the first race and made it pay, so yeah, it's good.
Well, it's getting wetter and wetter, so best of luck to you, Jim. We'll speak to you afterwards, all right?
I think we'll need it. But
thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys.
Have a good one.
Cheers.
And we'll find the car number 70 as well. Where's 70? There we go. So, Anthony Bates. Anthony.
How you doing?
Congratulations, race winner in race number 1. Obviously only a couple of cars in your class, but a win's a win.
A win is a win, yeah. So glad to get that under the belt. Different conditions for race 2, so we'll see what happens.
Windscreen wipers working?
Thankfully, yeah.
Been tested and done?
All done.
Have you changed the tyres between race 1 and 2?
No, just put the pressures up a little bit so it's better operating.
Okay, you're about to go. Good luck with the race.
Thank you very much.
Stick my gear rod my first race, sorry, and then I didn't have third gear at all, and I lost second halfway round, so I've done as much as I could in fifth and fourth. Yeah,
And was that in this second race as well, was it?
That was in the second race, yes.
Well, at least you managed to bring it home in third place, so you got some points in the bag, and moving onwards now to your next round, of course.
Yes. Quite happy really that I finished fourth, with just fourth gear.
Well, we did talk earlier on. We said maybe you should stick it in fourth gear or whatever, and just keep driving it around, because with Thruxton being such a big circuit, you only really need the gearboxes at the chicanes and stuff like that. So if you can find the right gear, you can keep going.
Yes. Fourth and fifth is what I've used all the way around. I just needed third to come out the chicanes, and unfortunately I didn't have third, but it's okay. We've managed.
Well done indeed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There you go then, Chaz, our top three from the Welsh racing drivers. They are, I think, itching to get out of the Parc Fermé and get back to the trucks. But back to you then for this final race, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Championship.
Thank you very much, mate. We have number 66, William Sharp, on pole position alongside Steve McDermott. They will be going straight back into battle after that very exciting first race. Simon Kendrick in the 42 car, the MGF, starts in third position. Jack Woodcock in car 24 starts fourth. We then have Phil Walker, car 83, starting in fifth ahead of Mark Grant in car 46. Then it's Mark Baxter in the 53 machine ahead of Jim Bainham in car 2, ahead of Paul Wisby, car 8, and Christopher Pollard, car 28, rounding out top 10. Then it's David Amphlett in car 14, alongside Nick Golar in car 12, P12 as well. Chris Millard, car 11, lines up alongside Anthony Bate in car 70 on row 7, ahead of Greville Dare in car 63, alongside Christopher Flukes on row 8. Then we have Alan Forster in the 39 machine in the Maestro, and at the back of the grid we have Fergus Campbell in car 60. Now they're getting 2 green flag laps here because of the conditions, very different to what they had earlier, so it's giving the drivers a chance to just see what it's all feeling like underneath them out there. And it looks to me actually like we do not have Alan Forster in the Maestro at the back, number 39. We've got the number 60 machine of Fergus Campbell really being flung around at the moment. Obviously I must mention Andy Heitman qualified that car earlier on in the day. He's sharing it with Fergus Campbell today. So because Fergus didn't qualify the car, he starts this race at the back of the grid, because he had no result to go from in qualifying. The results are done via, well, per driver instead of per car. But this will be the final race of the weekend, and it's been a really interesting one. So much variety in the cars that we've had out on track, and of course the trucks as well. We've gone from the very small Mighty Minis Championship all the way through the multiple Caterhams. We've had the Carbon8 Hyundai Coupe Cup, the BARC Red Series, the Welsh Sports and Saloon Car Championship, giving us great variation in the cars that we've had out there, and of course now the Lancaster Endurance MG Owners Club Championship, as well as the British Truck Racing Championship, being the real stars of the show this time round. But this is the 19th and final race that we will cover together this weekend. Myself, Chaz Draycott, and John Ward, who has done a sterling job over in the pit lane, I must say, John. It's you've saved me worrying about knowing who's who a bit too much with knowing drivers off by heart and so on. Knowledge is very much appreciated. And a quick moment as well just to thank all of the marshals and officials as well, again, because you've all been absolutely outstanding this weekend, and the fact that you've braved it out through these conditions as well really does mean a lot. The Orange Army forever will be some of the best marshals in the world, I'll tell you that. And this bloke here in the very fluorescent yellow as well, you should train to be a marshal, it suits you. But it's orange, not yellow, I'm afraid, mate. It'd be the wrong uniform. Either way, we've got the MGs coming through the final corner now, and someone else that looks good in orange is, well, the top three, to be fair. Sharp in the black and orange car. Although McDermott's car, it's almost red, really, but it's the little Tiger, the MGF, number 42 in third place, being driven here by Simon Kendrick that really looks the part in orange. Headlights ablaze for most of the field as well. And we get them all lined up on the grid for the final race of the day. As you can see though, another great variation. Despite all being cars from the same manufacturer, we have MGZRs, MGBs, we have Maestros, or a Maestro in the form of the number 70 car driven by Anthony Bate. We also have the MGFs, or the MGTFs as I thought they were known anyway. Just lining the last couple of cars up now, just 4 more to get on the grid. Unfortunately, like I say though, we've not got Alan Forster, who would line up 17th on the grid in his Maestro, car 39. But Fergus Campbell will now get directed to his last grid spot. It'll be interesting to see how he comes through as well. See how many places he can gain. The green flag is waved at the back of the field. The lights come on and the final race of the day here at Thruxton is underway. And it looks again like Sharp has had a poor getaway. Kendrick goes across the front of him and it's McDermott that leads him away. Woodcock gets a good getaway too. He tries to go around the outside, doesn't quite do anything with it yet. But it was a very, very good start indeed, and again a poor start by Sharp. It's an absolute nightmare getting the car off the line in the dry and now in the wet as well. We've got a very blurry camera view on the feed down at the complex. It's very wet indeed. I don't have a clue who's in the mid-pack and how they're getting on, but I know that it's McDermott leading Woodcock and then Kendrick as they go through Seagrave. It does look like a sea as well. There's that much standing water there. There's a car flying through the inside of them. Who on earth was that? I think that was Golar. Really aggressively coming through the field there. But the number 8 machine of Paul Wisby just ahead of Anthony Bate in the other Maestro as they go through Noble. Leaders all together. Top 3 starting to break away. Sharp not into the rhythm yet, unfortunately, but he won the first race earlier. We'll see whether he can do that here. McDermott going well though at the very front of the pack. This is the first time through Church though at racing speed. How are they all going to get on here? Who's going to be more cautious? Who's going to absolutely send it through there? Looks like Sharp has actually been caught up by, I'm pretty sure it is Golar just behind. Looks like the yellow car. Golar in the number 12 machine. And it's not. I tell you who it is. It's Fergus Campbell. Fergus Campbell from the back of the grid is up into 4th place by the end of the first lap. That's absolutely sensational stuff. Golar in the other black and yellow car a bit further back. It's basically reverse colours of Campbell's car. Apologies for getting that mixed up, but wow. Fergus Campbell, there's probably a reason that he didn't mind not qualifying and starting from the back of the grid. And that is it. Wow. 14 places gained in 1 lap for Fergus Campbell. I think it's still raining very hard over at the complex, you know, because the camera there has only got worse, if anything. Getting wetter and wetter as we go along. And it looks like Fergus Campbell might have just made the move up into 2nd place past Kendrick. I think Woodcock might have dropped a position or 2 as well. Yes, Campbell gets ahead of Woodcock, who is then ahead of Kendrick. So it's Kendrick down to 4th, Woodcock down to 3rd, and Campbell goes up into 2nd place. Now where is Sharp in all of this? Because he was 5th overall last time I saw him. I don't know if he's lost or gained any places. No, he's still there. But it's a great display of commitment at the moment from McDermott. Steve McDermott at the very front. Well, what a great first couple of laps for Fergus Campbell. I'd be very intrigued to see how quickly he can catch up with the number 77 in the race lead. Big trails of spray coming off the cars. Kendrick's still leading the MGFs, that is the F class, and down the inside goes Baker on Walker. That's Phil Walker in the number 83, the grey and green car, running the oh so popular MG X Powers colours, or X Power colours from many moons ago. I remember when they first got the cars out for the 2001 British Touring Car Championship, when the BTC regulations came in for British touring cars. Now leading the A class, I believe, is still Bainham from Pollard, and then Amphlett in the 14 machine a few positions further back. Near the back of the field here we've got 3 MGBs altogether. That is for class position as well. It's Millard, Dare and Flukes rounding out the back of the pack. They just go crossing the line a few moments ago. Still 15.5 minutes of this race left to go though. It's a 20-minute race. There's lots of time for things to change again. There's still a little bit of spitting going on at the moment. I mean, from the rain, obviously. The drivers don't get that aggressive.
Yeah, we've still got a little bit down here at the start line. I'm back with you again, Chaz. I'll be up on the perch in a minute.
Yeah, there's just a bit of drizzle, isn't there? Just lingering in the air.
It's not going to go away until this race finishes, is it? Looking at the sky behind you, there's a bit of a clear patch coming in. So,
yeah,
I think we've got wet this for the end of the race.
Yeah, I think it's sort of changed direction as well. It was coming over my commentary box sort of towards the infield of the circuit, but now it's sort of going along sort of parallel to Church Corner a bit and sticking along that way. So I don't think it's going to change too much, like you say. But now Fergus Campbell is really closing up on the back of your current race leader, number 77, Steve McDermott. The gap last time round was 3.6 seconds, but Campbell was 0.6 of a second quicker. Let's see what it is this time. It is another fastest lap of 1:47.0, so he goes 1.8 seconds quicker than his own personal best, and he goes 2.4 seconds faster than McDermott. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Kendrick is up to third, ahead of Sharp and Baker and Walker, and it's Woodcock that has really dropped down the order here. I do not see him coming through, as we've got a slippery surface flag being waved at the final corner here. Oh, as the 28's gone into the wall hard, I've just looked out the window to the right, and the 28 of Pollard has gone into the wall big time at the final corner here.
That's Chris Pollard in one of the classic cars, isn't it?
It is, yeah, it's one of the MGBs. Pollard's car, specifically an MGB Roadster, one of the cars
safety car.
I'm not surprised, it's in a very very odd place. And also, actually, I've seen Woodcock's car, which is behind the barriers, and there's a lot of smoke coming off it. It may be
Woodcock in his first year of the championship, actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of smoke coming from Woodcock's car, actually. I'm not sure whether they've sort of put a fire extinguisher on it or something, and that's where all the
got a slippery surface flag out underneath you as well.
Yeah, they've got those just round the final couple of corners as well. So I'm not
lack of adhesion is the official, I should say. Not oil flag anymore like it used to be.
Well, the lead changed as well on that lap, so Fergus Campbell from the very back of the grid has taken the race lead, and everybody now slowing down as they get to us here at the chicane. I just caught the end of the incident where Pollard went in, unfortunately. I didn't see what led up to that. It's a real shame to have him in the wall. It's not a nice place to go. I mean, it's never a nice thing to go off at all, but out of all corners to go off at, the club chicane is a very fast entry, isn't it? It's not really where you want to go off.
Well, it's going to bunch up the front end of the train to start with under this safety cup. How long have we got altogether?
We have just over 12 minutes to go.
Okay, so we've got time then.
Yeah, I think Woodcock's car is an engine problem, by the way. I don't think it's sort of had an accident and then sort of burst anything. It's he's got the bonnet up behind the barrier, I can see from here, so it seems like he's had an engine failure and he's pulled it over to the side of the road and got it out of the way.
Jim Bainham just takes the Class A lead MG through. And that's where
I believe Pollard is out of the car. I can't see him from where
Chris
I am.
Pollard is in again in an MGB, isn't he?
Yeah, I can't see him from where I am, but I'm pretty sure he's out of the car. And okay, they're just waiting for the medical car to go across and the recovery vehicle to help get him out. I imagine they'll have to be a bit careful with it though, because that grass is going to be very, very slippery.
He's another of the older runners as well. He's been in the championship since 1998.
Wow, fair play.
He was in a midget to start with back then, and then went to the MGB in 2013.
Yeah, we've got multitude of yellow flags all around, obviously, with the safety car boards out as well, as they now prepare to get Pollard's car out of the barrier. It's definitely clearing up again now. The rain seems to have stopped here, but there's a lot of dotted grey clouds about, so I imagine we may not have seen the last of it. Safety car really slowing the field down.
Might be all right at the moment. It's not actually raining down here at the moment, so fingers crossed. But as you say, some of the cloud are going to your right, and I'm looking way over to your left, and it almost looks like they're going the other way.
Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? Everywhere I look, they seem to be going in a different direction. But we've just had on the feed, they've just shown pictures of Woodcock's car just behind the barrier. He's doing the usual driver with the hands on the hips, looking a bit dismayed look.
Not my fault, mate. Safety car back through again.
Yeah, I think it'll be another, maybe the next lap. I think they're just going to try and put the tyre barrier back together, because he certainly made quite a mess of it, and they're just towing the car across the track now, just trying to get it out of the way of everybody else as quickly as they can. Good patience from the other drivers there. That's Anthony Bate in the Maestro, just ensuring that he didn't get caught up behind that. But there is a big gap with the field, even behind the safety car here. Some of them really do need to actually pick up the pace now and catch up to it again, because they've spread out into these little groups, which is not an ideal situation to be in for any of them, really.
It's almost like the virtual safety cars that we have occasionally, where they not close up, where they just continue circulating at the speed they're at.
I tell you what, actually, I've just had live pictures there. The cameraman out of my window has just done a great job of capturing the front end of the 28 car, and it's held up incredibly well for how hard it's gone in the barrier. You know, it looks like it's literally just bent the sort of, what would they call it, like a bumper bar on the front of it. It's just bent that slightly and bent the bonnet up a little bit.
Hear a little bit of clapping and applaud down your end, so I take it the driver's out of the car.
Yes, they've towed the car completely off the circuit now.
Okay,
It's in the infield. They're just repairing the barrier right now and getting that done. But yeah, the car's held up incredibly well. It's just like a smashed headlight, bit of a dinted bonnet and bumper, and that's about it. It's done incredibly well.
I made them tough back in 60s.
They made. I'm not even going to try and replicate that. You did that so well, I could never beat it.
It's being down here talking to these truck drivers all day, I'll tell you.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. Fair play. Well, still, we have time left in the race then to go. 7 minutes, well, just under 8 minutes actually, or 7 minutes and change as we may call it. But it's certainly going to be a nice dash to the flag here. But I'm amazed by Fergus Campbell. Started at the very back of the grid, and he's been absolutely flying throughout this race. Like I say, the first lap he gained 13 positions, starting 17th on the grid, getting right up to the sharp end of things. And now he leads the race after taking it, very importantly, from McDermott just before the safety car came out. Because I think if he was stuck behind him now while the safety car is here, at the restart he could potentially get caught out by either Kendrick or Sharp behind him trying to take advantage. So he's done a mega job there, as Fergus Campbell. Here comes the lovely Ford Focus safety car through once again. Across the line. First of the F-Class cars, by the way, the wonderful little Tiger that is the number 42 car of Kendrick, and then the lead B-Class car, or sorry, A-Class car, is the number 2, which is being driven by Jim Bainham. And And then in the B class, of course, the Maestros, there's only the one of them now, which is number 70, Anthony Bate. He is in 9th position. I'm going to keep my eye on the safety car when I can see it and see if the lights go out, so we can confirm that this will be the next lap in, although the barrier isn't actually back together yet by the look of it, so I'm not sure that this will be the last lap of safety car. Like I say,
So it's out of the complex at the minute, going down towards Noble, down the bottom end of the circuit. So
yeah, I've just got it on the stream now. They're just going through Seagrave. Yeah,
we've only got a 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and they'll be back with you, I guess.
Well, the again, like, just I'm amazed as we get live pictures on the feed of the barrier being repaired. I'm just amazed at how well the car stood up compared to how the barrier has taken a real hit. It's really been ripped away, but they're just getting it. Actually, they're putting the sort of the face of the barrier on now to hold it in, so that should be done any moment now. They're just screwing the necessary bits in.
Always a problem when you get barrier damage, because you know, we know there's only 5 minutes of racing left, but there's nothing to stop somebody else doing it straight away on the next lap.
That's it.
So
yeah, you know, you may
have to
say,
make,
oh,
the
yeah,
track as safe as possible.
well, that's it. You know, you could just say, oh, stuff it, let's just get on with the race. But at the same time, you know, safety is the priority, isn't it? You know, any of the drivers could have an incident, and they say lightning never strikes in the same place twice, but you don't want to tempt the fate, because when it happens,
But
it'll
they've
be...
not been motor racing, have they?
Well, exactly, yeah, that's the thing. You don't want to tempt fate, because when it does happen, then it'll be just be people saying, well, it's too late, you should have done this, that and the other. Anyway, it looks to me like the safety car's lights are just about to go out, because all the vehicles have cleared the circuit. The marshals are all safely behind the barriers once again, and the field has been backed up very well indeed.
Coming in this time.
Yeah, I've not seen the lights go out yet, but I imagine any second now they will, and he'll speed away from
How
them
long
all.
have we got on the clock?
We have 4.5 minutes, and the lights have just gone out, so the safety car is now
It's going
moving.
to be about a 3-lapper then.
It is indeed, yeah. It's going to be an absolute corker, this. I'd say about 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds, and they'll be back across the line. Although it looks to me like Fergus Campbell has gone early here. He's thinking, right,
A few brave spectators still out on the banking as well, so
Yeah.
only getting their money's worth, and why not?
Oh, indeed. I've only got one set of wet windows on this commentary box here, because the wind came so aggressively from one side. Anyway, Fergus Campbell's just attacked the final chicane very aggressively, but he's got a humongous lead on everybody else. Absolutely massive lead on them, because McDermott just didn't go with him. McDermott just let him leave the rest of the field behind, so Fergus Campbell goes through.
Sharp's already making the move up to third. He's gone up the inside at Allard, so Kendrick's gone down a place.
Yeah, Kendrick not able to defend that, unfortunately. A bit further back, we've got the other drivers just filtering through, taking it nice and calmly. I think we've got Golar going down the inside of Millard as well. That's car 12 overtaking car 11. Sharp has gone deep into the complex, so there's a number of them that have gone deep at the complex. Baker being one of them in the MGF, and Kendrick goes back up into third place. So Sharp pushing a bit too hard on this opening lap.
No rain on the screen, I guess, and pushing on again, but still quite a lot laying on the road.
Yeah, indeed. It's very deceiving for some of them. You know, they get this sudden confidence and they really push the car to its limit, but nope, nothing going there. We're just about to hit the 3-minute mark, so we'll get 2 laps from this moment now. But fantastic race so far from Fergus Campbell. This has been an epic drive, and to be fair, I saw similar a few weeks ago at Donington Park, where there was a Mini being shared by 2 drivers. One of them qualified it on pole and won his race, and then he said, watch the other guy, you know, he's going to start from the back and he's going to win the race. It was a 35 car field and he was 5th by the end of lap 1. It was absolutely insane. There's a similar performance here from Fergus Campbell. Incredible pace from the get-go, and that restart, you know, I don't understand really why McDermott was so far back, because he saw Fergus go. He probably just thought, he's going to have to, you know, slam on again by the time he gets to the chicane, but no, he didn't. We've got side by side for 3rd place now. Actually, Sharp has got ahead of McDermott, and so too is Kendrick, so that's all swapped around. Kendrick up into the top 3 now, and then Walker in 5th place. Baker's just overcooked it into the chicane. I think a lot of them have cooled their tyres down behind the safety car, and they're just not able to get them back up to temperature yet. We've got the number 2 of Bainham going all over the shop as well. It's just as soon as they touch standing water on these cold tyres, the car's just giving them absolutely nothing. Grant has a moment as well there in the 46 machine. Golar is ahead of Millard. But Amphlett ahead of the pair of them. Now 1.5 minutes to go as of right now. So we're going to get one more lap after this, I think. Or you know what? We might not, because the lap times have been about 1:49 and 1:50 in these conditions.
We're going to get a last lap called, and we've not got it out yet. So I think it will come next time.
Yeah, I reckon so. It's going to be a close one. We'll have to see. Either way, Campbell has made an absolute example of that car. He's shown just how quick it is. I mean, Heitman was good in it earlier, but he just couldn't quite get the performance out of it like Fergus Campbell could. Sharp holding on to second place then, ahead of Kendrick. Real shame for McDermott, because he was looking really strong early on. I was hoping for his sake that he'd at least get a podium out of this result. But they've really spread out now on these final few laps. I was thinking it'd probably stay closer together, but some of them really taking it timidly through these final corners here. We've got 25 seconds left, so that shows how good my judgment is, doesn't it?
Are they going to get away? Are they? No, they're not. The last lap ball is being shown.
Indeed. So one more tour of Thruxton, and to be fair, behind McDermott, I'm not sure what his problem is, but all of a sudden the car just seems a lot slower. He's got Walker and Baker, just need a candlestick maker, but the pair of them starting to close in on him a little bit. Oh, we've had a bit of a sideways moment for Anthony Bate as well into the final couple of corners, manages to recover it and get going again nicely.
Walker and Baker, I think it is, still having a little bit of a battle.
Yeah, I think they might try. Oh, I was going to say they're going to work together, but as they've just gone out of my sight, they were side by side. I just saw them go towards the complex, absolutely on it. Now we've got a big stream of them coming through here. We've got the number 2 car of Bainham, then it's Wisby, and the number 14 car of Amphlett has got ahead of Grant. Actually, they've all got ahead of Grant. Grant's 46 orange car, he's really struggling here. He's having a very slow run through the last couple of corners. He's lost all of his positions. And he's now the final car to cross the line in 15th place. But our race leader is just going through Goodwood now, down towards Village. And he's going to enter the what we're going to call the fling to the right through Church Corner any second now. There he is, just hitting the apex. It's a scary corner in the dry, never mind in the wet in a front-wheel drive hatchback. But I want to see everybody that's remaining around us here, all spectators that are in the grandstands to my right, and of course the bank on the left, and the spectators down in front of me as well, in front of the commentary box here. Give him a massive round of applause as he comes through, because from last on the grid, he got the job done with 2 laps of the race complete. Fergus Campbell, an absolute star in this one. What a brilliant drive that is to round out the day. Hands together, everybody. The checkered flag is out. Fergus Campbell indicating to the left even, just for a laugh as he crosses the line. Sharp is going to take second place, a good recovery from another bad start. And just at the final corner here, Baker is overtaking McDermott, but who's going to get the run to the flag? Third place goes away as Kendrick. Way off Kendrick, I should say. Baker takes 4th place from McDermott across the line. Walker is going to come through in 6th. And it may be a spread out result at the end, but the MG Owners Club definitely not disappointing. We still need to sort out the A and B classes, but it's going to be B that comes first. That's Anthony Bate across the line in car 70 in the Maestro. Lovely bit of kit that. I love me an MG Maestro. Someone's probably going to come along and tell me to pronounce it Maestro, but oh well. Now we've got the remaining 8 cars all together now, which are being led around almost in parade-like fashion by Bainham in car 2. And then the number 8 machine actually under attack. That's Wisby. And the number 12 of Golart. Does he actually beat him across line? No, he doesn't in the end. And I think Grant might try and grab a position across line. I'm pretty sure he did beat Flukes to that then. He did. Grant beat him by 49 thousandths of a second. But it doesn't matter because it's not a position in class. It's only the position overall. But that rounds out our racing action today. Of course, John will have a quick word with the drivers in a few minutes if he can. So if you want to hear that, please do stick around. But if you are going to make the dash early, everybody, I just want to say a very quick thank you to all the fans around the circuit today. You've all been an absolute bunch of stars. And it's great to have you all out here with us, because commentating on events without fans has been very, very different indeed, and a bit of a challenge at times. Thank you for the Mexican wave earlier in the grandstands as well. That was a right laugh. But have a safe journey home, everybody. We really hope that you've enjoyed yourselves.
So I'm going to make my way down and hopefully get a chat with the last race winners and things. But yeah, it's been a great weekend for the spectators, great weekend for us, and good working with you, Chaz.
Yeah, you too, John. It's been an absolute pleasure, mate. I'll await your word with the drivers, and then I'll round us up from there.
No problem. Well, it would appear, Chaz, the cars are going straight through Parc Ferme and not stopping, so we're not going to get a chance to do the interviews with these guys, unfortunately, so that about wraps it up from me. So thanks, everybody. I look forward to talking to you again around the circuit somewhere in the UK, I'm sure. Until next time, back to Chaz.
Thank you very much, John. Absolute pleasure working with you this weekend, buddy, and have a safe journey back as well. And make sure you get some aloe vera for the potential sunburn on that noggin of yours. Either way, everybody, thank you very much for joining us this weekend. It has been an absolute pleasure to bring you the action here with the BARC and, of course, the BTRC here from Thruxton. Make sure you all have a safe journey home. Take it easy no matter where it is you are headed with the conditions that we've had today. But thank you once again for joining us. I've been Chaz Draycott with John Ward down in the pit lane, and we will hopefully see you again very, very soon. Thanks also to the marshals, by the way. You are all absolute stars, and without you we would not be able to go racing. So thank you for everything you continue to do every single weekend around the UK. But as for now, thanks again, and we'll see you again soon. Cheers.
With Fergus Campbell down in the paddock. We tried to catch you in Parc Ferme, but you drove straight through. You're too quick for us. Quick on the track as well.
Well, they actually waved me straight through. I thought they might want to weigh the cars or something. We spent a lot of time today making sure the car was the correct weight and everything else, but I think it was so wet they just wanted to go home, quite frankly.
And tell us about your race.
Well, I started at the back because I didn't do qualifying. The guy who owns this car, Andy Heitman, did qualifying in the first race, so it was for me to sort of see what I could do from the back, really, and I didn't really think that was going to happen, but it was a bit like the Red Sea. It was all kind of opening in front of me.
It was a little bit like a C8 there, wasn't it? How did you find the conditions?
Absolutely horrific. Couldn't see anything. You're just listening to the people in front to hear the exhausts, but once you get in front, then you can see. So I thought, well, if I can get going a bit further, then the further to the front I can get, the more I can see. That was my kind of rationale anyway.
Well, like you say, starting from the back, I think you had to overtake about 14 people on lap number 1 alone, I think we saw.
I couldn't tell you, but I mean, possibly. It's all a bit of a blur, isn't it? But yes, it was a very gentle start, pulling away from the petrol pump in Tesco, and it seemed to work.
But great end to the weekend. Hope you've enjoyed yourself.
Fantastic. Always great to come to Thruxton, and thanks to the BARC for having the MG Owners Club.
Thanks for talking to us. Well done.
Cheers.
Enjoy yourself. Right, I think we should go and get Jim Bainham if we can, who won the A-Class in the first... Oh, he's already got his truck on. He's outside the car. Jim! Jim! That's me. You're ready to go already?
Well, yeah. I think the sooner we can get on the road, the better, frankly.
Well, you did well on the road out of Thruxton today.
Well, I don't quite know how I thought I was driving like an old woman, but I think probably a bit less of an old woman than all the others behind me.
Well, you didn't just beat your class, you beat several in other classes as well, so you put in a great performance.
Well, as you say, there's no fall like an old fall. So no, I can't say it was fun, I can't say I enjoyed it, but we got the job done.
I do not believe that you didn't enjoy that, Jim.
No, I didn't enjoy it, no. I've never been quite so glad to see a checker flag in my life. But no, there you go, you've got to do it, and I just feel sorry for Chris Pollard, who's buried it in the barriers, but oh dear, you know, you want to take the cars home in one piece, that's the main thing.
Jim, fantastic racing, great to see such a beautiful car on the track as well. Have a safe journey home.
Good to see you, chaps, thank you, all the best.
So that is it from Thruxton. Hope you've enjoyed yourself. Several classes, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship right on the top of there as well. We've just about held off from the rain. We'll see you soon next time at Donington. Hope you can see us then. Goodbye.